Welcome to the course that will teach you how to save the world. Ooh, that's right. This is a battle of good versus evil. Let me explain. The world can be a dangerous place. The reality is that there's a lot of people out there working in the shadows, waiting to strike and inflict damage. In the digital world, we call these people black hat hackers. But that's where you come in. You get to be the superhero, flying in, fighting them off, and saving the day. Who are you? You're a cybersecurity expert. Your goal as a cybersecurity expert is to overpower the black hat hackers and prevent their attacks so that you and your company's digital assets are safe. And that's a big deal. Digital assets are some of the most important assets in the world these days. Assets such as private information, your website or application, your company's data and trade secrets. That's why companies all over the world are hiring cybersecurity experts. And they're paying them top dollars. Companies and governments need superheroes to fight off the hackers. They need you. And Alexa is here to teach you so that you can become a cybersecurity expert. Picture him as a wise mentor that every superhero has in the movies. He's the Splinter to the Ninja Turtles, the Obi-Wan Kenobi to Luke Skywalker. Alexa is a cybersecurity expert and pen tester with years of experience working for private companies and governments to analyze, test, and improve their security. This course starts with the fundamentals of cybersecurity and vulnerabilities, which will be the origin of your superhero story. We then dive deep into advanced topics, including endpoint security, network security, online anonymity and privacy, and even case studies of some of the biggest, scariest hacks in history. And you're going to learn how to use all the practical tools as well, from monitoring software to antivirus and firewalls. Cybersecurity is an extremely in-demand skill, and this course is going to teach you it all. That means there's a lot for you to learn here, but nothing worth doing comes easy. And saving the world. Sounds like a worthwhile and exciting thing to do as your job, right? We'll see you inside.
Okay, there is a big topic ahead of us, and it's important that before we dive into it, we briefly explain what cybersecurity is. So, how can we define it in, let's say, only one sentence? Well, we can say cybersecurity allows us to protect assets, usually digital assets. Now, don't worry about this term asset. We will talk about what that is in more details later on in the course. For now, we can just imagine it as protecting anything of value to us. This can be anything from our private and personal information, to our website or application, to our entire company's data and business plan. Cybersecurity's goal is to protect all of that. Now, in an ideal world, there is no need for cybersecurity because every person is good and won't use anything for bad cause. But in reality, there are a lot of people just waiting to inflict damage to others, and in digital world, we call those people black hat hackers. Now, their motives can be different as to why they perform malicious attacks, and we will talk about hackers and their motives later in the course, but a goal of a cybersecurity expert is to always overpower the black hat hacker and prevent any type of attack that they run. This is of course not easy, and it takes years and years of learning to truly master the aspect of cybersecurity. Not to mention the constant technology evolving and the need to update knowledge and tools all the time. Now, security is a very broad and wide area, since it applies to pretty much everything. It can apply to your personal computer or device security, your network security, mobile phone security, server security, application security, and many more. Even these 5 things that I just mentioned can also be narrowed down and split. For example, mobile security can go into Android and iOS security. Website application security can narrow down depending on the technology on which that website is built, and the same applies to all the other things as well. Anyways, you get the point. There is a lot of work ahead of us, and after this course, you will have a pretty good knowledge of cybersecurity in general. However, it will be up to you to choose in which branch you want to further proceed with your work, since mastering security in details for everything is not possible. Luckily, things get a little bit easier for us once we get a job as a security expert in some company. First thing is that most of the companies have multiple security engineers and experts working in different branches of security. Cybersecurity roles are also something that we will dive deeper into later in the course, but it's good to know that if we might lack knowledge in certain aspect of security, let's say for example in mobile security, there will probably be a colleague of ours in that company that can fill that role in. Besides that, another thing that makes our life easier is that there are many tools and softwares in existence that can help us automate security jobs that can get quite repetitive and boring after some time. These tools also allow us to perform our jobs a lot faster, and when it comes to security, speed and time are also an important factor. One of the security tools that you most likely have heard of are antiviruses and firewalls, and we will devote a lot of time to them later in the course. Now, all of this is needed because of the, as we already mentioned, black hat hackers. And by the way, the reason they are called black hat hackers is because they do malicious things. There are also good hackers called white hat hackers. Now, these black hats also have their own tools that allow them to automate the attacking process and to exploit their target with those tools. They usually exploit their target with something called a payload, which is a piece of software dropped on the target machine and is used to compromise it. The number one motive of black hat hackers is, as you might have guessed, a financial gain. But they also can perform their attacks in order to discover some sensitive information about the company, or they want to compromise as much devices as they can and add them to their zombie army or a botnet. They can achieve all of this with many methods such as delivering payloads through different exploits that target a certain vulnerability. They can also run phishing attacks which target people by tricking them into submitting private information into a fake page, or it can also trick them to download a piece of software or a Trojan that will then infect their device. The same way they have their methods of attacking, we also have our own methods of protecting ourselves from these attacks. Things like firewalls, antivirus softwares, security experts, and all the tools that they use to automate security is what prevents an attack from compromising a company and its devices. If it successfully blocks the attack, then the security plan or tactic that we are using is good. However, without all of these things that protects the company, you can see that the black hat hacker wouldn't have much of a struggle of directly attacking the important infrastructure and stealing company's data. And in the case where there is no security, the hackers compromised all of the data and the company lost all of its valuable information, while hackers got away with it. Okay, this would be most brief introduction as to what cybersecurity is and why it is needed. Now that we got that out of the way, let's dive deeper into more details about this field. Okay, so we talked about what cybersecurity is all about, but other than that, we must also mention what are the prerequisites for learning cybersecurity and getting a job in the cybersecurity field. Notice how I said field. That's right. Cybersecurity is a field and not a single job position. Matter of fact, there are multiple positions when it comes to security. all of them are focused on certain tasks. For example, we have someone covering application security, the other person can be focused on network security or network engineering so that certain parts of network are protected as much as possible. We also have people that are called ethical hackers or penetration testers. Now, they pretty much do the same thing that black hat hackers do, but they do it in order to discover vulnerabilities on the system and let the administrators know so they can patch those vulnerabilities. These are just some of the roles, and we will talk about roles in more details later in the course. Right now, we want to focus on prerequisites that you should be familiar with when it comes to security. Now, this particular course requires no prerequisites at all in order to follow, but there are certain things that are certainly a big plus and that will allow you to follow this course and learn cybersecurity much smoother. One of those things is to be familiar with networking. You want to know how networks are structured, what different types of protocols are there. You also want to be familiar with all of those protocols. You want to know, for example, what TCP is, what UDP is, or what ARP is, and many other protocols used. You at least want to know what they are and how they work. Of course, you don't need to know all of this in details, but going over it once or twice will be really helpful for the course and after it. Now, don't worry if you have no idea what this is. We will have additional resources in the course where you can read about networking in general. Another thing that someone who wants to be in cybersecurity field should know are operating systems. You want to know the structure of Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. Being familiar with all three will boost your skills and expand on which systems you can work on. Perhaps the company that hires you uses iMacs in their office, so even if you were the best security expert when it comes to Windows, for example, it won't be much of a use if entire company uses Macs. Different security measures and principles for all of those operating systems is something that we will also cover later in the course. Another thing that might be important when applying for a job are certificates. Now, even though certificates are important and they can be used to measure your skill, they're not always needed. Sometimes you can land a job without any certificate at all. Their main purpose could be when a company wants to hire someone and they can't decide who to hire. If there are two of you applying and you don't have any certificate, the company will probably choose the other person even though you might have more knowledge. Some of the most known certificates are Security Plus, Network Plus, CEH or Certified Ethical Hacker, and there are many more other than that. Now, some of the more advanced things that you want to learn along the way are, for example, programming. Even though it's not crucial to learn it, programming can boost your skills in anything you do regarding security. Knowing how to code also gives you in-depth knowledge on how things work, which then allows you to understand everything better. I would actually advise you to start learning a programming language at the same time while watching this course. Now, it is not needed at all, but it will help you a lot later, and if you decide to work in a different field, you will find it highly useful. If you are already a programmer, then you're already ahead. Great job. Another thing that you want to master along the way are the tools that we use. Tools nowadays are an important part of anyone's career. We want to automate things so we don't have to sit and waste hours and hours on something that can take a few minutes to do with appropriate tools. Same thing applies to cybersecurity. There are a bunch of tools that help us do something that we need to do, and we will cover some of those important tools. But you should never limit yourself to only using these, and you want to expand your tools collection more and more throughout your journey. And last thing that we will mention that you want to master before applying for a job is you want to focus on security for one specific thing. In other words, once learning the basics, focus on mastering, for example, cloud security, or network security, or mobile security. Whichever you find most interesting for you is the one to dive in. Okay, awesome. Don't worry if you don't have any knowledge of what we mentioned in this lecture. With time, you will learn everything. And remember, for this course, none of the previous mentioned things are needed. Most of the things we will cover with basics inside the course, but there are a few things that we won't cover at all, such as programming, since it is out of the aspect for cybersecurity. With time, you will slowly learn all of this, and I'm sure that one day you will become a really good cybersecurity expert. Nonetheless, now that we know what things are important to learn when it comes to cybersecurity, let's get straight into the next video where we will discuss different paths that you can take in this field. Okay, let's quickly talk about possible paths that you can encounter during your cybersecurity career. Now, this is not to confuse with cybersecurity job roles or positions that we will discuss in details in some future lecture. We will just mention most common paths that you should be familiar with. Now, most of the people I know that became security experts actually started in some entry-level IT positions such as help desk technician or basic level network administrator. Of course, this is not always the case, but usually it's how we start off in our journey. Once we get to exploring cybersecurity paths, we encounter these broad divisions. First, we have people called security engineers. Security engineers' main focus is to implement defense strategies into various types of systems. Similar to this is something called security architect. For this type of work, usually networking and system administration skills are something that are important. Besides system engineers, another common path is to become an incident responder. As an incident responder, your main goal is to monitor company's network and devices, and also to be able to stop the breach as soon as it happens. And a security breach is simply a company's data or company's devices getting compromised. And just so you know, even most secure platforms sometimes get a security breach, and it isn't that uncommon nowadays. Besides this, companies usually also have security consultants. Security consultants' job is to usually enhance the company's security by providing recommendations in how to strengthen different security measures. Usually knowledge of threat management, penetration testing, and knowledge of different types of systems such as operating systems is always welcome with this position. And perhaps the most interesting path that you can take, and no, I'm not saying this because I chose this one when I started, is the path of ethical hacking or penetration testing. This position is interesting because here we take a part of the intruder or the attacker in order to discover as much vulnerabilities as we can. This will then allow the company to see their weakest points and patch any vulnerabilities that they might have. For this position, good knowledge of networking, penetration testing tools, and scripting is needed. Now, these positions that we just talked about are just some of the paths that you can take. There are many others out there, and don't worry, we will talk about all of them later. Also keep in mind that if you choose one path, it doesn't mean that you can't participate or work in a different role. For example, someone doing penetration testing can also participate in incident responding, for example. A lot of cybersecurity paths and roles have many things in common. Nonetheless, let's not make this any longer. We will discuss everything in the next section where we will talk about basics of cybersecurity. Just a quick video before we dive into the basics of cybersecurity. I want to give you some of the resources that you can take a look at if you're interested in history of cybersecurity. Now, this is not something that we'll cover in this course, but I'm going to leave some of the resources that you can take a look at and read if this is something that you want to know. At this link right here is one of the places where you can read about the history of cybersecurity. Now, as you can see, it is divided by different timeline, and it gives for each decade an important thing that happened or important change when it comes to security and technology. You can read through all of this. There's not many things right here, and if you want to know even more, you can go onto this site and read about more modern history of cybersecurity. If I scroll a little bit down, here you will see the date of the first worm, the date of the first cybersecurity program, the spread of the Vienna virus, virus meet antivirus, and many other things that happened in the modern history of cybersecurity. Now, some of these attacks, breaches, worms, and viruses that actually left a big impact on the security world, we will discuss towards the end of the course, where we will discuss biggest attacks in history of internet. I believe that will be a rather interesting topic because there we'll mention some of the biggest malwares, threats, and attacks and consequences that happened after those attacks finished. Another site that you can take a look at is this one, which has this interesting image, and I wonder how many of you know what this is from. If you guessed the WannaCry malware or the WannaCry ransomware that struck in 2017, you guessed correctly. More about that towards the end of the course as well. Nonetheless, I just wanted to mention some of the resources that you can read more about previous attacks and history of cybersecurity, and I will also leave even more in the article right after this video. But let's not waste any more time, and finally let's dive into the basics of cybersecurity. Welcome back. We just started a section where we will introduce ourselves with some of the basic terms for cybersecurity. Now, I know theory is usually the boring part, but there are certain things that we need to know first before we dive into the stuff like working with firewalls, using different tools, installing antiviruses, and all of that. That's why it's good that we first start talking about most basic goals of having cybersecurity. Now, we already mentioned in the first video why we need cybersecurity, but right now let's try to narrow down to specific reasons and explain why each of them is important. First of all, we can say there are three main goals of cybersecurity. Now, different companies implement different cybersecurity plans and strategies, but all of them have these three things in common. First goal of cybersecurity is confidentiality. Now, confidentiality simply means keeping the sensitive data private and accessible to only authorized users. This is important for both privacy and security reasons. We always want to be the only ones who can access our own data. For example, important company data has to only be available to certain employees and to people who need access to it for their work. You would never want your business plans and strategies to go public and to be accessible to anyone wanting to exploit that or to be accessible to your competitors. Because remember, there will always be people who would want to get their hands on the data for their own reasons. Now, this data can be anything from business plans for a company to accessing money for online banks to perhaps accessing private user information on certain websites. Imagine any of that leaking to the open world and for that data to be accessible without any authorization whatsoever. That company would lose credibility fast. That's why preventing access to everyone and giving access to certain people is a good approach to protecting your data. This can be done by encrypting the data, by using password and two-factor authentication to access the data. The more steps to authenticate someone, the better. However, this is not the only important thing for cybersecurity. We also need integrity. Now, integrity is ensuring that even if the data is being transferred between the right endpoints after successful authorization, it must not be altered with in the transmission. We always want to receive the exact and correct data that was sent, and we don't want it being intercepted and read or changed. This is where encryption also comes in play by making the data unreadable, even if it gets intercepted. If, for example, some software is being downloaded, we must make sure it's also the correct one so we don't end up running something malicious. And besides all of this, we also must make sure that anything of importance to us has a well-secured backup. So even if somehow data gets deleted or changed or encrypted by a ransomware, for example, we will still have it in our backup. And the third goal of cybersecurity is availability. This means that even after all of our security strategy implementation, we must make sure that the data is easily accessible to people who must access it, for whatever reason. Sometimes, if you implement too much security measures, things start running slow, which is normal as it has to go through a bunch of security checks. We must make sure that the strategy is implemented securely and correctly, but also that it doesn't decrease the speed too much. Now, for regular people like me and you, whether speed is 10% less or not doesn't really matter much to us, but for big financial companies, speed decreasing can lead to huge financial losses depending on what they do. Nonetheless, these would be three main goals to always have in mind when developing a security strategy, and always ask yourself whether these three measures were met. Okay, in the next video, we're going to talk about blue teams and red teams, which is another cybersecurity term. Alright, blue team and red team. These are the terms that you will hear a lot if you decide to work in security field. You will also most likely work in one of these if cybersecurity is your career path. So let's quickly explain what are they. First, we have a blue team, which is a defensive security team that consists of professionals responsible for maintaining the defense against all cyber attacks and responsible for creating a security strategy. And on the other side, we have a red team. Red team consists of security professionals who are trained to attack and break into the systems. Now, it's important to have both of these teams. Imagine it like a small war between one another, which helps to increase security overall. Blue team, which is responsible for defense strategy, can improve the strategy if red team succeeds to break into it. Blue team has their own methods of protecting and establishing a security strategy. This can be, for example, setting up firewall, setting up honeypots and antivirus softwares and logging softwares on the endpoint devices. Of course, other than just setting up those softwares, it is important to regularly monitor the traffic and the occurrences on the secured network and devices. On the other hand, red team is, as we said, responsible for breaking those defenses and getting access to the systems or compromising the target network. Same way blue team has their defense strategy, red team has its attack strategy, which consists of information gathering, fingerprinting, scanning the target, and performing vulnerability analysis to find a weak point or a vulnerability in the system. Then they can use different methods such as social engineering, phishing, exploiting known vulnerabilities, and running payloads and exploit codes against the target. Now, besides blue and red team, there is also something called purple team. Purple team doesn't have to be a single team, but in most cases it is. Its job is to bring the red and the blue team together to work and to share information. Now, you might be asking, well, isn't this logical already? Yes, but the red team's success is essentially measured by blue team's failure. And nobody wants to be the one failing, so sometimes blue team might not report something to the red team or vice versa. That's why there must be someone who can manage both teams and encourage them to share information, as the ultimate goal at the end is to have the best possible security and not to see who performed better. Remember at the beginning of the course when I mentioned something called an asset? Well, it is an important term when creating a security strategy. Now, asset is not always the same thing, so we can't define what it is, as it depends from company to company. However, we can define it broadly as an asset being most valuable thing that company or a person has. Of course, there can be multiple assets and each of them can have their own value, but it's important that before even developing a security strategy, you talk to the person hiring you or you talk to the company that you are developing the strategy for and discuss what are their most important assets. This is important because if the strategy is really good, what's the point if it's protecting the wrong things, right? Now, as we mentioned, assets can be literally anything. It can be files that the company has. It can also be perhaps the main servers of the company that are required for it to run. Sometimes an asset can be physical assets such as hard drives that have a backup. Remember, security isn't always implemented just online. You can just as easily have someone physically walk into the office or break into the office and steal device or hard disk or just look through them and put them back. And in some cases, asset can be personal information, whether it being for one person or for all the users that are registered on a specific service or website. That is also an important asset for companies. We already discussed that a company can lose its reputation if its users' private information gets stolen or leaked. These are one of the most usual assets to protect and to focus on, but as I said, it can be anything and it's important to always communicate about this with the person that you are developing the strategy for. Usually, when protecting assets, we want to ensure those are our strongest points in security, and we can develop something called layered security around it. This means we have multiple security measures covering it, so in case one gets broken into, there are still more things protecting it. Most basic example of a layered security that you all most likely have encountered and used is two-factor authentication. For example, if your password gets leaked and hackers get it, you still have your code arriving at your mobile phone or email, which is still needed to log into your account. In this case, an attacker not only needs to know your password, but he must also know the code for two-factor authentication. Anyways, now that we know what asset means, let's move on to the next lecture. Okay, this is an important topic. What are the most common ways that different organizations get compromised? Now we can go in history and take a look at different types of the attacks that occurred on some larger companies and analyze the attacks like that. And we will do something similar towards the end of the course. But right now, I want to discuss most common types of the attacks. Now usually it starts small, by an attacker compromising just one device within that company. Usually that device was the weakest point that allowed the attacker to get access to the inside network. And that device most commonly isn't what the attacker wants, so the attacker can use it to further on enter the company by using different methods to infect other devices and perhaps even the servers where he can extract the wanted data or make his presence unknown and keep monitoring everything. Usually the attacker will drop some type of payload, whether it being a backdoor, a keylogger, a ransomware, or any type of software that will allow him to achieve what he wants with that device. But all of this sounds easy. However, it can sometimes be extremely hard or close to impossible to infect some system, especially if it's heavily protected with the best security strategies. But there are also companies that don't want to invest too much into security and they later pay the bigger price after getting compromised. One of the most common ways that systems and devices get hacked is through unpatched vulnerabilities. Now, this is usually due to some service or software running on a device that didn't receive latest updates or patches. This is why it is always important to regularly update your device operating system as well as all of the services that it might have. Always update to the latest version. Now, how hackers discover this is usually a standard procedure. First, we have a developer writing a code for some software. The developer might not pay that much attention to security details, so when the attacker looks through the same software, whether by reverse engineering it, or by disassembling it, or simply by just checking the code of the software if it is open source, he can perhaps notice a vulnerability or a bug within that code. The developer isn't aware of that issue, so he sends his software that later gets deployed by some company and perhaps starts running on a server. And the attacker who is aware of the bug can try and weaponize it in order to get access to that server. There, he can install his payload, which then gives him the full control of that server, and all of that because of a small bug in the code. Now, when we say unpatched vulnerabilities, we can differentiate two types of vulnerabilities: the already existent and known vulnerabilities that have patches, and the what we call zero-day vulnerability. Now, the first one is self-explanatory. It is already a known vulnerability and it has a working patch or update available for it, and there are also existent exploit codes online for this vulnerability. So when a company gets compromised through this type of vulnerability, it is usually due to their lack of updates. Now, this might seem like everyone won't get exploited like this. However, sometimes there are a lot of libraries and softwares that you have to keep an eye on and patch them regularly on time. And this can be overwhelming for a smaller company. On the other hand, we have more serious and more dangerous zero-day vulnerabilities. Now, we will devote more time to them later, but what a zero-day essentially is a vulnerability that was not discovered yet, nor it has a patch available for it. Zero-day can be a threat to anyone, especially if it's found in an operating system or some widely used library. Besides unpatched vulnerabilities, probably even more dangerous and most common way of attacking is social engineering, specifically phishing. Now, unlike the previous mention where you exploit software, here you exploit people. It doesn't need to have a software vulnerability. It is essentially tricking people into doing something that they shouldn't be doing. Let's say an employee logs into the company's server every day for work. He uses his username and password in order to do so, and he visits the login page on that server to provide his credentials. Now, what an attacker can do is clone that page and make it look exactly the same as the official company page. Then send the employee that page to login. Now, he wouldn't do this directly. He could use some various methods to make the employee actually open this page through various social engineering tactics. Then, if the employee falls for this and provides his credentials to the fake page, the attacker would then get those credentials and can use them to log into the server and get access to it like that. And the third most common vulnerabilities that get a company or a device compromised is weak credentials. Now, this is something you probably heard a billion times, but it's true. Having strong credentials is very important as a security measure. For example, the username and password that you see right here will get almost any company compromised due to its password being rather weak. For example, more appropriate and stronger password would be something like this. Now, of course, besides these three things that we discussed, these are not all the ways to compromise a company. These are just broad examples, and all of these attacks can be different depending on many factors. The point is that there are many outside threats for every company out there, and not just for companies but also for regular people. That's why it's important not to only provide a good security strategy, but to also educate the employees in a company of the ways that they can be targeted. Okay, now that we covered some of the most common ways that companies are targeted, let's proceed to the next lecture. Okay, so what I want to talk about real quick is different types of securities out there. Now, we already mentioned this briefly when we talked about different paths in the beginning of the course, but I want to talk in a little more detail right now, just so we all understand that there are many branches in this field and that there will be something interesting for everyone. One of the first securities that we got is mobile security. Now, this one needs no explaining. Mobile security is a cybersecurity field that deals with the protection of portable computing devices from threats and vulnerabilities. Devices such as phones and laptops can easily be stolen or found in public places, cabs and offices, and among other places as well. And from a cybersecurity perspective, what is more worrying is the amount of sensitive data that can be recovered from the lost or stolen devices. Besides that, most mobile devices are already logged into social media accounts, emails, bank accounts, so if the device gets stolen, it will be pretty easy to get access to all those things. Now, one prevention or measure that you can do to prevent losing your device is to turn on device tracking, which exists in both iPhone and Android. On iPhone, it's called Find My iPhone, and on Android, it's called Find My Device. Next thing we have, which is also quite important, if not the most important, and that is software security. As we know, any program is software, and having bugs in softwares can result in critical vulnerabilities. That's why it's important to regularly check for any logs that might indicate software acting weird or not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And even more important is to check for security bugs during the production of that software while it's still not published. Besides this, we also have something called advanced data security. Nowadays, data has become a primary target in many cybersecurity attacks, and more individuals and corporations are opting to spend more money and resources on securing their confidential data. Every day, there are more reports of data breaches where users' data is stolen by hackers, and this landscape is constantly changing. A data security engineer's job is to prevent this and to focus on giving the right data to the authorized users as well as prevent any data breaches. This is a really promising position, as we have already mentioned, and it's currently on a rise due to all the recent attacks. Another thing that is also promising is focusing on cloud security. Today, cloud is being used more and more. Now, even though it made everything easier and solved a bunch of problems, there is one main issue here. Whenever you use cloud, you're trusting a third party with your data and your security and privacy. This is a big concern. That's why cloud vendors will try to hire best cloud security experts to make sure their clients are happy and that their data is well protected. As a cloud security expert, you will have the skills to ensure that data and systems are secure on the cloud platform. You will ensure that apps running from the cloud cannot be manipulated by third parties, and you will also ensure that the data stored on the cloud is secure and cannot be accessed by unauthorized parties. Another interesting position is being a penetration tester. This is the most fun since you get to hack stuff legally. Companies pay you to break into their systems and discover as much vulnerabilities that you possibly can. Whether them being critical or low vulnerabilities, it doesn't matter. Besides this, another big thing today is something called DevSecOps. Now, you probably have heard about DevOps, and DevSecOps is rather the similar thing, or same thing, except the fact that anyone involved in a software development is responsible for bringing together development and security. Initially, security used to be an afterthought, and the development team would build the software first and then integrate security into it. DevSecOps pretty much discourages this and instead enforces a new development approach where security is tightly coupled with all other software development phases. And last but not least is Internet of Things security, which is another thing currently on the rise. IoT devices are being targeted by hackers and are being used as points of entry into organizations or homes. Since the devices are normally connected to a network, hackers are breaching the devices and navigating through the network to attack other devices on it. For instance, a hacker might breach an Internet of Things device and get into the network to spread malware to all the computers sharing the same network with the device. Someone who is interested in being an IoT security expert has to do several things. First one is to understand the IoT process as well as understanding the engineering of the product. And with that knowledge, he can then secure the device and implement a security policy. It is already expected to have more and more Internet of Things devices in the market in the future, so security jobs in this field will also increase. Okay, so we mentioned different types of securities in this field and gave an in-depth view on what all of them are focused on. Now, there are some of them that we didn't cover since we mentioned them previously, and those are something like incident responding and forensics. We talked about that before. And pretty much the idea behind this topic is that there is a place for anyone in this field. Whichever path you choose, you won't regret it. Now that we know the basics of cybersecurity, what it does, what it protects, what are blue team and red team, and what type of securities are there, let's dive straight into the first topic ahead of us. Alright, first topic ahead of us is dissecting cybersecurity's biggest threat: black hat hackers. Without them, cybersecurity wouldn't even need to exist. But we already know that not all hackers are bad. We have bad hackers and we have good hackers. Both of them exist in large number and they are everywhere on the internet. Bad hackers are there to inflict damage, while good hackers are there to protect and secure. But it's time we start using real terms for this that we're already introduced to. Let's refer to bad hackers as black hat hackers and to good hackers as white hat hackers. Since we already know what both white hat and black hat hackers intend to do on the internet, let's move our focus on the black hat hackers since it's much more important to understand the bad guys. Let's dissect black hat hackers by their main motives as well as by their personality traits. Now, it's important to mention that not all the black hat hackers will have these traits and these motives, and sometimes they can be rather deceiving both in real life and in cyber world. But most of them will, however, have some of these traits and motives. Okay, let's talk about the motives first. One of the most obvious one would be monetary or financial gain. As everyone else in this world that works for money, so do the black hat hackers. They just decided to use their skills for bad cause and to earn money illegally by hacking and phishing other people and companies. This is simply due to their desire to earn more money faster. With illegal hacking, a lot of money can be made, and that is why some people with hacking skills turn to the bad side. Some of the hackers don't even have to do their illegal activities themselves in order to earn money. For example, they can code their own exploits and tools that they will later sell to other people on deep web market who will later use it for illegal stuff. One of the most common and dangerous ways that allows black hat hackers to earn, or better say steal money, is by releasing a ransomware. Now, ransomware is something that we will talk about rather soon, but it simply infects and encrypts the target's data and then asks for money in order to decrypt that data. Another motive that hackers have is simply to control things. This can be for many purposes, such as just the joy of controlling other people's devices and being able to spy on them and steal their data at any time, but also it can be used to run different attacks such as DDoS attacks. Another thing that motivates some hackers is power or also political power. This one is a no-brainer. Political wars are being fought on every field, including cyberspace. Sometimes, even the country can be standing behind a strong hacking group and give them all the resources they need in order to run the attacks against other organizations or countries. This is not that uncommon, and later in the course we will mention some of the attacks that happened between different countries in cyberspace. And another common motive that some hackers have is simply to destroy everything they can. This destructive mode can be tied with some other motives, but it can also be the only motive out there. Some hackers are just not happy with the world and tend to destroy everything they can. Besides these, there are other motives as well, such as religious motives or greed and curiosity, but these ones are the most common. And just to mention that entire time, we're only referring to the black hat hackers. As far as coming to their personality traits, we can point out a few. Now, since crime is itself an act of rebellion against laws, we can say that most of the black hat hackers are rebellious. They can form organized hacking groups or cyber crime support structures. These groups or structures bring like-minded people together, and they can be highly effective since all the members already disregard law. Some of the black hat hackers also have inferiority complex, and an inferiority complex is where an individual lacks self-esteem, doubts their own capabilities, and feels that they do not measure up to some standards. Such a person will feel weak, and to compensate for this, they will try and do something to prove that they're strong. Some hackers have these social characteristics, and this makes them very dangerous. Another trait is that they can be radical. This mostly applies to cyber terrorists and hacktivists. Hacktivists are radical and will do anything to overhaul what they do not like. This can also be tied to political cyber war, but it doesn't necessarily have to. And another thing or trait that black hat hackers have is a lack of social support. This one is also common, but not always the case. In some research, this was stated. It was said that cyber criminals lack social skills, and as a consequence, they fail to associate with people who can give them the social support that they need. Okay, now that we dissected the black hat hackers, their traits and motives, we can move on to showing most common attacks that they perform and how they work. But before we do that, I just want to mention that there is another type of hackers which is called gray hat hackers. Gray hat hackers are neither white hat or black hat. The best definition of them is that a gray hat is a computer hacker or computer security expert who may sometimes violate laws or typical ethical standards, but usually does not have the malicious intent, typically, that a black hat hacker has. Nonetheless, that's about it for this video, and let's move on to the next lecture where I will show you a couple of attacks that are common out there in the cyber world. Hello and welcome back. In this video, I just want to quickly show you some of the attacks that are common by black hat hackers. Now, we're going to cover two of the most common types of the attacks. The phishing attack, where the target is pretty much tricked into submitting their private information into a fake web page, and we're going to cover how a black hat hacker can infect a target with a Trojan. Now, Trojans and malware is something that we will talk about in more details in the next lecture, but here we will just showcase the most simple example of it. Okay, Let's start off with a phishing attack first. So what I currently have on my screen is a virtual machine called Kali Linux. Now, if you're coming from my ethical hacking course, you're more than familiar with all of the tools that we will cover and the Kali Linux operating system itself. But if this is the first course on hacking and cybersecurity for you, Kali Linux is simply an operating system that is specifically made for ethical hackers and penetration testers. The reason is because it comes already with many tools pre-installed that hackers use, and it pretty much makes our life easier. Nonetheless, more about this later on. For now, let's just show the attacks real quick. So what I'm going to do to run the most simple phishing attack is I'm going to use a tool called Black Eye version 2. All I have to do, and you will notice how easy this is, so pretty much anyone with a little bit of knowledge can do this, which makes it even more dangerous. All I have to do to run this tool is to type this command: sudo bash and then the tool name. It will ask me for my Kali Linux password, and that's about it. Now, what I have to choose from is these websites right here. And what this tool will do is whichever website I choose out of all of these 37 options, is it will create a fake page that will look almost identical to the real page. That way the target won't really notice the difference and they might submit their username and password into our fake page. Let's go with Instagram. So what I have to do is I have to type number 1 since it's tag number 1, press enter, and just wait for this tool to set everything up. Once the tool sets everything up, there are two ways that we can access this fake page. We can use the link generated by ngrok and send it to our target, and we can also go and visit the link on our localhost. If I type localhost, it will load the page, or should I say the fake Instagram page, where it will prompt the user for specifying their email address and the password. As you may notice, this does look pretty legit if you look at the page itself, but what we can notice is that the link is kind of different. And this is number one thing that you should take a look at whenever you're entering your private information anywhere. Check whether the link is from the original website and that it is not a phishing link. This is usually the number one thing that gives away phishing attacks. Okay, let's say the target didn't notice that this is a phishing link, the phishing website, and they specified the username, let's say test@gmail.com, and the password, let's say the password is 123456, just for the purposes of this lecture. They click on login, don't save, the page will load. Back here in our terminal, you will notice that we actually got the account name and the password. So now we successfully stole this person's details, their username and their password. And the funniest thing is that the target might not even notice, because right now it loaded the official Instagram page right after they typed their credentials. The phishing page was made so that whenever they type in their credentials, it will automatically redirect them to the real page, as we can see right here by the link, where they might think right now that they perhaps typed something incorrectly. Perhaps they typed the password incorrectly, therefore it's asking them to log in again. Then they will log in again, this time it will work, and they will not think about this anymore. Now, do you see how easy this can get? And as you saw, it's not really hard to do. All you need to know is to download this tool, run it, and pretty much you're set to run a phishing attack. Now, of course, this is one of the most simple phishing attacks, but it can still trick some users. These phishing attacks can get much more complex and harder to notice, but for the purposes of this tutorial, we just want to show how they look like. Okay, let's move on to the second attack, which is simply running a Trojan on the target system. So to do that, we must first create it. And to create the most simple Trojan or malware, I simply used MSF Venom. I ran this command. So this is the command that I used. I use the MSF Venom tool to create the payload for Windows. The payload is using reverse TCP. In other sense, it's pretty much a reverse shell. The payload itself is called Meterpreter. I set my local host, the IP address of this machine, this virtual machine. I chose the port number to connect to. I set the platform of the target to be Windows, the file to be exe, since that is executable for Windows, and I named it shell.exe. I already created this program and it's right here on my desktop, as you can see right here. Now, this is also one of the most simple reverse shells that you can create. And this really isn't a Trojan, as we will learn in the next lecture once we talk about what exactly a Trojan is. But this shell.exe, which I also transferred right here on my desktop of Windows 10 target machine, can easily be transferred into a fake, let's say, PDF file or a fake image or pretty much any type of file that I want. I could have also changed the icon, making it seem like a legit program. But for this lecture, I'm not going to do that since that is out of the aspect for this section. What I want to do is simply just run it. We will learn in the next lecture that Trojans must be ran in order to infect the target. So in order to run it, I need to use something called a listener. Now, listener is simply something that will listen for the incoming connections. And don't worry if you don't know any of these tools, it doesn't really matter. I'm just showing here how simple these attacks can be. So once this tool is opened, all I have to do is set up my listener, set the payload to be the exact payload that I chose for my reverse shell, and set the local host or the IP address and the local port. Now once I press run, it will listen for the incoming connections on this IP and on this port. All the target has to do is to double click on this shell. And that's pretty much it. Now imagine that this was an image, or it appeared to be an image, and they just wanted to check it out to see how it opens up. And you will notice that nothing really happens. On the target machine, there's nothing that changed. It only appears as if this program didn't execute at all. But if I go back to my virtual machine, where I have Kali Linux running, you will see that we have session 1 opened. And if I run this command, get user ID, here we see that I'm on the Windows 10 machine. And from here I can run whatever I want. I can run ifconfig to check out all the networking interfaces on the target machine. I can run dir command, and this command will simply print all the files on the target's desktop. As you can see, these files right here are these files right here. I can also enter a shell within this Meterpreter session, and here I can pretty much type whichever command I want, and it will be exactly the same as if I was using the command prompt on the Windows 10 machine. Let's close this. And there are also some cool commands that I can run, such as screenshot, which will screenshot the target screen and it will save it in the current directory that I'm at. It also gives the path where the screenshot is saved, so it's saved in this black eye directory. Let's go there. And here is the screenshot. Here it is. Now the screenshot might appear as if it's a screenshot from Kali Linux, but that is only because I'm running my Kali Linux virtual machine on the Windows 10 target machine. You can see that it actually took a screenshot of the Windows 10 machine because here are the Windows icons down there. So there is no limit as to what I can do right now on the target machine. I can spectate a webcam, I can listen on the microphone, I can change files, upload files, download files, delete files, steal all the files. I can do pretty much anything that I want. And all the target had to do is double click this program. And on their desktop, it appears that nothing else is happening. Okay, you get the point. These are the two most common attacks out there by black hat hackers. And you notice how easy it is to run some of them. Not to mention that we only ran the most simple attacks in this lecture, and even these simple attacks can be effective against some people. Nonetheless,
This was just a small demonstration, and now let's move on to discussing and dissecting malware in the next lecture. See you there.
Malware, the number one tool of black hat hackers. Most of you already know what a malware is and what it stands for. Malware is simply a short word for malicious software, and it's something that has been existing for decades. Malware's main goal is to compromise confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the system that they are targeting. Malware itself has its own categories. There are many types of malware out there, and not all of them intend to do the same thing. Nowadays, however, many malware you encounter will have multiple functions and multiple tasks, while before, usually malware had just one intent. In this lecture, it's time we dissect different types of malwares and explain what each of them does. First of all, let's start with the most common one, which is Trojan. A Trojan is a malware that relies on social engineering. It represents as one thing or one type of a file, while in reality it's something else completely. It can appear to be as an image or a PDF file, or whichever file type best suits the target, and which the target will most likely execute. Now, in most cases, it has many things that can give it away as a Trojan and not the file that it appears to be. But for example, to a regular person, these things are not noticeable. Once Trojan is executed by the target, it can do many things such as steal the data on that system, run different programs, it can set itself to be as a backdoor for any future connection. This is dangerous because if Trojan has backdoor, then it is enough to execute it only once for the hacker to have complete access to it whenever he wants in the future. Another type of malware that is usually even more dangerous is worm. What makes worm so dangerous? Well, it's the fact that worms usually exploit unpatched vulnerabilities. This means, unlike Trojan, who must be executed in order to run, a worm provides its own delivery mechanism so that it can actually automatically spread from system to system. Worms are potentially able to infect any machine in the world that is connected to the internet, and when it's exposed to some of the unpatched vulnerabilities that the worm exploits. This is especially dangerous if the attacker discovers a zero-day vulnerability on a widely spread software or protocol that most machines implement. In theory, if that machine is not protected by any additional firewall or security measure, it can be infected by the worm by just being connected to the internet. Another dangerous malware out there is ransomware. Ransomware is something that you also might have heard about, as it's becoming more and more popular recently. Ransomware is simply a malicious program that, when executed on your system, encrypts all of your data and asks for money in order to decrypt that data. Usually this money is provided in crypto, since it's far more difficult to track than fiat. And it will give you a couple of days to pay for the ransom before destroying all of your data on that system. The next one you probably have heard about, as many people refer to malware, being simply a virus. Now, viruses have been around for decades, and in many cases they are simply just self-replicating file infectors. Nowadays, they are less popular than before, but some attackers are still finding creative ways to run viruses. Now we come to perhaps the most dangerous malware for a single system, and that is a rootkit. Rootkit is a malicious program designed to give unauthorized access to a system or a software. Well, you might be asking now, what is the difference between a rootkit and, for example, a Trojan? Well, rootkits are hidden deep inside the operating system, and they can commonly be very, very hard to remove, and in some cases close to impossible to remove. Not only that, but they can sometimes be very, very hard to detect as well. And last but not least, we have spyware. Now, spyware is simply a program that is used to spy on you, as its name says. This can be for many purposes, and sometimes it's even combined with something called adware. Spyware can spy on things you visit and look on the internet, and adware will show you these ads in order to get you to buy something. These are pretty much the most common types of malware out there. And what's also important to mention is the ways that it can spread. There are 5 most common ways that the malware spreads. It can spread through unpatched vulnerabilities, security misconfigurations. It can spread to weak, leaked, and stolen credentials. It can spread through social engineering, and it can always spread if there is an insider threat. Now that we covered different types of malware that black hat hackers use, and we mentioned how they usually spread, I will leave some additional resources right after this lecture, and let's discuss in the next lecture, is there anything that we can do to simply stop the hackers? Okay, so the important question arises. In the world where black hat hackers tend to attack and destroy, is there anything we can do about that? Well, we already know we can prevent them in many cases, and we will cover certain methods of stopping and preventing attacks, but then comes the next question. Can we actually catch them? Well, this can be a lot harder than preventing them. Plus, there are certain factors to take into consideration when catching a black hat hacker. These would be 3 main things. First one is how good a hacker is. This one is of course important because if a hacker is just running some scripts and has no idea what he is doing, then eventually he will leave trace and clues behind which will lead back to him. The second thing, and probably the biggest reason hackers get caught, is because they are careless. Or should I say they become careless with time. Some of the biggest black hat hackers got caught due to not being careful enough, and after a certain time, they don't feel threatened, so they don't pay attention to small details like they did before. Nowadays, you can get traced due to many reasons, not using, for example, layered spoofing protection, not using proxies, or not anonymizing your scans and your exploits. Perhaps visiting a physical location too often from where you run these attacks can also lead to you getting caught. And another funny thing that might get a hacker caught is disclosing important information on social media. And this one is a no-brainer, but don't brag about things that you did illegally. It will eventually lead to you getting caught. But anyways, that's what makes a cybersecurity expert's life easier, right? Now, the reality is that 90% or more of hackers don't ever get caught, as long as they don't try to inflict a massive damage and as long as they don't try to attack governments and big companies. They never really get caught since it is not possible to keep an eye on every cyber attack that happens. And last thing is that it's also important what exactly they did on the system that they hacked. The more action you perform on the target, the higher the probability that you left a trace behind, which can later be used to find you. That's why far more important thing than trying to catch a hacker is trying to prevent a hacker from actually hacking the system. However, if your preventing strategy is all set, and you have set up all the security measures to secure your network, then you can focus further on actually figuring out when your network is being targeted and maybe even try to figure out by who. Several things will help you do this. I've picked up a few for now, and we will dissect all of them later in the course. These are having logs, setting up honeypots, and performing monitoring often. Now, each of these helps you out in both preventing an attack and figuring out at what time is attack taking place. First thing we have are logs. Logs help you in many things and not just in security. You can think of them as a book that keeps all the data regarding some server or some software. They can help you find if an error occurs somewhere, and they can also help you find whether the software that you're reading logs from is acting weird and perhaps not as it should be. This would be a good indicator that something is wrong and that someone might be doing something malicious. Next term that most of you who are new in cybersecurity probably haven't heard of yet are honeypots. Honeypots are systems that look similar to a real system which are set as a decoy for an attacker. Usually, a honeypot server is purposely made vulnerable for an attacker to fall for. Honeypots should be well divided from the main assets, and usually they are equipped with logging and monitoring tools to help catch the hacker once he interferes with the honeypot. And this brings us to the third thing, which is monitoring. It literally doesn't matter if you have logging and honeypot set if you have nobody who is periodically taking a look at these logs and monitoring everything on the network. If nobody does this, then even if something is caught in the logs, it will go unnoticed since nobody took a look at it. Okay, now that we talked briefly about hackers in this section, it's time to move on to a little more technical section of this course where we are going to discuss vulnerabilities. See you there.
What exactly is a vulnerability? We talked about process of gaining access and making target execute our commands, but let us explain what happens once we exploit a vulnerability. Well, let's start like this. And trust me, if it sounds a little complicated, it will be more clear once we get to practical examples in the next few videos. For now, let's explain it like this. We know that developers write programs. They use their code, which can be written in any language, whether it is Python, Java, C, or some other language. The goal for developer is to create a software using a programming language. And as we mentioned, that software can be based on any language whatsoever. Once the software is complete and it goes through a few test checks and security checks, then that software gets deployed on machines and it can be ran from those machines. This can be any type of software, it doesn't matter. However, the problem occurs once that software is open to the internet. For example, FTP is open on some machines and servers for file transfer protocol. SSH could also be open for secure shell connection. HTTP could be open to host a web page that clients connect to. Basically, if your software is hosted on an open port, then it is also open for possible attacks from the outside. And as we already know that the software is consisted of code that developers wrote, problem occurs if that code is not well written, if it has some bugs. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that if there is a bug that we can exploit the target, but sometimes those bugs can be critical, and the attacker could use that bug to make software act in a way that it is not intended to. That's called exploitable vulnerability. Usually once exploited, we drop a payload or a shell back, so we can control that machine and do what we want with it. Once a bug or vulnerability is discovered, it gets that name that we've seen for vulnerabilities in NASA's that starts with CVE, and then the year of when the vulnerability first occurred. A vulnerability that exists and has not been patched yet by the vendors is called 0 day. Usually as soon as critical 0 day is discovered, it gets patched almost immediately, but you will see examples of 0 days that were used for months before anyone found out about them. The most known recent one was in 2017, when the WannaCry ransomware occurred and infected a bunch of hospitals and police stations. It was based on an exploit called Eternal Blue, which was created and used by NSA. They never reported it and used it for their attacks until those exploits got stolen from them and got leaked. We will see in this course a lot of recent 0 days that are now patched. Some of them will even be as recent as just a few months ago. However, all of this makes sense if the target has a vulnerability. But remember, vulnerabilities don't always have to be of technical nature. Imagine a company with a bunch of networks, servers, and machines, fully secured and also protected by the best firewall. No security holes, no vulnerabilities. We can't even scan the target to figure out its infrastructure because its protection is so good. Now, imagine an employee that works there. Let's call him John. And let's focus on John at the moment. John likes cars. He usually searches for car pictures and videos while working. One day he gets an email from a person that has email name exactly the same as his colleague. In that email, there is a car picture. He sees that the email is coming from his colleague, so he doesn't question it. Therefore, he opens that picture at work, and it indeed is a car picture. But little does he know, that email was us spoofing an email for him, so that at the first glance it looks like it comes from his colleague, and that picture opened a car image, but it also ran our malicious program in the background. What happens next? Now, John's work computer is infected, and he doesn't even know it. And from his computer, we can compromise the entire network and the entire inside of that company. Now, this is just an example, but stuff like this happens a lot. Matter of fact, most of the hacking that happens that you read about happens this way, and not by someone finding a zero-day vulnerability on a fully secured company. Remember, people are always the weakest spot. So if you can hack something through them, why would you bother trying to discover a technical vulnerability that might not even be there? In the next video, we're only left to talk briefly about shells and different types of shells that we want to drop once exploiting the target. After that, we are ready to get our hands dirty and start gaining access to our target machine. See you in the next video.
Okay, we already talked a little about this and we mentioned some vulnerabilities before, but right now let's dive a little deeper and explain which vulnerabilities exist and also give a demonstration of one in the next video and how to prevent it. So, in reality, battling against vulnerabilities is a battle on multiple fronts. Threat can come from anywhere and from anyone, and that's why there is a trust model in cybersecurity that is called zero trust. Essentially, it means to trust no one. Now, these vulnerabilities I decided to divide into two main categories. First one are software vulnerabilities, and of course this is a broad division, so we must divide it further down. Here are the most common software vulnerabilities. First one and most dangerous one is a zero-day vulnerability. We already mentioned it, and it is a vulnerability that has not been discovered yet and not patched. This type of a bug or a vulnerability is a constant threat to every organization that is on the internet. Another type that you will usually hear about are OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. This is a set that developers should be introduced with and that should be applied for any web application security. If you're developing a web application, you should most likely be familiar with all of the top 10 OWASP vulnerabilities. These include injection type of vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, command injection, cross-site scripting attacks where JavaScript is injected into unsanitized user input. We also have broken access control attacks and many more. Usually, these vulnerabilities occur when user input is not well filtered, or they can also occur due to some type of misconfiguration in the application. Again, more about OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities you can check out inside ZTM Bug Bounty course. This leads us to another type of vulnerabilities which can occur from misconfigurations. This one is common since the larger the code that is used, the more chances that something is not configured right or implemented right. Remember, it's not one developer that writes entire code. Especially for bigger softwares, we have multiple developers, each of them has a assigned task, and they each devote to one specific task that they get. None of them really wonders too much about one thing being well configured with another thing, and that's where some type of misconfiguration can occur. And then this can lead to vulnerabilities which exploit these misconfigurations. They're also common in access control types of configurations. Perhaps you prevent employees from accessing a website configuration page, but you don't prevent them from accessing a different page which interacts with the website configuration page in a way that might allow the employee to change something. Again, this is broad division, as these types of vulnerabilities can occur really anywhere. Another danger comes from outdated software. Imagine a zero-day vulnerability comes out and everyone patches their systems to prevent it except you. You no longer are vulnerable to the zero-day vulnerability but to the outdated software vulnerability, since the patch is already out. That's why it's always important to patch every code and library that you have or that you have used whenever a bug is found. And last but not least, we have man-in-the-middle and DDoS attacks. Man-in-the-middle attacks can be prevented by certain network security measures, which we will talk about in the network security section of the course, but what man-in-the-middle essentially allows you to do is sniff others' traffic on the network. While years ago this was common and possible in almost every network, nowadays more and more security implementations against this are being done. Same goes with DDoS attacks. More and more denial-of-service attacks are being prevented with different security measures. Now, one thing I want to point out to anyone wondering where these attacks mostly come from, if I had to give you one advice, I would say always check the code where user input can be provided. This is the number one spot where these type of software vulnerabilities occur. Now, these do not include man-in-the-middle attack and denial-of-service attack, but all the others that we mentioned mostly occur due to invalid user input. Whenever a user input is provided in a place where that user can manipulate the code and make it do something that it isn't supposed to do, just remember, this is the number one spot where vulnerabilities occur. Whenever a user input is provided in a place where the user can manipulate the code and make it do something that it isn't supposed to be doing, that's a place where a vulnerability can occur. So just remember to always filter user input so that it only accepts exactly what you want it to accept, and we will actually see why this is important in the next section. Okay, but these are actually lesser common vulnerabilities that get exploited out in the open. The more common set of vulnerabilities is something I like to call human vulnerabilities. This is number one problem on the internet, since most people aren't educated enough to know what they should and shouldn't do on the internet. These human vulnerabilities include social engineering or phishing attacks, downloading unwanted software, opening unverified emails, which essentially means opening emails that appear to be coming from the trusted source, but in reality, they are not to be trusted at all. And another one is clicking on random links. All these can result into not only the employee of the company being compromised, but the entire company as well. This is where that zero trust model comes in play. Before, since the employee was behind a firewall and all the security measures of the company, and was a trusted node in the company's network, it was easier to exploit the entire network after actually getting access to that employee's machine after, for example, running a social engineering attack. But with zero trust, none is to be trusted and you expect a threat to come from anywhere. Anyways, now that we know what vulnerabilities are we dealing with, let's take a look at an example of how attackers actually exploit one of these vulnerabilities when they see it.
Okay, we saw an example of exploiting Windows 10 with a simple Trojan. We also saw an example of most simple phishing attack. But now, let's see how it looks like when we exploit an unpatched vulnerability, and you will see this can be rather dangerous. The main reason why this can be rather dangerous is because you will see right now how easy this can be achieved. So anyone with a little bit of knowledge can perform these attacks if they want to. So what we're going to do in this video is we're just going to demonstrate how to exploit target system if it has an unpatched vulnerability. Now don't worry, you don't need to know exactly what is happening in the background, just watch the process. We are watching this from the perspective of a hacker, just to understand how easy this can be. And if you're interested in actually learning all of these methods of hacking different systems and different machines, make sure you check out the ZTM Complete Ethical Hacking Bootcamp. There we explain all of these attacks. Nonetheless, I have my vulnerable virtual machine running. Its IP address is 192.168.1.5. So what a hacker would usually do is they would run a simple scan onto this IP to figure out whether it has any open ports on that machine. If it does have open ports, the attacker would usually go through the results of this scan, figure out what services are running on those open ports, and perhaps figure out whether they have been patched, or maybe they have an existing vulnerability because the owner of that machine forgot to patch those services. Now, this particular machine that we're attacking is purposely made vulnerable, so we already know that there will be a couple of vulnerabilities here. So here are the results of port scan with a tool called Nmap. And once again, if you have never encountered this, it can be rather confusing, but don't worry, you don't have to do anything throughout this lecture, just sit back and watch this demonstration. Now, let's start off with a simple vulnerability which results because owner of the target machine didn't update the default password. And in this particular exploit, we're going to target VNC, which is running on port 5900 over TCP. We can see that the port is open, and we can also see which protocol is it running. Now, an attacker would usually use a tool to run his exploits, and in this case, let me just enlarge this so we can see it. We're going to use a tool called MSF Console to launch our exploit. And this is pretty much where the main danger comes from. See, the attacker doesn't really have to know what these exploits do. He only needs to know how to use them in order to successfully perform this attack. This is dangerous because someone with just a little bit of knowledge can perform this attack without actually knowing what they are doing. The MSF console has opened up, and for this particular exploit, we're going to use this module. Auxiliary, scanner, scanner for VNC, and we're going to use VNC login module. So we're going to try to log in over VNC. Let's see our available options, and pretty much everything we need to specify right here in order to run this module is the rhosts, and rhosts is just an IP address of the target machine. It will then use a password file supplied by this tool to try brute force the password of the target service. We can see the path to which file it is using, and right now, if we only set our hosts to the target IP and we click run, that's about it. It took half a second for this exploit to finish. It says starting VNC login sweep, and just a moment later we get login successful with the password. So the target didn't change the password. So what we can do right now is we can use this password to access the target system. Let me show you how you can do that. You can simply run a tool called Ramina, which will open this small window, and here all we have to do is select VNC, so not SSH, not RDP, we want to go VNC, and we're pretty much going to be able to get remote desktop on the target machine. We press IP, it asks for the password. We already know because of this module that the password is password. We press enter, and here is the terminal to the target machine. Now, it might be in a little smaller letters, so you might not be able to see it that easily, but this is pretty much a terminal on the target machine. If I run ifconfig, I can see the IP address of the target machine, which is 192.168.1.5. I can type who am I, which will tell me that I am root. So I pretty much have the root access on this target machine. You see how easy this was. Let's show another example of exploiting a vulnerable machine. So we're going to clear this and let's choose a different service. And for this, let's use port 139, which is running Samba, this particular version. And what an attacker can do is they can just copy this version that they discovered, go on to Google, paste the version, and once they search this specific version, they might have something like this pop up. Samba username mapscript command execution, which is a vulnerability probably for this particular version that we Googled. The attacker can then check which version it targets by reading the description of the exploit. We figure out that this exploit is actually in this MSF console tool, so we can load it straight away just by using these commands. So let's do it right now. Use exploit multi Samba and then the name of the script, which is usermap script. We can type show info in order to read more about this. So it says this module exploits a command execution vulnerability in Samba version 3.0.20 through 3.0.25 when using the non-default usermap mapscript configuration option. And if we check which options we need to set in order to run this exploit, it only asks for the rhosts, which is once again the IP address of the target machine. So we can type set rhosts 192.168.1.5, type run, wait for a couple of seconds, and we get command shell session 1 opened on the target machine. Now you will notice nothing really popping up, but if I type who am I, once again, I get the response that I'm root on the target machine. I can confirm by typing ifconfig, which will give me the IP address of 192.168.1.5, which is exactly the IP address of this virtual machine, or should I say vulnerable virtual machine. And this was just a demonstration of two different exploits. Of course, in real life, it would be much harder to exploit target system because it's highly unlikely that it contains this many vulnerabilities that this vulnerable virtual machine that we targeted had, but you still get the point. Sometimes it can be rather easy to exploit a machine. That's why it's important we learn how to protect ourselves against these types of vulnerabilities. So in the next lecture, let's talk about how we can prevent vulnerabilities. Okay. So we talked about different types of vulnerabilities, malwares, hackers, and all of that, and we also showed some simple examples of exploiting and unpatched vulnerabilities, examples of running phishing attacks, and examples of executing a simple malware on a Windows machine. But all of this wouldn't make much of a sense if we don't also talk about ways that we can prevent all of these. Now, most of the stuff that we will mention in this lecture will have their own lectures and sections where we explain them in more detail. Nonetheless, let's mention what are the basic things we can do to stop the hacker exploiting vulnerabilities. So let's take unpatched vulnerability example first. The attacker scans our device. He finds out that there is an outdated software or service running on an open port on our machine, and he runs his exploit and gains access to our machine pretty easily, right? We saw it happen in the last lecture. And it also took just a few seconds for an attacker to get access to our machine. So let's think about what would be the easiest way to prevent this. Well, if you said to patch and update everything on this machine, you are correct. We should update all the services, applications, and softwares that are running on the target machine and that are also exposed to the internet. This way, attacker can try to exploit our machine, but it will be unsuccessful. Most common targets to unpatched vulnerabilities are applications that communicate over the internet, outdated operating systems, and browsers. These are three main targets, and you should always make sure you keep all of them up to date, Otherwise, you may be exposed to multiple vulnerabilities. Okay, but besides this, what is another layer of protection that we can add to make it even harder for hacker to target us? Well, we can always add antivirus software and we can set up a firewall to protect ourselves, since firewall can filter all the incoming and outgoing traffic on our machine or network, and it can also notice if some request might be malicious and drop it right away. A good antivirus software can help in malware detection on the system, and it can also sometimes prevent live attacks or live exploits. Imagine that you actually did have a vulnerability on your system and the attacker tried to exploit it. A good antivirus software might actually catch this and prevent your device from running the attacker code. Besides protecting devices with all of these things, you should also share common attack knowledge with your employees in case you have a company. This can also be sharing knowledge with your colleagues or pretty much with anyone who can be a target to an attack, leading to your important data being compromised. They should be familiar with phishing attacks, how to recognize one. They should know not to input any important data on an untrusted application or website. And stuff like not plugging in unknown USB device into an important system should be a no-brainer, but should also be mentioned since many people out there don't really know the possibilities of getting exploited. Besides that, developers of these apps and softwares that you are running should also be introduced to vulnerabilities. Every application in production should be tested for bugs before putting it up online, especially the user input parts of the application, since that is something that requires special attention, since user input is where 99% of the attacks can come from. Application should be able to process any kind of input and not crash or act as it's not supposed to act. And last but not least, the application should not have higher privileges on the system than it needs. There is no need for parts of application to run with root privileges if it does not require root privileges at all. Okay, this would be briefly about preventing vulnerabilities overall. But right now, in the next section, let's take a practical look at how a simple zero-day vulnerability can occur and how just one incorrect function in code can lead to an entire system being compromised. Alright, it's time for a little bit more difficult stuff. Now, in the beginning of this course and in the past few lectures, we focused mostly on demonstrating how different attacks work that black hat hackers perform, and we also talked a little bit about hackers themselves and vulnerabilities. Now, in this section specifically, not everyone will be able to follow since it does require some additional knowledge of programming and knowledge of what stack is and how it's used. But don't worry, I will leave some resources that you can take a look at and learn more about this stuff if you're interested. Okay, so what is this all about? Well, before in previous lectures, we mentioned something called zero-day vulnerabilities. And now we can take a look at how these vulnerabilities can be discovered. Of course, we will be looking at a simple example with simple code so everyone can follow, but you will still need some programming knowledge in order to understand what we are doing. We're going to look at one of the most common vulnerabilities that occur in code, which are buffer overflows. Buffer overflow is, in a simple words, a vulnerability where user input is required and stored in a limited size variable without the check whether the user input fits that size. If the code doesn't check if user provided an input that is within the variable size limit, then we have buffer overflow vulnerability, since I, as someone who controls the user input in that program, can submit input that is larger than the specified buffer. Now, this might sound confusing right now, but it will all be clear in an example that we will do. And don't worry if you don't really get everything that we say, since this is really out of the aspect for this specific course, but we will, however, show it just because zero-day vulnerabilities and exploit development are usually taboo topics in this field. We just want to show a simple example of this and how this works. Nonetheless, here are some resources that you can read if you want to get more into exploit development and discovering vulnerabilities with buffer overflow. So once again, before I share these resources, you will need two different things. You will need a little bit of a programming knowledge, and you will need a little bit of assembly knowledge. Knowledge of stack is also quite important, but you will probably understand it along the way. Okay, so right here I have a Rapid7 website, and this article right here pretty much just dives deep into buffer overflows. It explains how they work, what they do, and when they occur. It gives simple code examples, and most of the code will be written in C because that's where most of the buffer overflows will be discovered. And it gives a step-by-step guide into exploiting the buffer overflow for this specific code. Now, once again, if you don't know how to code, don't worry, just sit back and try to understand the main idea behind buffer overflows, but if you don't, it's all good, this will come with time. Second thing that we have is another website called Triaxiom Security, and it also explains what buffer overflows are. It does also have nice pictures, so here we have a stack image. You will also encounter a lot of times these things right here, such as ESP, EBP, and EIP. We will also see it in the next lecture where we demonstrate the buffer overflow. These are important to understand. EIP or RIP being the instruction pointers and EBP being the base pointer. If you don't know what these are, make sure you read about these two before you get into the next lecture, because we will be using it and abusing it. Okay? So the next thing that we have is backedpub.com, and this is a paid source, but it does show a cool image right here where it shows how a stack buffer overflow looks like. So there is a certain variable that is vulnerable to the buffer overflow. If we overflow it with A's, the saved EBP and the saved EIP are also going to be overflowed with bunch of A's. This way we simply control the EIP, and if we control the EIP, we also control the next code to be executed. Here are also some of the resources. So Secure Coding has an article on how to protect against buffer overflows. And if you don't know assembly language, I do recommend reading this book if you're interested in this stuff. If you're not interested, feel free to skip it, but if you want to learn exploit development, you will need knowledge of assembly, and then you can check out this book, which is decent for beginners. And last but not least, I want to show you this YouTube playlist of MIT course on computer systems security. Now, this is not really connected to the buffer overflows, even though they are covered in this playlist, but it's a really good playlist, MIT lectures devoted to computer security. It does take some prior knowledge, so I do advise on finishing this course first before diving deep into this playlist right here. Okay, nonetheless, this was just an introduction. I will leave all of these resources below in an article so you can check them out. And right now, let's get straight into showing an example of buffer overflow in a simple C code. Welcome back. It's time we show an example of a buffer overflow attack. Now, once again, just to mention, for this specific lecture, you will need a little bit of knowledge of C programming, of assembly language, of how the stack works, and just a little bit of Python as well. If you don't know all of this, you can sit back and just observe and watch this lecture and try to understand as much as possible. And if this is something that interests you, feel free to learn more about it from the resources that I left in the previous lecture. Okay, let's see how hackers discover vulnerabilities. And keep in mind, this will be a rather simple example. This is usually much more complex, since the code is usually a lot bigger than the code that we will use. So you will notice right here on my desktop, I have two programs, woolcode C and woolcode2C. So we are going to try to attack both of them. We will just show a simple example on the woolcode C. So let me just open the program so you can take a look at it. And this is pretty much the entire program. Okay, so it has two functions. It has the main function and the read request function. Now, if you are experienced with C programming, you will notice where the error is right away in this code. So let's go through it real quick. The main functions allocates a variable integer called x, and the value of this x is stored from the return value of the read request. If we go to the read request function, it allocates a buffer size 8. It also creates another integer variable, and then it calls this gets function. Any C programmer will right away tell you that this is a vulnerable function, and we're going to see in just a second why that is. After the value returns, it simply prints the number right here to the screen. So we can test this code. Let me just first remove the executables that I already compiled, and let me compile this code, woolcode.c, and output woolcode right here. Now, the compiler will give us a couple of errors, and you will see right away that it gives us a warning for this gets function. It says use fgets instead. Down here we can read, warning, the gets function is dangerous and should not be used. And the reason why it's dangerous is because this function doesn't check for the length of input. It asks for input from a user. The user can specify any length of input that they want, and then it will get stored in this buff variable, which is the size of 8. So if the user specifies a larger input than 8, then we have a buffer overflow, just because the developer used this gets function. Even the compiler says use fgets instead, which is a more secure version of this function that allows the program to check for the user input. Nonetheless, our program did compile, however, and if we run it, it will wait for an input. If I type 1, 2, 3, it will just print x equals 1, 2, 3, which is this statement right here. If I go, for example, a, it will just print x equals 0 because it did expect a number, but I specified characters instead. Therefore, it didn't crash the program, but it also gave some incorrect output. And finally, if I try to specify more than 8 characters, let's say this much, we get segmentation fault. The program crashed, and this is due to this buffer overflow that we have right here. Okay, so let's take a deeper look into this. And to do that, we need to use something called debugger. For this, I will use GDB, which is a debugger that comes with Linux. And if I just type GDB and then the executable program, it will open it in debugger. And now I can read it in assembly language. So let me just enlarge this a little bit. And there are different assembly flavors, so I'll just set this assembly flavor to be Intel first, and now I can try and disassemble the main function, which will be this function right here. So this is how assembly language looks like. Now we will not be explaining the assembly because that would take some time. I assume that you do know it for this specific lecture. Keep in mind you won't really need it for the rest of the course. And pretty much it simply just allows us to manipulate with different registers, move things from one register to another, access the memory, and all of that. We can even recognize some of the things from the C function. So for example, we have this call right here, and then it calls read request. So this is pretty much here in this line when the main function calls the read request function. This is pretty much that exact same line. Someone trying to analyze this code would notice that this is not a regular function, so we can also try to disassemble that one as well. So disassemble readrec, which is also a developer coded function, and right away anyone that is experienced will notice this gets function being called right here. And they would already know that there is a high percentage that there is a vulnerability in this code. So let's straight away break at this function, which essentially means that once we start the program, it will pause right before executing this function, and then we can go step by step to see how it executes and also to inspect different registers. So once I set the break at the read request function, I can type run and the program will start. I can straight away check my registers by typing I and then space R, which will show me the values of all of the registers right here. Keep in mind the RIP register is important to us because it is the instruction pointer. It points to an address where the next code will be executed, which is currently this address right here. We can even confirm that by once again disassembling the read request where we set our breakpoint, and it gives us this arrow, so this is the next instruction to be executed. We're currently in the read request function. If I type next, it comes to the point where it asks for our input, and remember, if I type something larger than the size of 8, which is specified in this code, we will get an error. If I type IR, we will see something rather strange. So RBP, which is the base pointer, has a bunch of 41s inside of it. That is because we managed to overflow it with these A's. Take a look at this image from last lecture. So this is pretty much how it works. This is space for our variable, or in our case for the buff. Then we have the saved EBP, or in our case RBP. One is for 32-bit and the other one, which is RBP, is for 64-bit. And after that comes EIP, or in our case RIP. So ideally, we want to control the EIP. Now we need to calculate how much space our variables are using, and we need to calculate how much space EBP is also using. Then we will get to here, which is our EIP. Okay, so let's do that straight away. We know that we have two variables, right? Which is the buff, size of 8, and integer, which, if I'm not mistaken, is size of 4 in x64, and we can double check that by going to Firefox and typing size of int. Now keep in mind that different integer values can have different sizes. For example, there is short integer, there is long integer, and they will both have different values. Here we check the 64-bit size, we check the regular integer, and it's 4 bytes large. So we have 4 bytes of size for this value right here. And then we have the RBP, which is the size of 8. So all we need to do is put that together. So 8 plus 4 plus 8. And whatever comes next should be stored in RIP. Let's give it a try. So let's run the program again. We want to start from the beginning. We want to go to the next. And here is our input. Let's type 8 times A. This is for the buff. Then we will type 4 times B for the integer. Then we type 4 times C. Or pardon me, 8 times C. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, the reason why here is 41, 41, 41 and not A is because A is actually the same thing as OX41. It's just in hexadecimal. So these are pretty much 8 times A. Now with this, we fill in the buff. With B's, we overflow integer value. With C's, we overflow RBP. And now if I type 6 times D, these 6 D's should overflow the RIP. Let's give it a try. If I type I and then R, we see that C's overflowed RBP, and we also see that these, which are 44, overflowed the RIP. So we successfully controlled what we want in the RIP. Okay, now that we did that, which is the basic part, let's try to actually exploit it with Volcode number 2. Let me just close this. I need to close this as well. And first of all, let's check what WooCode 2 even is. So I will open it. It's a little bit of larger code. It has 3 functions, and our goal in this code is to run the win function. So it has the main function with a simple if-else statement. It calls if test password, which then allocates a password variable with a size of 10. It asks us to input the password, and it uses once again the vulnerable gets function to do that. So we already know that there will be a buffer overflow right here with this line, because the password is limited to 10 characters. If this function is called, and it's called in 100% of cases, then it will print failed. In other times, it will print win. So if you look at this code, you will notice that win pretty much never gets called. There is no path in code where win is getting called after a certain line. This if statement will always work, so we will never get to this else win statement. So let's try to hack this program and get to this win statement ourselves. We already can have an idea of how we can do that. We already know that RIP is the instruction pointer, and if we somehow get the address of this win function in the instruction pointer, we can perhaps run it. So let's give it a try. Now, in order to remove all the possible stack protections that we might have and that might present us the problem when exploiting this code, we need to compile it a little bit differently. So I will run gcc -fno -stack -protector, then -z execute stack -nopy, and then I will use the code, which is woolcode2.c, and I will output it in woolcode 2. This will compile. It will once again give us the warning for the gets function, saying that it's dangerous and that it should not be used and that we should use fgets instead. Now, these compilers are good because they do give us this warning, but some compilers won't give you the warnings. Especially if you turn warnings off. You won't really notice this. Now, let's run our code to see how it even works. It asks for our password. This is just the memory address or random memory address. And here we can type test and it will say fail. We can type test123. It will once again say fail. So pretty much there is no correct password here. It will always say fail. But let's hack it using GDB. We open GDB woolcode 2. Once again, I will set the disassembly flavor to be Intel. You don't have to if you don't want to. This is just personal preference. And now let's disassemble the main function. The attacker can go through the main function. They can see that a certain function called test_pw is being called right here in this line. They can then try to disassemble that specific function. And as with the previous example, they will notice that gets function is getting called and they would straight away know that this program is vulnerable. Okay, once again, we notice gets. Let's put a breakpoint on this test_pw function and let's run the program. We can check the registers to see what else do they have. So this is the current value inside of the instruction pointer, and we can confirm it by typing disassemble test_pw. It will point to the beginning of the test_pw function, since that is where we put our breakpoint. This is the address where it's currently at, or this current instruction. If I go next, it will ask for the password. Here I can type anything, so let's go with bunch of A's, or let's go with uppercase A's, just so we can get those 41s once again in the RBP, and we get the segmentation fault. Okay, let's check the registers. The RBP is once again overflown with 41s. So what do we need to do in order to get our desired value in RIP? Well, we need to first overflow the password value, which is the size of 10. So we will use 10 A's for that. Now, since this is the only variable inside of this function, the next thing that we are going to overflow will be RBP, which is the size of 8 right here. And the next thing that comes will be RIP. Let's give it a try. Let's run this once again.
Let's go next. So we go 10 times for the password size. We go 8 times for the RBP, and let's use letters B for that. And letters C will be in RIP. Let's check it out. Letters B, which are 42, are in RBP, as we wanted, and letters C are in RIP, which we wanted as well. So we successfully control the value of RIP. But how can we actually get and run this function? Well, all we need to do is we need to put the address of this function inside the instruction pointer. And this instruction pointer will then afterwards execute our function because it's pointing to its address. How can we find out the address of the win function? Well, we can type disassemble win. Here it is, and here is where it starts. So to craft our payload, I will use a help of a small Python program that I have. So let me open a second terminal. Let me enlarge it just so we can see everything better. And let me nano pyx.py. Okay, so here is the address that I previously used, which in this case will be this one. So let's copy it. This is the address of the beginning of the win function. Let's delete it, paste it right here. And here we actually craft our payload. So notice we have 10 A's for the password, 8 B's for the RBP, and the thing that comes after should be the address of the win function, since that is what we want to run. Now, if we just use this address afterwards, it will not work. Let me show you why. If I type run, press yes, click next, and then just type 10 times A, 8 times B, and then I put this value right here, you will notice that RIP is some random value right now. It's not exactly this, and this is what we want to have inside of it. This is because we're specifying a string. We need to specify bytes instead. And there is also something called little and big endian, so we also must reverse it in order to make it work. That's why our payload should be these bytes right here reversed. So x40 is first one, or should I say last one in this payload, x11 is in the middle, and x90 will be right here. This is simply just this address reversed. Now, if I save this, close it, and run this program, it prints something weird, right? But this doesn't matter for us. All we want is this payload to be specified inside of this program as an input. We can also run this Python program from the GDB if we wanted to by using this command, R, and then 3 arrows to the left, then $, open brackets, python2, -c, and simply -c stands for specifying the command between these double quotes, which will then be executed with Python. And all we want to do is print our payload, which in our case is, we already know, 10 A's, 8 B's, and then our address, which we can specify by \x90, \x11, and \x40, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just get the pyx.py, and here's the address. So 90, right here, 90 being the first one, we got 11 being the second or the middle one, and we got 40 being the last one at the end. Okay, so we specified the password, the RBP, and we also reversed the address of win function. Let's give it a try. All I need to do is close this with single quote after the print statement and with brackets at the end, and if I press enter, it will ask if I want to run from beginning. I will specify yes. Let's check the instruction pointers. So you will notice right now that nothing really happened yet, but if I type next, it will auto input our user input with our payload that we crafted with Python right here. Let's click next. And now, if I type I and then R, we will see that RBP is overflown with Bs right here, but we will also see that RIP now has the address of the win function, which even says right here. So if we did everything successfully, if I type next, it should execute the win function, which, let's remind ourselves, prints you win. Let's give it a try. And here it is. It says you win. We successfully hacked this program to make it execute a function that it never really executes when run normally. We manipulated the registers, we manipulated the instruction pointer, and we put the address of this function in the instruction pointer in order for it to be ran. And we successfully did that. Now keep in mind this is a simple example, and we also turned off the stack protection, so in real life this is also a little bit harder to do than what we showed right here. But nonetheless, it's important that you understand in theory how this works. Okay, now that we covered all the known attacks that hackers perform, starting from running Trojans to a simple social engineering, from showing an example of a simple zero-day vulnerability, and in this case, if this was a program which is in use and we discover this vulnerability, it would be a zero-day vulnerability because this code has not been patched yet. Since we did all of this in details, let's also devote the next section into covering social engineering in details. And after that, we're pretty much done with this introductory part of the cybersecurity course, where we focus on different attacks and on hackers and vulnerabilities. See you in the next lecture. Okay, now a little bit more easier things compared to previous section, and much less technical. Let's talk about social engineering. So we already mentioned and talked about it in some of the previous lectures, but right now let's dive a little deeper into it. What is social engineering and why can it be a bigger problem than you might think? Well, see, the vulnerabilities don't always have to be technical, and in many cases they aren't. Sometimes hackers can use social engineering in order to get what they want. This can be any type of information, from passwords to emails to any information regarding company's progress or next move. All of this can both be technical and not. See, we already saw an example of a phishing vulnerability. We ran some tool which created a fake web page for us that looks exactly the same as the real one, and if the person that we sent the fake web page to didn't pay much attention to it, they wouldn't notice it being fake, and they would input their credentials there, and we would have their username and password. But besides sending fake web pages, the attacker can also send fake emails. The attacker can spoof the email to look like it's coming from someone that the target might know. Perhaps attacker makes it so it appears as if the email is coming from one of the employee's boss. In the email, he can say something along the lines of, please install our new software for time tracking or something similar to that. And if you don't double check whether the email is indeed from the boss, then you might end up installing some malicious software and running it on your machine. Now, I know most of this stuff sounds like it's impossible to fall for, but trust me, hackers are really good at making them look as legit as possible. They can even sometimes try to time the attack so it barely falls under your schedule, and you, due to lack of time, end up doing something faster, like responding to that email without any checks just because you have something else to do right now. And besides these type of the attacks, as we already mentioned, social engineering can also be done in the real world, not just in cyber world. An attacker can try and impersonate someone that might work with you or some other company that urgently needs data from your company for some type of collaboration. These type of attacks can be limitless, since with enough preparation an attacker can make them almost perfect. Social engineering attacks usually include one person, but in larger attacks multiple people can be planning and pulling out a social engineering attack. So these would be some of the most common types of social engineering attacks. We already mentioned the fake website phishing page. We'll mention again how to spot the differences and what additional checks you can take in order to not fall for this type of the attack. Besides that, we also got a fake email spoofing. This one is even more trickier as it might not ask you to submit any type of information and you might not think too much of it. It could be just a smaller setup for a bigger social engineering attack later on. We will also take a look at demonstration of this attack and we will see how hackers can really send those fake emails or spoofed emails. And last but not least, social engineering can be just a simple phone call. An attacker can call you and ask you to provide some remote access password for your work machine because your company is going through some quote-unquote security checks on employees' machines. All of these have happened thousands of times before. The goal is for us to be aware of them and know how to protect against these and how to recognize them. That is the most important part, to recognize these attacks. And that is pretty much what we're going to be doing in this section, starting with the fake emails. See you in the next video. Welcome back. We discussed most common social engineering attacks, but now let's take a look at how we can prevent and how we can recognize when these types of the attacks occur. Let's start off with fake spoofed emails. So I found this cool article on this website, which kind of explains it really well how you can detect a phishing email. So phishing emails are usually sent for you to enter some type of information, to download some type of software, or to give any type of important information out to the person that's trying to target you. Here, this website goes through 5 simple steps to detect a phishing email. And after we go through these 5 steps, I'm going to show you how we can send a fake spoofed email from Kali Linux, just so you can see how hackers really do it. Okay, so the first step that we got right here is the message is sent from a public email domain. Now, this is an important one. Bigger companies will never send you an email from @gmail.com. Most of those bigger organizations will have their own email domain and you will see the email ending at their email domain. Usually the domain will be the name of their company. Okay, so this is an important one. So if you're, for example, getting an email from Facebook or PayPal or any bigger platform, it will never end in @gmail.com. That should be the first sign. Here we have an example of a fake PayPal phishing email, and there are a few things wrong with this. First one, if we check the from part right here, it gives a fake PayPal address. PayPal address will never be paypal@noticeaccess273.com. The second thing is that platforms such as PayPal usually never talk to their customer by typing "Dear Customer." They will refer to you with your full first and last name. In case you even get an email like this from PayPal or any other bigger company and you're not sure whether it's phishing or not, just go straight to the website and log in and never log in through these links on emails. Since if this is a phishing email, then this login button will also lead to a phishing page. Okay, you can read through all of this. This one is another step that's common. The domain name is misspelled. Now this can either be intentionally or by mistake. Usually this misspelled part is in the website name itself. As it says right here, the hacker can't really buy the exact domain that's already registered. He can add a letter or 2 double letters, and you as a user might not notice any difference, but you should always check whether the link is legit. Okay. The next thing that we have is that the email is poorly written. Now, this is mostly if the attacker comes from a country where English is not their main language. Bigger companies will never send you an email with poorly grammar and poor spelling. So if you see something like that, it's most likely a phishing email. The next thing, and that's also an important thing, is that it includes suspicious attachments or links. if you're not sure whether the email is phishing or not, never ever download those attachments. It could be malicious software. The best approach for this is to contact back the email address that sent you this or the person that sent you this. So for example, if your friend sent you an email with an attachment and you're not sure whether the email is phishing or not, because it does have some things that might point to it being a phishing email, try to contact that friend and ask them if they sent you an email. Usually that's the most simple thing to do, and it will give away whether that email is phishing or not. And last but not least, we have this part. The message creates a sense of urgency, and we already talked about this in the previous video. They will always try to make you do things as fast as possible. Now the reason to that is because you don't really have enough time to think through that email. If the person that's sending the email is your boss or something, you don't want to waste their time, you don't want to look bad in front of them, and you will do exactly as they say as fast as possible without even checking. So these types of phishing emails will usually send a message that creates a sense of urgency. Now, these are some of the simple 5 steps, but now let's look how hackers can actually send these type of emails. The command is simple. I have it open right here. For this specific case, I'm going to use send email tool from the terminal, and all I have to do is type -F option, which simply allows me to specify any email that I want to send this email as. So in this case, I'll send it as random email@gmail.com. The -T option is simply to who am I sending this email, and these are just parts of email such as message and such as heading. Of course, to be able to send this, we also need a server that sends these emails, and I recommend using this one so that the email doesn't end up in spam folder. Now, I will show you how to send with this sendgrid.com, but I already use my free account. If you want, you can sign up and check it out. All you have to do is add to this command -S option and specify their server over which you want to send this email from. Without it, it will still send the email, but in most cases, if you log in to this target@gmail.com, this email will either finish in the spam folder or it will not reach the target@gmail.com at all in some cases as well. So hackers will mostly use these tools and combine it with something like SendGrid to make it look even more legit. Nonetheless, this is how easy you can send a fake email just over terminal in Linux. And we covered some steps on which you should keep an eye on, but that's about it for the email spoofing. I will leave some more resources down below that you can take a look at, and I will see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. So in previous lecture we talked about basic preventions against phishing attacks over email. Now let's talk about a little bit more detailed prevention and how we can actually approach the phishing attacks from a cybersecurity perspective. So the previous video showed how we can prevent, or how we can, better to say, recognize those attacks. But right now, let's see what we can do once we recognize those attacks. So there are a couple of things that we can do, especially with phishing websites. But let's start off with emails first. So first of all, we already showed how we can send a fake email in the previous lecture, but I assume most of you won't really have Kali Linux or Linux at all. So what you can use instead is you can use this website right here, emkei.cz. Here you just input the information and the email that you want to send, and this will send an email to your target email address from any email that you want. So here you can type any name whatsoever. It can be a random name. This can be a random email address. For example, if the attacker was trying to phish for PayPal, they would input the PayPal email address right here. The to section goes to which email you want to send it to. We have the subject and we have the content. There are also some advanced settings, but they are not of interest to us. So an attacker can use
this website, for example, to send an email, and the email can actually match to the exact email address from PayPal. You can give it a try, type in something right here and send to your email address. Now, the thing about this is that in many cases, this will finish in the spam folder. Now, sometimes it won't, but in many cases, it will finish in spam folder. So if you do not see it, just go to your spam folder on your email account and you should see the email that you sent to yourself. There you can inspect the details, see from who you got this email, and the information should match with the information that you specified right here. So how can you analyze this? Well, there's one tool that I recommend for analyzing emails like that, on which you're not sure whether they are phishing or not. You can use this tool right here, Message Header Analyzer. Just copy the headers of your email, which you should find simply by right-clicking on your email and copying headers, and paste them right here. This tool will analyze those headers and you will be able to see from where exactly was that email sent and whether it was truly sent from PayPal servers or from somewhere else. Now here's a little task. Try to find this website in the headers of your email. If you do manage to find it, that will be a really good indication that what you got was a fake email and that you should not input any details whatsoever. So I recommend using this tool, and if you want to test it out with a fake email, you can send it with this website right here. Nonetheless, let's move on from emails. We saw how we can prevent them. We saw how we can recognize which are fake and which are not. And we also mentioned this a little bit more advanced method of analyzing emails to figure out where they came from. Now let's move on to the websites. Now before I talk about how you can recognize a phishing website, I recommend you watch this video. It explains why antiviruses can sometimes be really good in prevention against phishing. So in this particular video, it's only 2 minutes long, it's by Kaspersky, which is a famous antivirus vendor, and it explains how their antivirus software can prevent a phishing attack. Or it pretty much demonstrates how it does it. And that would lead us to the first thing. A good antivirus will most likely be able to catch a phishing attack, even if you don't. So having a good antivirus is number one thing to do in case you're afraid of being a target of a phishing attack. But we will talk more about antiviruses later in the course. For now on, let's talk about how we can manually check whether a site is phishing or not. So what I have right here is the official PayPal website. So this is not a fake PayPal. And we can see that by checking out the domain name. This leads us to our first thing in prevention against phishing. If you're manually checking the website, always first check the domain that you are logging into. If it has one different letter, or if it has more letters than it should have, or if it completely spells something else, then it's 99% a phishing attack. For example, if there was a site PayPal with 2 L's at the end.com, you might not be able to notice it if you don't check out the domain, and you would type in your details, but that would be a phishing URL. Another thing to keep an eye on, which we most likely covered before, is to check whether the site is HTTPS or HTTP. Now, usually phishing sites will be HTTP, but this is not a must. Sometimes you will have phishing websites that are also running HTTPS and that have this lock right here. The third thing is same with the email. Double check for any errors on the page. It could be spelling errors, it could be logo errors, it could pretty much be anything that might give away that this is a phishing page. And for more advanced people, you can analyze websites with a tool called burpsuit. Now this is the burpsuit window. This is a pretty large tool, so we will not be explaining it. If you're interested in how to analyze websites and how to use this tool, I actually cover that in details in the website penetration testing course. But you can have a look at this tool and use it in order to analyze websites in more details. You will have to set it up with your Firefox, It takes a couple of options to do that, and then you can intercept requests and look at their responses, as well as the HTML code and the request and response headers. And why would you want to analyze a phishing website? Well, perhaps you want to poke around and figure out whether the phishing website was set up correctly. Sometimes we also want to catch who is phishing us. And in many cases, phishing websites might be set up incorrectly. They might have some additional files in the web server directory that should not be accessed with. They might even leak the source code of their phishing page, which might lead us back straight to them, and we can figure out where are all of these informations that we input being sent to. Now keep in mind that these websites that usually fish for information such as passwords sometimes block certain IP addresses that usually belong to security vendors in order to not be discovered or taken down. That is usually what allows them to stay up that long, and that is usually also what allows them to not get recognized so easily by some antivirus softwares and security vendors. So let's recap real quick. If you want to analyze an email address, you can send a fake one using this website. You can analyze the headers with this website. And if you want to analyze a phishing page, or you want to figure out whether that page indeed is a phishing page, first thing, check domain. Second thing, check whether it's HTTP or HTTPS. The bigger websites will always be HTTPS no matter what. You will never see PayPal or Facebook over HTTP. Third thing, check for some inconsistencies within the page, such as spelling errors or any type of errors that might indicate a phishing attack. Step number 4, if you want to analyze more into the website, you can use tools like Burpsuit to analyze every packet that you send to this website and every response that you get back. And sometimes if the phishing website is set up improperly, you might be able to figure out what its source code is and where its details are being sent to, therefore being able to catch the person that's trying to phish you. Okay, so these are pretty simple stuff. Of course, everything is simple besides this Burpsuit tool. It will take some time to get used to it if you decide that you want to use this tool. But nonetheless, I do advise you to take a look at it, since it will be helpful sometimes, especially when you're dealing with websites a lot. Nonetheless, thank you for watching this video, and I will see you in the next one.
Okay, before we move on further, I just want to mention a few takeaways when it comes to social engineering. This will be a quick video, and we're moving right after this to the endpoint security. So first things first is that you should never click on suspicious links from emails, messages, or websites. The second thing is to always check whether the connection is HTTP or HTTPS. The third thing is never give away your password, your security question answer, or two-factor authentication or verification code. The next thing is, if you think you were a target of a social engineering attack, always change your password as soon as possible. And the last thing is, it's best to always directly go to the specific website that you want to log into, then to click on some link that came either from email or from SMS message or from anywhere else at all. It's always best to directly type in the domain and visit it over your browser. Nonetheless, we already know all of this, but I just wanted to make it in a quick little video to be just the key takeaways for social engineering. Thank you for watching this volume, and I will see you in the next volume where we will talk about endpoint security.
Alright, time to get into some serious stuff. Endpoint security. This would be a beginning of the second volume of this cybersecurity course. While in the first one we focused on discussing hackers and vulnerabilities, as well as demonstrating some of the most common vulnerabilities and how to protect against them, in this volume we will be focusing on endpoint protection and operating system protection. But before we dive into this, let's first explain real quick what even is endpoint security. Well, its name might give us a hint. Essentially, it is security on the endpoints of the network. This means endpoint protection focuses on your devices that are connected to the internet. This can be any device from your laptop, your PC, to your mobile phone or an iPad, and all of these are considered an endpoint devices, and we will focus on different methods and different things to keep an eye on when trying to secure these type of devices. Here is a list of some of the things that we will talk about that are important when it comes to endpoint protection. We will talk about browsers, antiviruses, passwords, file and folder protection, host firewalls, and more things besides this. We will dive deep into details for each of these topics, and we will discuss which methods can be used to make them as hardened as possible. All of these will play a key role to making our device more secure and resistant to outside threats. So without further ado, let's get straight into talking about browsers and how to increase their protection. Okay, let's dive into browsers and their protection. Now, before we even start, you might wonder, why is this the first thing that we talk about in the endpoint security volume? Well, realistically, most of the attacks happen over websites which you visit with the help of your browser. And when you think about it, most of your activity on your laptop or on your personal computer is usually over browser, just browsing through different pages and websites. So this is one of the target spots for black hat hackers when it comes to compromising your device or your data, and it is very important in the endpoint protection. We even talked about phishing attacks before. Well, how do you load that phishing page? Through your browser. And that is just one of the things that can happen when you are on the internet. Imagine an attacker hosting a malicious website that once visited can exploit a bug inside the browser that's outdated. And in case you are running an outdated version of some browser and you end up visiting that website, the attacker can end up stealing your data, or in worst case scenario, depending on the vulnerability, they can even run remote code execution on your PC. And all of that just because you haven't patched a certain vulnerability. This is why it's always important to update your browser on a regular basis, especially if you're the type of person to browse random links on the internet. But this leads us to second question, and that is, are all browsers equally good? Are there some that are better than others, or are there some that we shouldn't be using at all? Well, as with everything else, yes, there is a difference. There are differences between all the browsers, and ideally, you don't want to be using Internet Explorer at all. Some browsers have better protection and update very fast. This is important because if the browser that you are using takes 2 weeks to update after discovery of certain vulnerability, that means you will be vulnerable to that attack for 2 weeks, even though you have automatic updates on and will run it as soon as the update is available. If some other browser takes 4 hours to update after discovering a critical vulnerability, well, then it's probably a better choice to go with that one if you're comparing 4 hours to 2 weeks, since that is a big difference. And 2 weeks time in cybersecurity is a lot. Sometimes even having an outdated browser can pose a risk, even if you're not using it at all. Okay, so here are the things that we will focus on when discussing certain browsers. We will mostly talk about security settings of that browser as well as the privacy settings. We will also mention the availability of extensions and the protection against client-side injection attacks. And as we mentioned, we will also talk about the update time when it comes to vulnerabilities. Let's dive straight into it. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be focusing on security and hardening of Firefox. Now, Firefox is one of the most commonly used browsers, so we're going to start with that one first. If you have Firefox, open it up, and it will open whichever search engine that you have. And the first thing that we want to do is we want to navigate to these 3 lines right here, and we want to select Preferences. This will open the Firefox settings menu. Let me just enlarge this real quick so we can see everything a little bit better. And here we will have 5 different options to choose from in this settings menu. We have General, Home, Search, Privacy and Security, and Sync options. We want to go to Privacy and Security first. Let's go through all of the options right here. So here we have Enhanced Tracking Protection. Usually, when you open your Firefox and you haven't messed with the settings yet, this will be set to standard. It won't be set to strict or to custom. And the standard option simply just, as it says right here, gives you balance protection and performance. Pages will load normally. Now, this is important, and I will mention in just a second why this sentence is written right here, that pages will load normally. And we can see right here what the standard settings blocks. It blocks social media trackers, cross-site tracking cookies, tracking content in private windows, crypto miners, and fingerprinters. Every time you change a certain setting, it will ask you to restart Firefox in order for it to take action. Ideally, for more security, you want to have strict instead of standard. Now, you will notice that strict looks quite similar. It says stronger protection, but may cause some sites or content to break. This is because it has a stronger protection and it blocks cookies more than the standard option. And some of those cookies can be essential for loading up the page, and that's why here it says that some websites or some content might break due to the blocked cookies. We see right here that it also blocks social media trackers, cross-site tracking cookies, tracking content in all windows, and this is the setting that differentiates the standard from strict. While the standard blocks in private windows, the strict one blocks all the tracking content in all windows. And it also blocks crypto miners and fingerprinters. As it says right here, we get a heads up. Blocking trackers and isolating cookies could impact the functionality of some sites. Reload a page with trackers to load all content. So what you want is ideally to have strict ones set, and every time you can't load a page that you do trust, you can change it to standard and load it like that. Or if you want, you can also set the custom options. Now, custom options allows you to select what you want to block and what you don't want to block. Under the cookies, you want to have it checked, and ideally you want to have all third-party cookies blocked. It says this may cause some websites to break, but it will give you more security than any other option. Of course, if you remove the all cookies option, which will cause most of the websites to break, since most of the websites do need cookies in order to function. But all third-party cookies, you can have it like that, and if you can't load some website, once again, you can come back and change the settings for a website that you trust. You can prevent the tracking content in all windows is a better option than only in private window, which is selected by default, and you want to select both crypto miners and fingerprinters. Once again, we get the warning that this might cause some websites to break, and to take action on this, we want to reload all the tabs. Okay, once you set that up, you want to scroll down. The next setting that we have is send websites a DNT signal that you don't want to be tracked. Now, you ideally want to have this set to always, but the website that wants to track you will track you nonetheless, since this is just a part of the HTTP request that you send to that website, which has this do not track flag. If the website wants to ignore it, they can ignore it, but you want to have it always set on. Cookies and site data, it's good to always clear this data on a regular basis, every time that you can. Under that, we have logins and passwords, and here you don't want to have passwords saved. It's always a better option to use something like a password manager than to have passwords saved inside of your browser. And password managers are something that we will talk about later in this section, but it's something similar as this option right here, use master password. If you check about what the master password is, it is essentially a password that will unlock all the saved credentials inside of Firefox. So pretty much if you lose this password, you won't be able to log in anywhere in case you don't remember the exact password. So you want to have this turned off, and as an ideal security settings, we will show how to use password manager instead of this. But more about that later. As far as history goes, you want to have it to never remember history. Instead of always remember history, it will ask you to restart Firefox, and you should do that, but I'm just going to click cancel right here because I don't want to have it restarted right now. And clearing history is always a good option to do after you change these settings to never remember history. The next important thing are permissions. So here you can take a look at different types of permissions that Firefox will request from you depending on the website that you visit. For example, if you want only certain websites to have access to your location, you can add them right here, and as a security measure, you can block all new requests asking to access your location. This will only allow the currently specified websites right here, which in my case are none, to access your location, and all the other websites won't be able to access it. You can just click on Save Changes, and now you have this security measure checked. Okay, you can do that for each and every one of these, for camera, for microphone, for notifications, whatever you want. You want to have these options checked, block pop-up windows, warn you when websites try to install add-ons. It's always good to have warnings when something that could be malicious is taking place, so always make sure to have these checked. And let's go all the way down. Firefox data collection and use. This is depending on your privacy policy. You either want or don't want to have this checked. It's completely up to you. Now we come to security settings, which pretty much you want to have most of these checked. You want to block dangerous and deceptive content. You want to block dangerous downloads. You want Firefox to warn you about unwanted and uncommon software. And that's pretty much about it when it comes to the default Firefox security. But besides that, if you want to take some additional measures, you want to install some extensions that will enhance your security and harden the Firefox. You can do that by installing an extension called NoScript, which, as it says right here, it's the best security you can get in a web browser. It will only allow the JavaScript or potentially malicious web content to run on the websites that you trust. This will protect you against certain attacks such as cross-site scripting attacks, which is essentially running malicious JavaScript code inside of your browser. You can read more about this extension right here, and if you decide that this one is of a good use to you, you can add it to your Firefox. Same goes with this extension right here, HTTPS everywhere. This is also important because it will not allow you to browse through HTTP pages. It will always try to upgrade it to HTTPS. This is good because HTTPS is encrypted and nobody can sniff your data if they perform something like a man-in-the-middle attack. And last but not least, we have the DuckDuckGo Privacy Essentials. This will essentially make DuckDuckGo, which is a private search engine, to be your default search engine for Firefox. This will allow you to have private search, smarter encryption, as it says right here, tracker blocking as well, and many more things. If you want to read more about it, you can take a look at this description right here. And if you decide that it's good for you, add it to Firefox. Okay, so this was about Firefox. We talked about different privacy and security settings, how to make it more secure, which extensions to install, on making it even more secure than just with the default settings. And if you want to learn even more, I advise you to check this link, which talks about Firefox hardening guide. Let me just zoom this in, and you can go through this table of contents and check all these things out in order to make your Firefox even more secure. Nonetheless, that's about it for this video. I will leave the resources down below, and I'll see you in the next lecture.
Welcome back. In this video, we will talk about Brave browser. Now, many people don't know about Brave browser. They either use Chrome or Firefox. But Brave browser is one of the greatest browsers when it comes to security and privacy. And in this video, we're going to take a look at why is that. Okay, so first of all, if you're interested, you can download Brave browser from brave.com/download. It will have this download button, and you will be able to download this browser if that's what you prefer after this video. Once you open it up, it looks something like this. Now, you will notice that this browser is quite similar to Firefox, but it does have some different features and some more advanced features when it comes to security and privacy settings. So once you have it set up, in order to make it even more secure than it already is, you want to navigate once again to the settings, which are right here, and it will open this rather large menu. So first setting that we are interested in when it comes to security is shields. So navigate right to the shields, and we will have this window right here. Block trackers and ads which follow you across the web. Now you can either have the simple view or advanced view, and what this is referring to is this icon right here. So every time you visit a website, you can click on this icon and see how many ads and trackers have you blocked. For example, let's set the shield up first to be just the standard options, so tracks ads blocking standard, upgrade to HTTPS, let's leave it like that. We do not want to block scripts, and cookie blocking, let's leave it to only cross-site. Fingerprinting blocking will also be left on standard. Now, these are not the most secure settings, but let's just take a look at what happens once we, for example, visit facebook.com. Okay, so it loaded the page normally, and if we click right here, it will tell us 0 items blocked and connection upgraded. But now let's try to change some settings a little bit. Tracker and ads blocking to the aggressive. We want to block scripts, and we will leave only cross-site. Standard, we can set to strict, which says may break websites. Now, these are far more secure settings, but if we load this, it should still work. But this time you will see that this icon says number 5. Currently we have 5 items blocked, and we can take a look at which items that are. In this particular case, it is 5 blocked scripts. So if you leave this turned on, it will block each script that loads from the website, and you will also see the difference in the actual domain link, facebook.com, and we have Facebook_noscript equals 1. Now, it worked and it managed to load this website, but what would happen if we try some other website? For example, let's go to cnn.com. With these current settings, the cnn.com looks like this, which doesn't look anything close to the real website. We don't have images, we don't have news, we don't have anything. This is because it blocked many things. We got tracker blocked, since it is turned to aggressive. We got 10 scripts blocked, and if we want to load the website, we can turn this to standard. We can turn off the scripts blocking, and now look at this. Now it fully loads the website. It does, however, still manage to block 40 different trackers, even on standard settings. How cool is that? So if you do not trust some website, I do advise you to have this on aggressive and to have scripts blocked, since this really prevents many attacks. But on the websites that you do trust, if you don't manage to load them, like we can't load this website, just go right here and turn off the scripts that are being blocked. And also make sure this is on standard. Once you refresh the page, it will work normally. Okay, So that is shield settings. Once again, simple menu right here. Choose whichever settings you want. These would be most secure. Of course, you can always set block all cookies, but this will probably break 90% of websites there are. So you don't really want to overdo the security since you won't really be able to use the browse feature anymore. You can access the shield by this icon and control it from there if you want to. And let's move on to the next settings, which would be social media blocking. So here, this is pretty much up to you. Do you want to allow Google login buttons on third-party websites? Do you want to allow Facebook and Twitter logins and embedded posts in different websites? That's completely up to you. Of course, the more secure version would be to have this turned off, but it won't make much of a difference when it comes to security, but it will make a little bit difference when it comes to privacy. Talking about privacy, let's move on to the security and privacy settings. And you will notice that there are a little bit more settings when it comes to security and privacy compared to Firefox or any other browser. We have autocomplete searches and URLs. This is completely up to you whether you want to have it turned off or on. We have WebRTC IP handling policy, and WebRTC is simply just for phone calls and video calls. For now, you want to leave it on default. And let's go down to these important settings, which are clear browsing data. If we click on that, you can clear all the browsing data. So this is standard settings in every browser. Just by clicking clear data, it will clear everything from history to cookies to stored cache. Below that, we have cookies and other site data. And here you can pretty much set the security and privacy measures for cookies. I advise you to have this at block third-party cookies. Since this one is not recommended, since I already told you, it will break some websites. This is good one to have. Clear cookies and site data when you close all windows. So every time you close Brave browser, it will clear all the cookies and site data. So nothing will be stored on your machine. We also want send a do not track request, and it does have some definition of it right here. We want to confirm this. See all cookies and data, not really interested in that anymore. And you can put a whitelist right here, sites that can always use cookies. So the sites that you trust, you can set them right here. And you can also create a blacklist, which are sites that can never use cookies. And let's go to the security settings. Here we have standard protection and no protection. Of course, I recommend having standard protection turned on. And in the advanced settings, you want to always use secure connections, which means it will upgrade to HTTPS. Make sure this is on. And manage security keys, manage certificates. Nothing really of interest to us for now. Let's go back to see if there is anything else. We do got site and shield settings, but these settings are similar to these ones that we covered in the shield part of the menu. But here you can also set permissions similarly to the Firefox permissions that we talked about. You can choose which websites will have access to your location, camera, microphone, and notifications. And you can also check additional permissions if you want. We got the content. Don't allow sites to use JavaScript. This will block the scripts, which may crash some websites. But once again, you can create the blacklist and whitelist to choose which websites can or cannot run scripts in your browser. Third-party cookies, we already talked about that. You can choose which websites can show you images and which websites can create pop-ups and redirects. If you want to check more, click on additional settings and you will have even more things to choose from. Now, creating a whitelist is a good solution once you only visit certain websites. You don't want some random website that you know nothing about to create pop-ups, to download files for you, or to run any JavaScript code in your browser. Next thing that we have is search engine. And currently I have it set to DuckDuckGo, but you will most likely either have it to Google or Brave. I do recommend changing it, and DuckDuckGo is pretty good option to choose. So this is once again completely up to you, but I would go with DuckDuckGo. You can manage search engines right here, and this would be pretty much all about Brave. You can also check some additional settings if you're interested. but we will not be talking about those right now. One more thing that you want to check out are the extensions. Here are the settings for the extensions. You can manage them. You can hide your IP address with private windows with Tor, and Tor is something that we will cover later in the course. Nonetheless, feel free to check out all the other settings if you wish. We talked about some of the most important settings when it comes to Brave browser security and privacy, but feel free to explore even more, and if you like this browser, feel free to use it instead of Firefox or Chrome. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture.
Welcome back. Before we proceed to talking about antiviruses, I just want to leave some resource for browser hardening for the browsers that we didn't cover, such as Safari or Google Chrome. Now, we're not going to go through all of them, and the reason is because most of them have similar settings, and we did cover what is important and what's not so important. So here we have Apple Safari Security and Privacy Guide for 2022, and it will lead you through the table of contents about everything that you should set up when it comes to Safari, security and privacy. Just click on each and every one of them and figure out what would be the best settings for configuring this browser. It talks about security, privacy, talks about filtering different websites and giving different permissions to different websites, everything that we already covered. It also talks about extensions and all of that. It has similar settings to what we covered for the Brave browser and the Firefox, but this is strictly for Safari. Another thing, and another browser that most of you probably used, is Chrome browser. And here is a good resource or a good PDF file that you can download from the Google themselves to configure the Chrome browser for the best possible security and privacy. Now, one thing to mention is that if you care about privacy, you ideally don't want to use Chrome, even with their specified settings, because it's from Google, and Google's main business is to not really care about your privacy and throw you ads and all of that. So when it comes to privacy, Google Chrome might not be the best option. However, security-wise, they're really, really good. Besides just configuring the default settings, you can also take a look at some of the different extensions, such as uBlock Origin, which, as it says right here, is free and open source ad content blocker. And if you even want more security, you can always add some additional layers, such as, for example, browsing the internet through a virtual machine. That way, even if your machine gets compromised through the browser, it will still be a virtual machine, so the attacker will also have to escape your virtual machine to attack the host machine. Now, for regular people, those type of measures are not really needed because they are too extreme, but if you really, really care about privacy, it is one layer of security that will definitely help. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and let's move on to the next part, which is talking about antiviruses. Okay, important topic and something that is familiar to all of you is antiviruses. In security, antiviruses are one of the most important things, and quite frankly, most people disagree on the usage of antiviruses. Some say it's needed. Some say that if you know what you're doing on the internet, you don't need an antivirus. While there is no good answer to this, it is a fact that antiviruses do protect against some threats. It is also a fact that malware and antivirus are a game of a cat and mouse. Hackers find a way to make an undetectable payload, and few weeks after, antivirus vendors update their software to detect that specific payload. And this has been a game for years. Now, I want to introduce you to another term in cybersecurity which is important nowadays, and it can be confused with antivirus. That is EDR, or Endpoint Detection and Response. Antiviruses can usually be a part of a larger EDR system. Bigger companies and people that want increased security also have endpoint detection and prevention systems as a layer of protection against malware. EDR can be described as a layer of protection that constantly monitors and collects data that might indicate a threat on an endpoint device. They do this by analyzing the data for specific patterns that will indicate a possible threat. And they also provide a possible solution or response to a threat once it's been detected. They can choose to remove it, quarantine it, or temporarily stop and disable it. Now, you might confuse this with antivirus, and that is because most of the known antivirus vendors actually offer EDR as well. Just remember two important things. Antivirus is there to protect, and EDR is there to detect and respond. Now, another important thing when it comes to threats and antiviruses is that we always think of malware when someone says threat. Malware are just a small portion of possible threat or attack vectors when it comes to endpoint security. Remember that people using the endpoint device can also be targeted with something like a phishing attack, where they will be asked to input their credentials. Security vendors are also thinking of this, and that is why many antivirus and EDR will actually offer a protection against phishing attacks. Besides that, some advanced antivirus software will also perform code analysis when it comes to unknown executable that might be a threat. There could be something like a code injection or shellcode being injected somewhere. It's not always a standalone malware that will be the problem. Security vendors think about all of this, and while 100% protection doesn't exist, these EDR and antivirus softwares do protect against certain things. However, there is a bad side to this, and that is privacy when it comes to having these softwares installed. But that is a topic for later in the course. For now, we will focus only on the security aspect, and we can think of it like this. We have antivirus at the first line of defense when it comes to a malware that is already on our system, and we have EDR at the second line of the defense. This is because maybe antivirus won't be able to protect against a particular threat, but the EDR might be able to detect it and respond to it properly. This, of course, creates a problem where the malware, if it's advanced one, can try to disable all of the security measures and continue executing and performing its malicious activity. There are multiple ways that advanced antiviruses can detect or prevent the malware, and here are some of them. We have the oldest way of signature-based detection, where antivirus vendors have a large database with all the known malware signatures. And if the antivirus recognizes these signatures in some program, it will block them and flag them as malicious. This is of course not enough, since attackers can just change or alter the code of malware a little bit and create a completely different program with a different hashed signature. That's why we also have heuristic analysis, which is designed to spot an unknown malware. It analyzes the code of the program, and with different rules set, it determines whether that program could be malicious or not. Another layer of protection that is added is something called sandbox detection. This simply refers to testing out malware and analyzing it in a safe and isolated environment to see the code's behavior without putting the host machines at the risk. Of course, all of this can be bypassed if attacker tests for heuristic analysis with different rules and manages to create a malware that is able to bypass all of them. And for sandbox detection, if the malware is, for example, being tested in a virtual environment, some malwares could be smart enough to detect that, in which case they won't execute. Attacker can just input in code of malicious program that if the program is ran from a virtual environment, it won't execute anything malicious. And another important thing when it comes to analyzing suspicious programs is to detect any type of weird behavior. If the malware tries accessing folder or files that it shouldn't, or if it tries copying itself to system locations on the machine, it can be stopped and detected as a malicious program, even though at the beginning it wasn't considered to be malicious. These are just some of the methods that today's antivirus vendors implement to try and fight against malware. Now, in the next lecture, we will mention what is the base antivirus software that we have in both Windows and Mac OS that we can use to the fullest without installing anything additionally, And after that, we'll talk about different antivirus vendors that you can download, whether it being the free product or whether it being the paid product, where we'll talk about the best ones out there that you can use to better up your security. See you in the next lecture. Alright, before we actually talk about different antiviruses that you can download and run, let's first talk about the default security measures in Windows and macOS. So in Windows, we already know there is the standard Windows Defender. And that is the Windows antivirus that will prevent malicious programs from executing or accessing your machine. Let's take a look at what are the best recommended settings to have when using just Windows Defender. So we already know, or most of us know, that when we want to run Windows Defender, we can click on this icon or this arrow right here, and the Windows security icon will appear. Once we click on that, it will open this Windows security window where we can take a look at different types of security measures that Windows Defender offers us. Of course, you can access this through the search bar as well, but this is the easier way for me. To take a look at the Windows Defender settings, we want to navigate to Windows, or pardon me, Virus and Threat Protection. And here we have a couple of different options. You will notice that this is a rather simple menu, so there is not really many things right here to choose from. Let's go to the Virus and Threat Protection settings, click on Manage Settings, and ideal settings that you want to have are real-time protection turned on. You also want to have cloud-delivered protection, automatic sample submission, you want to turn on, since it helps Windows Defender recognize malicious programs. And down here, you also want to have tamper protection turned on. As it says, the tamper protection prevents others from tampering with important security features, which is rather important since you don't want your malware to actually turn off the Windows Defender or any other security measures that you might have. And one of the settings that you also want to have set if you care about security on your machine is you want to have controlled folder access turned on. Now, this will cause some false positives since it will lock most important folders, and if we turn it on, it does require administrator privileges. Once you set it on, you can take a look at the protected folders, which will once again require administrator privileges, and currently these are the protected folders by default. You can add a protected folder right here, and any other application, whether malicious or not, might have problem and might cause a false positive when trying to access these folders. It can be a little bit annoying, but for more enhanced security, you do want to have this turned on. Besides that, you also want to have ransomware data recovery. You want to set up OneDrive. In case you get infected with a ransomware, you will have your files and folders in a backup drive where you can access them in case of a ransomware attack. And those are pretty much all the settings that you want to have set in the Windows Defender. You can always regularly check for updates by going to this Protection Updates and checking for updates by clicking on this button. We can see that the last update currently for me was on the 5th of February 2022. Okay, we're not going to wait for this. And one last thing that I want to show you before we move on to the macOS default security is I want to show you a useful security measure that you can set up by going to Control Panel, System and Security, then Security and Maintenance. If we click on this arrow, which will lower our current security settings, we will have User Account Control. And User Account Control, as it says, will notify you when apps try to make changes to the computer. If we click on Change Settings, it will require administrator privileges, and once you provide the administrator password, it will open this window, and there are 4 different options that you can choose from when setting the user account control. The default one will be set right here. Notify me only when apps try to make changes to my computer. Don't notify me when I make changes to Windows settings. If you want furthermore security, you want to put this to always notify. This will change it to always notify me when apps try to install software or make changes to my computer, and notify me when I make changes to Windows settings. This will once again give you a little bit more prompts when running different applications and installing different softwares, but for more security, you want to have this set to always notify me. When you click on OK, it asks for administrative password, click on yes, and you have it all set. Now, firewalls are something that we will talk about later on. For now on, we're only interested in the antivirus, and these are the recommended default settings when it comes to higher security on Windows machine. Nonetheless, this is about it for the default security settings, and in the next video, we're going to take a look at the same thing for macOS.
Welcome back. In the last lecture, we talked about Windows Defender, which is a default antivirus software for Windows operating system. Right now, let's mention the same thing for macOS. macOS includes built-in antivirus technology called Xprotect for the signature-based detection of malware, and this system uses Yara signatures. This Xprotect tool is something that macOS regularly updates, and it does it automatically. And you can check whether you have Xprotect installed and when it was last updated right here. You want to click on the Apple icon, click on About this Mac, navigate to the System Preferences or System Report, and right here you want to go down to Installations, right here. If you scroll through this menu right here, you should get to the Xprotect tool. If I scroll all the way down, here it is, Xprotect plist config data. And we can see that the last update was on 5th of February 2022. If you want to use terminal to navigate the Xprotect files, you can just simply type locate Xprotect. It will give a bunch of outputs back. And if you want to see different types of malware that this tool can detect, you can go to Library, Apple, then System, Library once again, Core Services, Core Types, .bundle, and you will notice it's a little bit of a longer path, but nonetheless, it should be the same path for you. Then Contents, and then Resources. And in these resources, if we type ls, we should see xprotect.plist. And if you want to see what is inside of it, you can simply nano xprotect. I didn't complete the name. .xprotect.plist. And here you can see the content of the xprotect. Now you can scroll all the way down and you will see different names such as this one. And these are just the names of the malware that this tool can detect. Down here we also have OSX, Particle Smasher. And as long as you go down, you will be able to see different malwares that this tool protects you from. Once again, OSX Hidden Lotus.a, another malware, and this is simply the tool that is protecting you from malware on macOS. You should all have it pre-installed, and you can access its files and check what's inside with the help of your terminal. We can also see the different signatures, and as soon as this tool detects that signature, it will automatically delete that file and block it from running. Now, another tool that you have when it comes to malware is MRT. And MRT is simply malware removal tool that also comes pre-installed on macOS. It automatically runs every time you start your machine, and you can also take a look at it by going to this installations menu. And somewhere around here, you should also see MRT. Here it is, MRT config data. And it also received an update on 5th of February 2022. These two tools will help you prevent any malware infection on your macOS system. Besides that, what you also need to check is whether you're performing updates regularly. And you can do that by going on the Apple icon, clicking About this Mac, and click on Software Update. It will load for a couple of seconds and it will check whether all updates are already installed. If they are, you also want to go to the Advanced and make sure that Install System Data Files and Security Updates is checked. You can also check the other things, but this one is the most important one. And that would pretty much be about it when it comes to macOS default security. Nonetheless, let's move on to the next lecture, where we'll talk about different antivirus softwares that you can install to enhance your security even more. Alright, so we passed the default settings for macOS and Windows when it comes to antivirus. But right now, let's see how we can download an even better antivirus software that will protect us against all type of threats. Now, ideally, we don't want just antivirus. We want something that will fully protect entire endpoint. So we want endpoint protection software that will also have an EDR system as well as malware protection. And here are some of the best ones that you can download. First one, and the one that I personally use, is Bitdefender. Now, every time you visit these pages of different antivirus vendors, they will look similar, so we're just going to go through one or two of them, and then you can feel free to choose whichever antivirus vendor you want to go with. So right off the bat, we see that Bitdefender offers two different solutions. First one is for home usage. This is for your personal devices, whether you want to protect them for whatever reason. You want to choose for home Bitdefender. If you are working for a company as a cybersecurity expert and you want to implement an antivirus software for the entire company, you can go with the for business Bitdefender. If we go, for example, to for home, click on See Solutions, it will give us all types of products that they offer for security on your home devices. Most of these do have many things in common, so it's important that you read through all of them in order to decide what type of solution or product is suiting you the best. For example, if you click on Bitdefender Total Security, it should lead you to a page where it will talk about what does this product offer. You also have a free trial for 30 days, so if you want to try it out without having to pay anything, feel free to download it and try it out. Here is a small summary of what it offers, and if we scroll a little bit down, we will get the prices. So it split the prices by 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years plan, and this is the amount of devices that you will get the license for once you purchase the product. If we go a little bit down, here you will be able to choose for which device do you want this product, whether it being Windows, macOS, iOS, or Android. It offers protection for all 4 platforms. Let's see what else is down here. And down here we have their different packages and what they include overall. So, for example, we can see that the Bitdefender Total Security includes Device Optimizer, while Bitdefender Internet Security and Antivirus Plus do not include that. So it's really important that you do read through each and every product to see whether it has everything that you want. For example, you might be wanting a privacy firewall, which these 2 packages offer, but the Antivirus Plus does not offer it. On the other hand, we have a little bit more complex products, which are products for businesses. So if we click on products right here, it will give us 4 different solutions: security packages, security as a service, security products, and security for managed service providers. If you go to all products, you will be able to see everything that they offer. They even divided different products by small and medium businesses, large businesses, and enterprise businesses. Depending on for which company you want to implement this security measure, you want to choose accordingly. For example, if your company is a small company, you might be interested in these packages that offer security for small and medium businesses. If you have an enterprise business, you would want to go with one of these. Once again, it's important to read through all of them. For example, if I click on this one, it should tell me how much it costs as well as what it offers. Here we can see the price, we can choose license for 1, 2, or 3 years, and the number of devices right here. Once we scroll down, it will tell us everything that this product offers. We can see it right here. Integrated risk analysis, which we can read about down here. Human risk analytics, layer defense, end-to-end attack forensics, and network attack defense. If you were to choose that this is the best solution for your company, you would go with this one. If you are not sure, you can always go to these sections right here, which are why this product and common questions, which might give you a little bit more in-depth explanation on this particular product. Now, Bitdefender is just one out of many that offers this type of service. We also have Kaspersky. Now, once you visit the Kaspersky page at kaspersky.com, you will notice that they pretty much have the similar layout. We have home and business, and once you click on view products, you will be able to see everything that they offer. Different types of products, their prices, and for different platforms as well, since we can see they offer for Windows, macOS, Android, and iPhone. Similarly to Bitdefender, once we scroll down, it will give you exactly what different products offer. For example, they have Essential Suite, Advanced Suite, and Premium Suite. And if you compare these, you will see that the Essential Suite doesn't really have that many things. It only has real-time antivirus and anti-phishing and performance optimization. And by the way, these tools or softwares are not just antivirus softwares, they're full endpoint protection softwares. Since right here we can see that they also offer anti-phishing, which is not really the main purpose of an antivirus, so we can't really call it just an antivirus. It's more common to call them full endpoint protection software. If we go to the advanced one, we can see that they offer quite a few more things, and the premium one offers even more, including the password manager, and password managers are something that we'll talk about shortly, but Kaspersky Total Security offers that as well. Of course, the price is also more increased, but more security will cost you more. Same thing as with Bitdefender. Once you click on business, it will give you 3 different options. Whether your business is small, medium, or enterprise, you want to choose accordingly. So for example, if you had a medium business, you would click on this, and it would give you all their products for this type of business. We can scroll all the way down, check out the prices, check out what they offer. Now I will leave this up to you, but one more important thing that I want to mention before we end this video is that if your business or if you personally care about privacy and privacy is important to you, it's always necessary to go and read the privacy policy on each of these antivirus vendors. You should be interested as to which type of information they gather. Now, since I can't really see the privacy policy right here, let me see on Bitdefender. And here it is, privacy policy on Bitdefender. If you were to choose Bitdefender and you care about privacy, it is recommended that you read through all of this, since it does talk about which personal data is being collected. And besides these two, you also have a bunch of other endpoint protection softwares, such as McAfee, right here. You can check it all out. It does have similar layouts, so let's not go through all of them. And if you're looking for a simple antivirus software for your home personal devices, you can also take a look at the Malwarebytes, since it does offer a simple and easy to use free version that you can download in a minute or two, run a scan, and figure out whether your device has been infected with a malware. Nonetheless, that would be about it. Feel free to read more about each of these and discover even more about their products and the stuff that they offer. And I will see you in the next lecture, where we're going to talk about password managers. Okay, we made a quick little introduction, and now let's discuss passwords. We already mentioned this is the number one critical spot when it comes to security. Why? Well, we use passwords to unlock things, usually online accounts. And passwords wouldn't be used if there wasn't for something special that they unlock, right? This can be anything from private information to money or financial information, and many other things that other people would find useful having, but luckily we have it protected by a password. So it's important to understand what makes a good password and what makes a bad password. Okay, First thing is that usernames and passwords are also called credentials. And credentials are all important when logging into something. You could use an username to log into a website or a device. This is most common to come in combination with password for many online social media accounts. You could also use your email to log in. And for you people that like even more security, you might have two-factor authentication setup, and even after you provide a username and the password, it will still ask for something like a code from your mobile phone. Now, two-factor authentication is a must-have for any online account that offers it as an option. My advice is to always have it enabled when you can, but we will mention it a little bit more after we cover passwords. So, first of all, how does a regular login process look like? Well, if we don't go technical about this, it looks something like this. You, as a user, send your credentials to the website. Then the website checks whether those credentials are valid, and if they are, the website gives you your information or it logs you into your own account. Now, the main validation point is the password itself. This is what you should keep most private and never tell it to anyone. I know everyone says it, but it's true. Your username or email can easily be found out online. That's why if your password is also compromised, there's nothing stopping an attacker to log in and impersonate you. There are many ways a hacker can steal your password, and we're just going to mention most common ways. Remember what I said at the beginning of this workshop, that the most common attacks used on the internet are, well, phishing attacks, right? Phishing is number one way to steal someone's password. We will explain later in detail how exactly does it work, but in short words, it's essentially an attacker faking the web page to look like it's the original page and you entering your credentials into the fake page that's set up by the hacker. Then the hacker gets your credentials in plain text and they can navigate to the real website and log in with your credentials. Another way attacker can get your password is by running something called brute force attacks. Now, brute force attacks are less common to work, but they do work if your password is weak. A brute force attack is essentially a hacker running a bunch of random passwords with your username and trying to get in by guessing your password. Now, depending on the occasion, brute force attacks can be very fast, from trying a couple of passwords per second to running tens of thousands of passwords per second as a guess. So if your password is weak, this will most likely be able to break it. And the third way is an attacker running a keylogger on your machine. Now, this is the least common way, but it does happen, especially in targeted attacks. You infect your system with a keylogger when you download a malware and run it. Now, you might be wondering, well, why would I ever download a malware? Well, the thing is, if you don't have enough knowledge about this, it will be easy to trick you into running a program and executing keylogger with it. Hackers are very good at making their malware look like a legit program. This keylogger would then capture every keystroke you input in the keyboard, including all of your usernames and passwords. Okay, but right now we will focus on mitigating brute force attacks. And the other two attacks we will talk about when we get into antivirus section and into phishing section of this workshop. Okay, so let's think about it. What is the best way to mitigate brute force attacks? Well, it's simple. We just need to create a strong password that is highly unlikely to be in any major password lists that hackers use when brute forcing. When crafting a strong password, there are two main things to keep in mind, and that is how many characters does your password have? It makes a big difference whether your password is 6 characters long or 15 characters long. Usually the more the better, since less characters will make it easier to crack. The second thing to keep in mind is which characters do you have in your password. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, if you have lowercase, uppercase letters, different symbols and signs, it will be much harder to crack your password than if your password was, for example, only lowercase letters. That's why many websites nowadays tell you to add different numbers and symbols to make your password stronger, and they won't let you have a weak password. Let's see an example of a weak password and of a little stronger password. So the weak password would be this one. 8 characters long, and the password is literally just one word, password. No variety, very guessable word, and also fun fact, very common. That's right, many people use password that's just password. Perhaps they sometimes add some numbers at the end like password 123, but that doesn't really make any difference whatsoever. If you have a password like this, then change it as soon as possible, but I would assume it's already too late if your account was ever under attack. An example of strong password with the same amount of characters would be something like this. As you can see, no common words are inside password, or should I say, no words at all. A password like this is highly unlikely to be cracked, even though it has same amount of characters as previous one. Now, let's see a list of reasons why the password, which is just a word password, is a bad one, and the other one is a good password. Most of the reasons we already mentioned, but let's go through all of them real quick. So the reasons password is a bad password would be these ones. First thing is that it is a recognizable word. Anything that is inside English dictionary and is a common word is considered a weakness if used inside your password. Another bad thing is that it doesn't have way too many characters. Now, we would argue that 8 characters is enough since it's mostly the bottom minimum on most websites required when creating a password, but more would definitely be better. And possibly the biggest problem here is that it only has one type of characters, which in this case is lowercase letters. Now, on the other hand, the other password has all the opposite positive things. It itself as a password makes no sense, so it doesn't have any recognizable word in it from English dictionary. It has a mixture of random characters and signs, which makes it way harder to brute force, and it also has a combination of upper and lowercase letters. Now, is this an ideal type of password to have? Well, it does have only 8 characters, so what we could define as a really strong password would be something like this. Matter of fact, the more character it has, the better. 30 character password is much more better than 20 character password. But here we come back to the same problem, and that is we actually must memorize this entire password in order to log in to different accounts, right? And that is the hard part. Memorizing this would take time. And you would most likely write it down somewhere on the paper to be able to remember it, which produces another vulnerability, which is someone finding that paper and figuring out your password from there. Another even bigger problem is that you most likely wouldn't bother creating tens of different passwords as strong as this one, and you would use the same password for multiple different websites, which is also a huge vulnerability. If one website gets hacked and your credentials get leaked, then anyone can use those same credentials to compromise the rest of your accounts, since you use the same password. So the only correct way to go about this is to have different password for every website. This way, even if one website gets compromised, the other accounts of yours are still secure due to a different password. But once again, this will be even harder to remember than one password. So where am I going with this? Well, all of this leads to one thing, and that is using password managers. What are password managers? Well, they're software applications used to safely store your credentials for various online accounts. The main things password managers do is they can generate highly secure passwords for you, encrypt them, and store them in a safe place. You typically only need to know one password that unlocks all the others, and that one password is called the master password. Now, there are two main types of password managers: the ones that store your data on cloud and the ones that store your data on your own machine. You might be asking now, well, what if the cloud password manager gets hacked or breached? Well, first of all, it rarely happens, and even if they do get breached, your passwords are highly encrypted, so even then the hackers wouldn't be able to get them, in plain text at least. Now, without getting into too many technical detail, let me show you where you can get password managers for yourself. But before we do that, there is one quick thing I want to mention regarding password safety. Highly secured passwords can only get you so far. That's why, to even more increase your account security, make sure to activate two-factor authentication. That is another layer of security in case your password gets breached. You can set up two-factor authentication so that you get code via email or your mobile phone. Not every website has this option, but the ones that do, make sure you activate it on them. Nonetheless, let's get straight into showing you different password managers and where you can get them.
Welcome back. So in the last few lectures, we talked about password security and password managers. We mentioned that using password managers is a more secure option if you care about your password security. And in this video, we're going to take a look at the simple, easy to use and free open source password manager. In this lecture, we're going to take a look at KeePass. So to download KeePass, which is a free to use password manager, you need to navigate to the website keepass.info. Right here, you will see a simple page with the latest release, which currently is 2.5. If you want to download it, you click on that. It will start the process of downloading. And by the way, pardon me for not having Windows 10 machine full screen. This is because for some reason it doesn't want to give proper resolution, but nonetheless we will still manage to work with this. Okay, so once you click on the newest release, you can click on download KeePass 2.5 right here, and it will start downloading your password manager. Once it finishes downloading, it will give you this file right here. You want to run this setup file, and once you perform the installation, which you want to go with all the default settings, you will end up with KeePass application. To start it, we will double click it, and it will open a simple window. Let me just click OK right here, and it will open a simple window that looks like this. It will be empty for you and for me in this case. Now, first thing that we want to do is we want to create a new database where we are going to store our credentials for our accounts. To do that, we need to go on File, click on New, and it will give us a description that new database is going to be created. It says your data will be stored in a KeePass database file, which is a regular file. After clicking OK, you will be prompted to specify the location where KeePass should save this file. Now make sure that you save this in a safe and secure location. It is also important, as it says right here, that you remember where the database file is stored. You should regularly create a backup of the database file. Okay, so since I'm doing this on a virtual machine, this is just a test database, I will just click on OK, and I will save it on my desktop. I will call it test. Click on save. And the next thing that it asks me is to create a master password. We already know what master password is, we talked about it. We use the master password to access all the other accounts that will be hidden behind it. So for the purposes of this lecture, I'm not going to make it too large. I'm just going to type something randomly in. And this will be my master password. You can also check out the expert options, but for purposes of this tutorial, this will be enough. Here you can see the estimated quality or security of your password. So ideally, you want to make it as secure as possible. Now, I will click on OK, since this is just a test database, and it will give me a warning that the specified master password is weak. Are you sure that you want to use this? In my particular case, I will click on yes. Now comes the process of creating the database. It will ask me for the database name. I will select test, and all the other options for now, such as security, compression, recycle bin, and advanced, we can leave on default and click on OK. Now, here it will ask us to print the emergency document. And if we read the description, it tells us that this document is required to open our database. So in other words, you should print this and you should store it in a safe location where no other people can have access to. It also says that it is recommended that we create this, but it's really not necessary. For this particular case, since once again this is test, I'm not going to create this since I will be deleting this database as soon as we're done with this video. I will click on skip, and here it is. It created our database. Here we have the groups, different groups inside of our database, and here we have sample entries. Now, these are not real entries, just something that KeePass gives every time you create a database. These are just fake usernames and passwords. Now, for your own accounts, you most likely want to create a new group where you are going to store all of that. So to create a group, all we have to do is we want to right-click on the database and click on Add Group. Here it will ask us for the group name, and I will just call it Online Accounts. Let's call it like that and click on OK. You will see it get added right here. And what's next thing, or the next thing that we want, is we want to add different accounts to this Online Accounts group. To do that, we select the group, we click on Entry, and we click on Add Entry. Here we want to add entry for any social media account or any account whatsoever that you want to add to this group. For this particular case, I will just create a fake Facebook account. So I will just create an entry for a Facebook account. I'll title it Facebook. The username will be test@gmail.com. The password will be something random and easy. Of course, this is not real username and real password. It doesn't exist on Facebook, but for the purposes of this tutorial, we are creating it. And under the URL, we want to specify the login URL page for the Facebook. You would specify any login URL page. If you were creating, for example, an entry for Twitter, here would go the URL of the Twitter login page. So now to copy and paste it, we need to navigate to Facebook. So let's type facebook.com, and here is the login page. So we just want to double click all of this, copy it, and paste it right here. This will be the URL login page for this specific entry. As far as advanced option goes, we're not interested in that at the moment. All we want to do is click on OK right here. And you will see the entry getting added right here. Now you have your first entry inside your password manager for a Facebook account. In order to use it, all you want to do, you want to go to Facebook, you want to click on the first input right here, which in our case is email, and you want to right click here and perform auto type. You will see it will automatically type our entries and it will press login for us. Now, of course, since once again this is a fake account, this will not work and we will not be logged into Facebook, but if you were to add your real account, it would work and now you would be logged in to Facebook. So once again, let's go back. What you want to do, select once again the first input, go here, right click on your entry and perform auto type. That is how you can log in with this entry. Now, if you also want to generate a strong password for your Facebook account and put it in Password Manager, what you want to do is you want to click on Tools, Generate Password, and here you can choose which options you want to generate a strong password. You can select all of these. You can also select different letters. You can select the amount of characters that you want, so let's say 35. You can also check out some advanced options and all of that. And finally, at the preview, you can see the preview of the possible passwords. So for example, if I wanted to, I can copy any of these passwords. Let's say this one, for example, copy it right here. I can click on cancel. If I want to, I can right click right here, edit entry, and under the password, I can just paste my secure and strong password. As we can see right here, it's really good. It's one of the best passwords that you can create. If you want to double check what it is once again, you can click on these three dots and it will show you your password. Click back and click on OK. Now also make sure that this password you change on Facebook. So the same password must be changed on your Facebook account. Otherwise, of course, this won't really work. And once you do both of that, and you want to log in once again, you right click, perform auto type. It will type in the same email address, but it will type the new password, which as you can see is much longer. If you were to change this password as well on Facebook, now it would work and you would be able to log in to your Facebook account. Okay, awesome. Let's close this. And another security measure that I just want to mention is that you can always use this icon to lock your workspace. This is useful when you're, for example, away from your computer. So let me just save this. As we can see, it will lock our workspace. Here is the database that we have saved. And since our application is still on, we can access it, but nobody else can access it since it will ask for master password. Once we come back to our computer, we can type it in and we can click on OK. The master password is invalid, so let me just type it once again. Now it should be good, and here it is. With the correct master password, you unlock your database and you can use as many entries as you want and log into your social media accounts. Okay. So we saw how password managers work, we demonstrated KeePass, and in the next video what we're going to do is we're going to mention some other password managers that you can use instead of KeePass if that's what you prefer. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, always remember to not forget your master password, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So we saw how we can use a password manager. But now let me show you all the other options that you can choose from in case you didn't like the KeePass that we covered. There are multiple password managers out there and it really doesn't matter which one you use. The KeePass was free and easy to use, but you can also take a look at one of the options that we mentioned right here. So the first one is called LastPass, password management from anywhere, and they offer personal and business service, whichever one you're interested in, whether you're using it for personal use or you're using it for some type of a business that you need to secure, you can choose one of these two options. Besides Password Manager, it also offers a service of encrypting your files, storing any sensitive information or data in an encrypted manner. So it's not just a password manager, and you can read more about all of this right here. The next one would be NordPass, one of the most known password managers, and they also have personal and business plans, so whichever one you want, you can feel free to go with them. Now, these password managers are paid service, but they do offer 30-day money-back guarantee in case you don't like it. The next one is Dashlane, another password manager that you can give a try. And the last but not least is 1Password. Just click on Get Started and they should lead you through the steps of installing and running their password manager. Nonetheless, we already know how we can use it. We saw on KeePass, so it won't be much of a difference with any of these. What you will need to set up is a master password, and then you just join in all your other accounts under that master password, so they are well protected and encrypted. The most important thing to remember is to never give your master password to anyone and to store it in a safe place. Nonetheless, that's about it for password managers, and let's move on to mentioning why file and hard disk encryption is important and with which tools can we do that. See you in the next lecture. Okay, so we talked about protecting our passwords and making them more secure and stronger with password managers. But now it's time to shift our focus on file and hard disk security. Files are in most cases the most important thing that we hold on our device. So if we have anything that is of a big value to us, we must protect it. We already know that there are multiple ways of someone hacking your machine over the internet through various vulnerabilities or social engineering methods, but that is not the only way someone can access our computer. There is always a danger of someone physically accessing our device, whether we leave it on the table and go somewhere for a few minutes, or they simply just steal the entire device. They can present a threat to our data. However, to protect our data, our files, and everything that we have, we can perform hard disk encryption. This way, even if the thief steals our device, it will be useless for him since he won't be able to get the data from it. We will still, however, lose our device, but it's better than losing device and someone accessing your files. The hard disk encryption will usually require a password and a key that it will generate before encrypting all the files. These two are important to always remember and write down somewhere and store it in a safe place, since in case you lose them, you won't be able to access your own files anymore, which you don't really want to happen. Now that we mentioned why is hard disk and file encryption important, let's take a look at some simple tools that you can use to encrypt your files today. Okay, so I want you to visit this website right here, since this website has a good list of useful tools that you can use to encrypt your files, whether you're using Windows or Mac OS. Down here, it will give you a bunch of different options that you can choose from, such as something called LastPass, which you should be familiar with since we did mention it in the previous lecture. You can also use the default Windows BitLocker, and this can only be used on Windows, and it's a pretty useful tool to encrypt your drive. Down here you can read more about it, you can read which encryption does it use, and you can also take a look at the reasons why you should use BitLocker. Even more simple thing to use is FileVault for macOS. Down here it explains also which encryption it uses, and it does tell you how you can access it and how you can turn it on your macOS device. Besides these two default encryptors, you can also take a look at some of the different ones such as VeraCrypt, which you can download. Just by clicking on this link, it should lead you to their website where you can get their software. Same goes with each and every one of these that are in this list. Feel free to choose whichever one that you like. Usually the best option would be to go with the default ones such as FileVault or BitLocker, but it's completely your choice. Nonetheless, now that we covered this, let's take a look at some of the different threat monitoring tools that you can use on your device to figure out whether someone has infected it with a malware or whether there's something unusual going on your device. See you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. So in the next few lectures, we're going to mention a couple of different tools that you can use to monitor your own device. Now, these tools can be useful, for example, in tracking a threat or discovering a threat on your system. So let's get straight into it. The tool that we're going to cover in this lecture is called Process Explorer. Now, Process Explorer is a tool for Windows and it's made by Microsoft. So you can download it from the Microsoft official website right at this link. You can just type Process Explorer in your search bar, go to the Microsoft.com and download the latest version, which in this case is 16.43. You click on here to download it, and once you download it, you should be left with these files right here. Now, if you're running a 64-bit machine, which you most likely are, you want to click on procexp64. Double click on that. It might ask you for administrator password. If it does, just give the password and it should open a tool that looks something like this. Now, Process Explorer is something similar to Task Manager, just a little bit, or should I say a lot more advanced. You can see all the processes running in the background, you can see the CPU usage, you can see the process ID, and it also gives some other columns such as description and company name for all of these processes. Now, this tool is also useful when you want to discover whether a malware is infecting your machine. The first thing that you would ideally want to look is something that you don't really recognize. For example, VirtualBox VM.exe is running because I currently have virtual machine open, and that's why I know that it should run. But if you notice a process that you don't really know what it is, you don't recognize it, then maybe it's time to investigate. First thing to always check is whether that process has description or company name. Usually a process should be legit if it has a company name, such as for example VirtualBox says Oracle Corporation. All of these different Microsoft processes have Microsoft Corporation under the company name. But if you discover something that doesn't have a company name, then maybe you want to investigate further. For example, to investigate further, you also want to check the column Verified Signer. Now to do that, you want to go to Options, and you want to click on Verify Signatures. In just a few seconds, you should get this column, which will tell you which of these processes are verified signatures. We can see all of these are verified Microsoft Windows signatures. And if you find a process such as, for example, this one that says no signature was present in the subject, then that process is something to investigate furthermore. In my case, it's this one and these ones right here. They do have company name, so I'm pretty sure that they are Microsoft, but for example, this one, even though it's called Microsoft Photos.exe, doesn't have company name and doesn't have a signature, so it would definitely be useful to check it out. To figure out whether any of these processes is malicious, you can scan it with VirusTotal. And VirusTotal is a website that offers a file scan with multiple antiviruses. You just upload an image that you want to scan, and VirusTotal will scan it with over 50 different antivirus vendors and tell you whether any one of them detects that file that you uploaded as a malicious software. To use it with the Process Explorer, all we have to do is click on Options, click on VirusTotal, and check VirusTotal. You will notice this column appear, and it will say #submitted. All we have to do is wait for a few seconds, and after the scan is finished, you should see a number right here that tells you how many antivirus vendors detected all of these processes as malicious. In my particular case, none of these processes is being detected by any of the antivirus vendors. As we can see, 0 out of 74 antivirus detected this as malicious, so all of these processes are not malicious, at least according to all of the antivirus softwares. Now, a process can be investigated further if that's what we need to do. For example, even though this Microsoft Photos.txt wasn't detected by any of these 74 antivirus vendors, we can still investigate it a little bit further. We can right-click, go on Properties, and check out under TCP/IP whether this process performs any type of network connections. In this particular case, it doesn't, so that's good. We can check out all the other options if we want. We can check out the strings inside of this process or inside of this executable. And what's even more interesting is this down here that opens up. Now, this is the loaded DLLs that this process uses. To open the loaded DLLs, because you won't have this window opened by default, you want to select the process and click Control D. Once you click Control D, this window should open up and you should have all the DLLs that this process uses. You will also see that VirusTotal automatically scanned all of these DLLs to check out whether they're malicious. So if we go a little bit down, check out all the results, it doesn't seem that any antivirus caught any of these DLLs to be malicious, which is also good. So that is the basics of using Process Explorer. That's how you can investigate different files. Of course, this can go even deeper. If you want, you can investigate even more this process. Check out the properties, check out everything that it has. You want to check out manually which DLL it loads and see whether some DLL is loaded from an irregular directory or whether there's some DLL that shouldn't be there. And you also want to check out the description and company name of all of these DLLs just to make sure that it's legit. Now, besides Process Explorer, you can also use a tool called Process Monitor. It's also a tool from Microsoft and you can download it the same way that we downloaded the Process Explorer. Just search Process Monitor and type microsoft.com and you should have the download page that looks similar to this one where you can download the Process Monitor tool. Nonetheless, this is how we can investigate and take a look at whether some file is malicious inside of our Windows environment. And you also notice that Process Explorer is a lot more useful and more advanced than Task Manager. We can't really do this many stuff with Task Manager. Nonetheless, thank you for watching this lecture and I will see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. So we talked about tools that are used to monitor different processes that are running on your system. But we are also interested in monitoring different connections that your device is making to the internet. That is also important and we can actually find out quite a few things if we take a look at the connections that are being made. We can figure out whether some program is doing something malicious by perhaps communicating with a command and control center and getting commands and instructions from there. Or we can just simply see which regular processes are communicating over the internet in case that's what we want to know. Okay, so to do this, we're going to use a tool called Wireshark. Now, Wireshark is a known tool that is used to monitor network activity. You can navigate to the website wireshark.org and from here you can download the tool and run it on whichever device that you have. Currently I'm on Windows, so I downloaded the Windows version and I already started the tool since it's already installed on my machine. And once you start it as well, it should open a window that looks something like this. Here we're going to see our different interfaces and what you want to do right here is you want to choose the interface that you are using for internet connections. In my particular case, I'm going to go with Ethernet. So just double click and it will start loading different network packets and it will tell me their details such as source IP address, destination IP address, protocol over which it's being sent, length of the packet, and information about a certain packet. We can even inspect furthermore by clicking on any of them and we can take a look at the structure of the packet itself. Now, If you open this, it will most likely just spam a bunch of different packets, so in most cases you would want to filter this output. So you can, for example, type TCP if you're only interested in TCP packets or TCP protocol, and you will be able to see only the TCP packets that are being sent. You can also see to where are they being sent, so this particular IP address, and if you're not sure whether this connection should or should not be made, you can simply just perform some information gathering onto these IP addresses to figure out where your data is going. But that is not quite practical way. If you really want to see whether some process is making a connection, you ideally want to do that over command prompt. Now, Wireshark is still a useful tool. You can also do a bunch of other filters such as HTTP in case you're interested in HTTP data that is being transferred. From where and to where are these packets going? For example, this is from my Windows device to the router IP address. So this packet is particularly going to the router's IP. But let's see how we can combine this lecture and the previous lecture to figure out which processes are making internet connections. Okay, so here it is, quite a useful tool, but we can close it, we don't need it for now. Once you try to close it, it will ask you to either save what you already captured with Wireshark, or you can just stop and quit without saving. Now, to figure out first which connections we have open, we can open command prompt. And once we open command prompt on our Windows device, we can type the command netstat-aon. If we press enter, it will list out all the connections that our device is currently making, and it will give some details such as local IP address, which in this case would be our IP address, or this Windows device IP address, which is 192.168.1.6, and to who are we making the connection to. These are the foreign IP addresses that my device is currently being connected to. We can also see the state, so not all connections are being established, some are just listening, some are in the process of the three-way handshake, and some are established. And we also do get the process ID, so we get the process which is actually doing these connections. And in case you find an IP address or a port number that looks suspicious to you, usually the more suspicious things would be if you were to find the connection being made on a port that's not 443. Since, as you can see, port 443 is quite usual for different connections that are usually being made by Windows processes. For example, let's say I'm not sure what this particular IP address is and which process is using it. All I need to do is remember the process ID, go down here and type task list, and then /fi, open double quotes, PID, and then space EQ, and then the process ID, which I believe is 2512. That's correct. I close the double quotes, I press enter, and here I can see which exact process is doing this connection. In my particular case, it's searchapp.exe. And if you were to find a connection that's being made with a process that you do not recognize, you want to further on investigate that process to figure out why is it connecting to the internet and what's its purpose. Okay, but nonetheless, I just wanted to introduce you to this quick little command prompt thing that you can do. The netstat command is also something that you can run on macOS or Linux, so it's not only for Windows. This tool exists on macOS and on Linux, but you have to run it from a terminal, while in Windows we run it from command prompt. We also saw Wireshark, which is quite a useful tool if you want to inspect different network packets. And this method right here is how you can manually figure out whether certain processes are making internet connections. Okay, nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture.
So we covered Process Explorer for Windows systems, but right now let's see whether there is a similar app or similar program that can allow us to monitor different processes currently running on our machine for Linux and macOS? Well, there actually is, and it's called htop. Now, htop is a process similar to Process Explorer, and it will give a bunch of different information regarding different programs or processes that are running on your system. Now, it runs on both macOS and Linux, and to download it on macOS, you simply type brew install htop, and it will download it for you, while on Linux, you can use the regular sudo apt-get install, and it will install the htop for you. Okay, now once you have it installed, what you want to do to run it is simply type htop, and it will open the program. Now you will notice it doesn't look that user-friendly compared to Process Explorer, but it does cover similar things. So let me just enlarge this a little bit so we can see everything better. And here are the current processes running on this macOS device. Now we have different columns right here, such as PID, which is process ID, the user that is currently running this particular process. The PRI is process priority, and a bunch of other columns right here, such as S, which is the current state of a process, and the command, which simply just shows you how this process was started and who started it. You also have some information about CPU usage, as well as virtual memory that's being used for this particular process, as well as the time of how long has this process been running. Okay, now you can monitor it like this, or if you want to learn more about it and figure out which commands you can run, you can simply just type H and it will open the help menu where you will see what else can you do with this program. For example, let's go back. If we type letter T, it will give all the processes but in a tree output. So we will see processes and sub-processes, such as this one right here. Now to undo this, in case you don't want it, you can simply just press T again and it will undo the tree version of showing the processes. Backslash right here will open the filter down where you can type any process name if you want to find it. For example, we know what hprotect is, we covered it, so let's see whether we can find it. hprotect, and here it is. We can see hprotect service right here. And you can filter it simply just by typing the name, so it's rather easy to find a certain process. Now let me just close this, and another useful command is once you select a process and you press K, it will kill the process if you have enough permission to do so. Now I'm not going to do that right now since I don't want to kill any of these processes, but you can if you want to. And that would pretty much be about it. If you want to quit the program, you simply just type Q. And this htop is similar to the top program, which looks kind of like this. It gives the same output, but it's even less user-friendly. So I do advise that you use htop instead, because at least it has some color to it. Once again, if you want to furthermore explore this program, type H and you will see all the available commands that you can run with this tool. Awesome. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture.
Okay, so we saw a couple of tools that are useful mainly for Windows investigation, such as discovering uncommon files and whether they're connecting to the internet and performing something malicious. We did a couple of analyses with Process Explorer, which gave us whether the process is verified, whether it's being detected by any antivirus vendor out there, and whether it imports some different DLLs or libraries that could be malicious. We also saw how we can figure out with the help of a command prompt whether certain process is making internet connections. But right now let's move on to a different operating system, which is Linux, since Linux is also widely used, especially as a server. So we're going to cover a quick little useful tool that can figure out whether our Linux device has been infected with a malware or a rootkit. Now, we already talked about what rootkits are, and for this particular lecture, we're going to take a look at a tool called RK Hunter. Now, RK Hunter is not by default installed on Linux systems. If you are running Kali Linux, you can install it by running sudo apt install and then the tool name, which is RK Hunter. In my particular case, it will ask for password, but the tool is already installed, so there's nothing really to install or upgrade right now. But for you, the tool should install, and if you're running any other Linux, you can simply just download it from GitHub by using git clone command. Once you do that, you can run it by typing RK Hunter, and it will open the help menu, but this tool will require sudo privileges in order to run. As you can see, it has a bunch of different options right here, which we're not mainly interested in at the moment. We only want to see the tool in its basic settings. So to run it, or to run the basic scan for the rootkits that might infect your machine, we want to run this check command. Now, to do that, we can also run the short version, which is RK Hunter -c, but also remember that it will require sudo privileges, so I must type sudo as well. And as you can see, it will start performing checks. It will perform various checks, and on the right side, we can see whether it found something suspicious or not. If any of these files are okay, it will simply type OK. If it's not okay, it will either give a warning or it will tell you that it has detected something. This particular scan will run different methods that are used to detect different malware or rootkits or anything malicious on your system. And if you want to read more about this tool and how it works exactly, you can find more about it in the Kali Linux official page, since this is a tool that is by default added to Kali Linux. As we can see from the first scan, it gave us a warning about this specific file. So if you're not really interested what this is exactly, you can further on explore and figure out whether it is indeed malicious or is this just a fake warning. Now, to continue with the scan, we simply just press enter, and currently it will check for rootkits. And here you can see the list of different famous rootkits that could potentially infect your device. It will go through the entire list and it will tell you right here whether it found any of them. Okay, so it has finished for me. It didn't find any rootkit. As we can see, every single one of them is not found. And to continue with the next scan, I press enter, and now it will perform additional rootkit checks. So just in case that it did miss something right here, it will perform a few more checks just to make sure. And here it gave us one warning. So if you're running Kali Linux, this is a common warning that you'll get, especially if you're running on a virtual machine. So this is not really that important to us. We will get it and we can just continue with the next scan, since everything else is either not found or it's set to be okay. Now it will check the network and it will check pretty much if there is anything suspicious inside of different files and different network connections. Here we can see that we do get two warnings, such as the SSH root access is allowed, which could be a potential security problem, and down here we have check for hidden files and directories, which is set to warning because there are hidden files and directories, but that is also normal if you're on Kali Linux. You can continue from here and it will give you the summary of the scan. It gave us possible rootkits, and these possible suspect files or rootkits are simply just the warnings that have been given to us. You can check all of those warnings if you're not sure why they are there. But for these particular ones, such as this one or this one, I know why they're there. This is common result if you're running Kali Linux. Down here we will also see that all our results have been written to this log at this path, so we can check it out at whatever time that we want, and that would pretty much be it. You see how easy it was to scan for possible malware, rootkits, or any suspicious activity on Linux system. Now, of course, just because this didn't return anything doesn't necessarily mean that your device is not infected. You need to regularly update this tool so it does get different signatures and different rootkits to scan for, but you also must be aware that this tool might miss something. That is also a possibility. But nonetheless, this is a good start to figure out whether you're being infected if you're running a Linux system, and you can run this tool at certain period of time, such as once a week or once every 2 weeks, depending on how much you use that Linux device. But nonetheless, thank you for watching this lecture, and I will see you in the next one. Okay, another important topic to talk about when referring to endpoint security are firewalls. Or should I say host-based firewalls? The reason we say host-based is because besides the host-based firewalls, we also have network firewalls. However, since we're in the endpoint security part of the course, we will focus for now only on the host-based firewalls and how they work. In short words, it's rather simple. We have an endpoint device, which is running the firewall software, and the firewall's purpose is to simply filter the traffic. Now, that would be the broad explanation, and sometimes firewalls can be used for more than just filtering, but the security aspect of a firewall is in filtering different network traffic. For example, it can decide out of all the other devices that are trying to connect to your endpoint device, whose packets can pass through and whose packets are not allowed to go through. This is important when we want to give access for some servers only to certain people and not to everyone. These different filtering methods are all based on different rules that are being set up inside the firewall software. This is not done automatically, and someone has to precisely create a rule that will determine who can or who cannot access certain services on the system. These rules are not only generated for incoming traffic, but they can also be generated for outgoing traffic, or in other words, outbound traffic. This can be useful to set up for security measures as well. You can filter the traffic outgoing from your machine and know exactly if some program is trying to establish a connection to some command and control center, for example. In this particular case, that wouldn't be possible, so it adds a layer to security. Nonetheless, these are just brief things when it comes to firewalls. The more harder part is learning how to set up these rules. In the next video, we will take a look at Linux firewall called iptable, and that one would probably be the hardest one to master. That's why we're starting off with the hardest one. We will see how we can set them up, and we will see also how we can create some basic rules with iptables. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So we mentioned in broad explanation what firewalls are. But now let's see how we can configure and run firewall on different systems. We will start off with the hardest one. As we already mentioned, we will start with iptables. Now, iptables is mainly Linux firewall, and it sometimes can be configured with other programs that are almost always used as an interface for iptables. But this lecture we're going to directly interact with iptables and not through some third-party software. So first thing to learn about iptables is the word tables. It's consisted of different types of tables. We have filter, nat, and mangle table. Now, filter table is mostly what we refer to as firewall. It's responsible for filtering outgoing and incoming traffic, and filter table is something that we will devote this lecture to, since that is what's most important for us. The nat table is used to redirect any connection to a different interface, or it can also be used in address translation. And the mangle table is used for special purpose processing of different types of packets. Now, we will put aside the nat table and the mangle table, and as I already mentioned, we will focus on filter table only. Now, the filter table itself has different chains. It has the input chain, the output chain, and the forward chain. Each of these will process their own packets. For example, a packet that is being sent out of your device will be processed by output chain, while the packet that is being sent in or to your device will be processed by an input chain. And inside of those different chains, there can be different rules that are being set. Then the packet that is incoming or outgoing from your device will be processed based on those rules. Now, as we already mentioned, IP tables is default on Linux, so usually Linux systems will have them installed, but in case you have some other software that is controlling the IP tables through a different interface, it's best if you can uninstall it first, since that program might have some existing rules that might interfere with our current rules that we're going to set, and it might interfere with the IP tables themselves. Okay, nonetheless, if you don't have Linux systems, don't worry, you can just sit back and watch. For any Linux security configuration or firewall configuration, IP tables is a must thing to learn. So one day or another, you should sit and learn IP tables, and in this video, we're only going to cover basics. Okay, so first of all, to run IP tables, we are going to use terminal. So it doesn't have a good user interface, it's only a command line tool, so we're going to set a bunch of different rules through different commands. To run it, you can type IP tables, it will tell you which current version is here, and to check out different commands that we can run, we can type iptables --help, which will output the help menu for us. Now, to flush all the existing rules, or in other words, to remove any current rules, we can type iptables-f. Now, it will give us the permission denied error, so this means that we must run this command with sudo privileges, and as soon as we type our password right here, it should flush or it should remove all the current existing rules, which we can check by typing sudo iptables-l. Once we type here, we will see that no rule is being set currently. That is because we already flushed it with the previous command, but here we can see the chains that we talked about. Now, by default, this command will output only the filter table. It won't output the mangle table or the nat table. Here we have the filter input chain, the filter forward chain, and the filter output chain, and down below will be the rules that are set for each and every of these chains. Currently there are none. We also have in brackets the policy is set to accept. Now this is important to figure out what this means. By default, all three will be set to accept, but besides accept, it can also be set to reject or to drop packets. Reject and drop are similar, except when drop is set, it's as if the packet never really reached our device. It just gets dropped. Now, if you want to change policy, you can do so with the next command that we're going to run, but before we do that, let's type sudo service apache2 start. And the reason we are typing this is just so we can start some service, and once we input different rules, we can double check whether the rules are set correctly based on this service that we started. In this particular case, I started Apache2, which is a web server, so currently our web page should be hosted on our local IP, which is 192.168.1.1, and if I try to visit it from my host machine and type 192.168.1.11, it will load the default Apache page, which means our web server from Kali Linux is running properly. Okay, awesome. Now if I go back and if I type once again sudo iptables-l, we were talking about this policy, and right now, since we already know that the input chain is being used to process incoming packets, so pretty much when someone visits our web server that we started, it will be processed by an input chain. Let's see whether we can change the policy to drop all requests for the input chain. To do that, we can type the command sudo iptables-policy, and then we type in the name of the chain, which in this case is input, and we type drop. Now you notice that we don't get any output, but if I type the -L command once again, the policy has been changed to drop. And now, even though our web server is running, every other device on our local network that tries to visit this web page, if I try to refresh, you will notice that it will not work, it will just load forever and it will time out after a certain period of time. That is because our firewall, or in this case our IP tables, is filtering the input chain and its policy is set to drop all the packets that are incoming to this Kali Linux device. If I go back, as you can see, it can't reach this page. So if I revert back to accept, now it should work. As you can see, I can, without any problem, reload this page. Okay. Now, this is to disable the entire chain, should I say, or to drop all the packets that are incoming to this device, but most likely you won't really want that type of security, since even though it is secure, it's not really practical. Now, let's try to set the rule for only one particular device that we want to disable it from visiting the Apache 2 web server. Now, we want everyone else to be able to visit, but only that IP address we want to disable from visiting the Apache 2. Let's give it a try. Let's try to disable my host machine from visiting Apache 2 web server, and to first do that, I need to know what's the IP address of this Windows 10 machine. I will type ipconfig and it's 192.168.1.10. Okay. Now to craft the rule, I can type sudo iptables. And currently I will refer to the input chain, so I will type -I input, -s will be the source IP that I want to block. In my particular case, it will be the Windows 10 machine or 192.168.1.10, and -j will be what I want to do with this rule. I want to make all the packets coming from this IP drop. Okay. And if I didn't explain, this -s simply stands for the IP that we will specify right after. Okay, so if I run this rule and I go back to sudo iptables-l, we can see that the policy for input chain is accept, but the rule that has been added is for this particular machine to drop all types of packets on all protocols coming from this machine. Let's give it a try. I go back, I try to reload this page, and it once again won't work. That is because inside of IP tables, we set a rule that doesn't allow this machine from accessing this website. Now to remove the rule, we can simply type once again sudo iptables-flush, which will remove all the current rules, as we can see right here. And when you set up rules, you can be as detailed as setting up a certain port and not just the IP address. For example, you can type sudo iptables-I, and let's go with the input chain once again. And then you can use the protocol to be TCP only and destination port to be port 80. And you once again, let's say you want to drop these packets. So this time, if I run -l command, we will see that only over TCP, over port 80, it will drop all the packets coming from anywhere. Now, we could have also specified an IP address, but it doesn't really matter. You already saw how you can do that. This particular command will only block on port 80. So for example, if some other IP tried to visit SSH service, for example, it will still work, but port 80 won't work. Let's give it a try. If I reload, it doesn't work. It won't load this page. Okay, so those would be some of the basic commands that you can run with IP tables. Of course, if you want, you can always use the help menu to figure out if there is anything else of interest to you. And there are a bunch of different options right here, and some of them are not really explained that well. So perhaps you can also give a try to manual IP tables, which will open the manual for entire IP tables tool. This is usually much easier to read, and it does explain in much more details each and every option that you can use. So just type man IP tables, and it will open the manual with all its available options. Now once again, one last important command is, in case you want to save these rules, you can type sudo /asbin/iptables-save. This command will save all the rules that you've set. Now, since in my particular case I do not want to save them, I'd rather flush all the rules that I created, so I'm currently left with no rules at all. Okay, so this was the hardest one to use, mainly because it's used over the command line and it does have a bunch of different options that we can set, but once you get used to it, with a bunch of different chains and policies and options to block out certain ports or IP addresses, you will find it rather easy. Okay, awesome. Now that we looked at the default filtering firewall on Linux system, let's take a look at the same default firewall on Windows systems. Hello and welcome back. So we covered IP tables, which was a filtering firewall on Linux systems. But now let's see what default firewall do we have on Windows platform. So Windows actually comes pre-installed with their Windows Defender firewall, which you can access simply by going to this search bar and typing firewall. And here you will see the settings, click on Windows Defender Firewall. It will open this page from the control panel, from where you can also access it if you want to, and here you will see the firewall settings. So currently I have my firewall turned on, both for private and for public networks, which you can see right here. And in case your firewall is turned off, I strongly recommend you turning it on by clicking on this button right here, though keep in mind that it will require administrator privileges. So currently my firewall is turned on, incoming connections are set to block all connections to apps that are not on the list of the allowed apps, and this goes the same for the guest or the public network. Now, if you want to allow an app to pass through the firewall, you can click on this button right here. It will open this small window where you can navigate and find the app that you want to allow the firewall to let through. You can click on change settings and then you can set it up right here. If you're not sure what a certain app is, you can simply just click on this details button, which will give some description, but for most of the programs and applications, it won't really tell anything useful right here. Now, this would be the simpler settings when it comes to allowing app or program through a firewall. If you want to take a look at the more advanced settings, you can click right here, Advanced Settings. This will also require administrator privileges, but as soon as you give the administrator privileges, it will open this window where you will see the inbound and outbound rules. If you click on any of them, you will see all the items and all the current rules that are being set with all of its options. If I enlarge this, you will see there are quite a lot of columns, and they simply just give description to each and every rule that's being set. Now, depending on what you want to do, you can either go through these rules and figure out whether you want to remove any of them, or in case you want to add a certain rule, you simply just click right here on New Rule. And the process of adding a new rule is rather easy. You either choose whether you want to add it for a program or a specific port, and once you do that, you click on Next. Here you will enter the path to the program that you're adding the rule for, or you simply could also add a rule that refers to all the programs on this machine. Then click on Next, and here you choose whether you want to block the connection, allow the connection only if it's secure, or you want to allow the connection from anywhere. Once you do that, you go right here, select for which networks you want this rule to apply for. So for example, when you select domain, it applies when a computer is connected to its corporate domain. This applies when a computer is connected to a private network location, and this will apply when the computer is connected to a public network location. And under the last one, you select the name, you simply just click on finish and the rule will be added, so that's how easy it is. For me personally, I'm not adding any new rules, so I'll just click on cancel, but this is simply how you can add a rule in a Windows firewall. It's rather easy. Now, of course, there are more things that you can take a look at right here, but these would be the most basic stuff. You open the advanced settings, you have inbound and outbound rules. Here are all of the rules, and you can add a new rule simply just by clicking here and setting up all the options needed. Okay, awesome. Now that we took a look at this, let's also take a look at the default firewall and how you can turn it on macOS.
Now that we covered both firewall for Windows and Linux, let's see how we can open a firewall on macOS device. Now, firewall on macOS device is a little bit different in a sense that you don't really need it compared to Windows and Linux, where using firewall is recommended. But first of all, to start it, you go right here, you go System Preferences, and in this menu, you want to navigate to the Security and Privacy tab. Here you will see this tab that says Firewall, and to simply turn it on, all you want to do is click this button. Now, if you have it like this, blocked out, where you can't really click it, you want to click on this lock right here, and you want to input the password for your account. Once you do that, it will unlock the settings and you can turn it on by clicking on this button. For me, it's currently turned on. And down here it says the description, which is the firewall is turned on and set up to prevent unauthorized applications, programs, and services from accepting incoming connections. Now, if you want to take a look at these options that are being set, you can click on Firewall Options. Now, by default, it will look something like this. I don't think that you will have this enable stealth mode on. It might be turned off, but if you want to, for even more security, you do need to turn this on. As it says, the stealth mode simply doesn't respond or acknowledge attempts to access this computer from the network by test applications using ICMP such as ping. For example, when someone tries to ping you to discover whether your device is on, it won't show them. Now, the ideal secure settings would be to block all incoming connections. It says blocks all incoming connections except those required for basic internet services such as DHCP and IPsec. But for the personal use, you don't need to have this on. This will be more than enough. And if you want to add an application or software to this list, you can simply click on plus, select the application and choose whether you want to allow or block the connections. And once you're done with these settings, you can simply click on OK. And that is how easy it is to turn on firewall on macOS device. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture.
Okay, this is a quick bonus video that I decided to add in this section since it might interest some of you and it does have something to do with the endpoint security. So we already mentioned that in many cases files are what's most important to a person on their device. And sometimes there are files that we want to get rid of or completely delete from our machine, and we don't want anyone to see them or to be able to get them back. Well, as you maybe already know, when you right-click delete file from your desktop or from any folder, it doesn't really delete the file, not even when you clear it from the bin. Your file can still be retrieved if someone wants to. This is because the memory space where that file was will be declared usable, but the content of the previous file will still be there until a new file overwrites its contents, which can take some time. That's why here I have some articles that will talk about how to securely delete files or perhaps wipe entire hard drives by overwriting them. We won't be demonstrating it in this course since it's rather easy to do. All it takes is one tool, and these articles give a good explanation on how to use them. So you can visit this article at this link right here, and it does explain this in details from starting off what happens when you delete a file to why the files that are deleted aren't erased immediately,
And down here, it can also show you how you can recover the deleted files and how you can prevent deleted files from being recovered with tools such as CC Cleaner, which you simply just install, and it's rather easy to use. Down here, it explains how exactly it works and which options from this tool can you use to securely delete files. Another article that you can take a look at is this one right here, which talks about tools to securely delete files from Linux systems. So this was mostly referring to Windows systems, but this article will tell you how to securely delete files from Linux systems with the help of certain tools that you can install via the command line or via terminal. And on the third article, it talks about how to securely delete files on macOS. It will start off with explaining you how to use the rm command to delete the files through terminal, to explaining how to install a certain tool that will allow you to securely erase all the files that you do not want to be on your machine anymore. Now, depending on which system you're running, or depending on which system you're trying to secure, you want to navigate to each of these articles accordingly and read through how you can securely delete the files that should no longer be there. Nonetheless, let's not make this video any longer, and let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, first big part is done. But these are just your first steps to mastering endpoint security. There is more out there to research and more useful programs and tools that will help you increase your endpoint device security. Nonetheless, you have a strong foundation now to continue researching further all the topics that we mentioned in this specific section. In this video, let's perform a quick recap before we move on to the network security. As we already know, the main goal or main purpose of endpoint security is to secure and protect our endpoint devices. Whether that being a laptop, a computer, a mobile phone or a server, it doesn't matter. There are different things and methods that we cover to enhance security, starting from installing and enabling an antivirus software. We talked about default antivirus programs for Windows and macOS, and we also mentioned what other good antivirus softwares or endpoint protection softwares can you install and what benefit do they give you. Remember, the important note from these lectures is if privacy is important to you, it's always best to read the privacy policy of all the softwares that you install. Another important topic that we talked about are host-based firewalls. We introduced ourselves to the default firewalls installed on all the systems from macOS to Linux and Windows. We saw how we can use IP tables and which commands can we run to filter traffic on Linux systems. My personal advice would be to dive deeper into IP tables since they are widely being used not just as a standalone software but also by various other tools and programs that control IP tables through their interface. We also saw the default Windows firewall, and we saw how to turn on the macOS default firewall in case we need it. Third important topic we mentioned were password managers. This is something 99% of us need if we want to keep our online accounts more secure. We saw an example of using KeePass, which is free to use password manager, and we saw how we can set it up with our online accounts. Plus, we talked about some other paid password managers that you can choose in case you want to level up your account security. And let's not forget the first topic that we talked about, which were browsers. Browsers are usually the things that we use the most on our endpoint devices, so it is important that we secure them the most. We talked about Brave browser, which has a bunch of different security and privacy settings that allow you to enhance your security online when visiting random websites. We also talked about more known browsers out there such as Firefox, Safari and Chrome, and how to enhance security in those as well. And few other things that we mentioned were how to discover malware on Windows systems and how to figure out where the unusual network connections are coming from. We did all of this with the help of tools such as Process Explorer, Wireshark and Netstat, and we also saw an example of Process Explorer for macOS and Linux systems, which is called HTOP, and at the end we talked about how to securely
delete our files in case we don't want anyone to be able to see or retrieve them. All of this in combination refers to endpoint security. But as I mentioned, this is only just the start, and you should dive deeper into each topic that we talked about even more in case that's what you're interested in. Let's also not forget another thing that we talked about before endpoint security, but that can affect endpoint security, which is social engineering. This can also present a danger to our endpoint device if we don't know what files are we downloading from the internet and if we plug in unknown USB devices to our machine, which can result in malware infecting it. These are all the things that we talked about already and that you should refer to whenever you want to secure a certain device. Nonetheless, we got one big topic behind us now and we're ready to dive deeper, perhaps into even more complex topic, which is network security. Okay. It's time we start another big topic, which is network security. Just as much as endpoint security is important, so is the network security. And many companies out there will hire you to check their network security and to find whether there are any vulnerabilities inside or whether it needs any additional configuration when it comes to their security. We can think of endpoint security as us making sure that our house is secure from any thieves that might be trying to break in. Now, network can be perceived the same, just on a larger scale. Let's say we have 6 devices on our local network. We can use the same theory of thinking of a device as a house, and then we can say that our network is consisted of 6 different houses. All of them are secure when it comes to their own house security, but we must picture it as one large neighborhood. Even though each house on its own is secure, the neighborhood might not be. Maybe there are thieves on the streets, or in our case between different connections and services on the network. Network security is making sure that our devices are all in a safe neighborhood. That's how we can think of it, at least. If there are malicious people on the network that are trying to attack the network, we must make sure we can either catch that, make sure that they can't do anything bad to our neighborhood, which can then directly affect our endpoint devices. Of course, to make sure our network is secure, it won't be that easy as just clearing out the thieves or anyone that's trying to do anything malicious. There are certain precautions that we must take and keep an eye on if we want to have everything protected. Here are some of the things that we will need to refer to and that we will talk about when it comes to network security. We will talk about router security, so router an important device inside of any network. We will talk a little bit about network firewalls, which in many larger companies are being set inside of their own networks. Now, these firewalls can either be hardware firewalls, they can either be set inside the router, and there are many different types of network firewalls, which we will talk about in next few lectures, but that is one of the things that we will cover. Another important topic when it comes to network security is port and vulnerability scanning. We have to make sure that every device on the network is secure and that it doesn't present a threat to any other device. We'll take a look at different services that are being ran on the devices inside of the network, and we will see how we can make sure that those services are well secure and updated so it doesn't create a threat to the entire network. We will also talk about the important and famous man-in-the-middle attack that can be ran inside of every single network, and we will talk about how we can prevent it. Another important thing is wireless security. Now, Wi-Fi is something that every network has nowadays, and it has to be secure so that not everyone can join it. And last but not least, we will talk about monitoring for threats. Now, even with all the previous things that we talked about being checked, whether we have firewalls, well-established router security, we scan for ports and vulnerabilities, we prevented different types of the attacks, such as man-in-the-middle attacks, we still have to monitor for different threats. That's how we can respond to them the fastest. If we don't monitor for threats, we will not be able to discover them in the real time. Nonetheless, these are just some of the things that we will talk about in this section, and let's move on straight to the network firewalls. Okay, let's start off this section with firewalls. This is because firewalls is a topic that we already talked about in the endpoint section of the course. But right now it's time we talk about network firewalls compared to the host-based firewalls that we already covered. The difference is that we said host-based firewalls are running on the host machine and they are used to filter traffic on that specific host, while network firewalls pretty much does the same thing just on a network level. It inspects packets and decides which packets are allowed to go in or out of the network. So it does work on both internal and external level. And visually you can imagine it as something like this. We have a network that communicates with the internet but through a network firewall that performs packet inspection and filtering. Of course, this is also done by a set of rules, and it can be different for different networks. And as we mentioned, these firewalls can look at outbound and inbound connections and determine which one can be led through and which one can't. Usually these types of firewalls will be found in larger company networks since they do need multiple layers of protection. This essentially means that if network firewall is turned on, it doesn't mean that host-based firewalls should be turned off. Both of them should work and the network should look something like this. Endpoint devices, each of them running its own host-based firewall that will filter packets just for that endpoint device, and a network firewall that will work for the network itself. Now you might be asking, well, why we need both of them, and the reality is that someone who gets access to endpoint device can change the host-based firewall rules if he wants to. But he cannot change the network firewall rules, which will remain inside the network, and it will also perform a layer of protection for other devices. Now when it comes to firewalls, we can also do a little bit deeper division of different types of firewalls. Here are some of the most common ones. We have packet filtering firewalls, which, as its name says, is used to filter different packets by certain rules that are set. We also have stateful inspection firewalls, and stateful firewalls can detect attempts by unauthorized individuals to access a network, as well as analyze the data within packets to see if they contain malicious code. The signature sign of a stateful firewall is that it is a kind of a firewall that keeps track and monitors the state of active network connections while analyzing incoming traffic and looking for potential traffic and data risks. We also have application layer firewalls, which are firewalls that essentially focus on traffic that is coming or going from a certain service or application. Most common ones are web application firewalls, which can inspect for certain attacks such as XSS or SQL injection attacks, and this firewall monitors and blocks certain HTTP traffic coming to the web application. Another set of firewalls that you might have heard about are next generation firewalls. In simple words, next generation firewalls can be a combination of all the ones of the above, while also performing deep packet inspection on lower level to discover malicious packets that are being sent. The goal of next generation firewall is to include more protection for each OSI layer compared to having different types of firewalls, each used for one specific thing. Nonetheless, that will be the theory part of network firewalls, and we also mentioned which types of network firewalls are there. Of course, there is even a deeper division, but this will be more than enough for now. And now let's take a look at some of the examples in the next lecture. Okay, so let's mention some examples of network firewalls that you can use if you need to. The first one that I want to mention is pfSense. This is a rather known free and open source network firewall that can be navigated and configured via the web interface. If we open its official page, which is located at pfsense.org, and we click on Get Started, it will give a basic overview of what pfSense is. Here, the overview starts. As it says, the pfSense project is a free network firewall distribution based on the FreeBSD operating system with a custom kernel and including third-party free software packages for additional functionality. Down here we have the deployment selection, hardware, cloud, and down here we have the installation, which is the important part if you want to install and use pfSense. Essentially, just click on the install guide and you can navigate through the different steps that we can see right here on the left side of our screen. You can click on each and every step and follow these instructions to get pfSense running. That would be pretty much about it. If you want to, you can go ahead and install the pfSense if that's what you prefer. Now, since this is a little bit more advanced, we will not be covering it in the beginner's course of cybersecurity, but if you want to get to know it even more right away, you can navigate to this video right here, which is essentially a small course, or it's not even that small, it's over 3 hours long course on pfSense firewall. After you watch this course, you will know everything from navigating through the firewall to setting the rules and to setting up the firewall in different network environments. Now, besides the pfSense, you can also take a look at this page right here. This page talks about top 10 firewall hardware devices. The definition of a hardware firewall we can see right here. What is firewall hardware? And we can read through this article, which says a firewall or a physical firewall device or firewall hardware is an appliance that sits in between the uplink and the client system and filters what traffic gets through based on pre-configured security policies, user profiles, and business rules. The uplink carries incoming traffic from public or private networks, whereas the client system is a server, an employee desktop, a WFH system, an Internet of Things node, and so on. If we scroll even more down, we should come to the list of the top 10 firewalls, and here are some of them. We got Bitdefender Box, we have Cisco ASA 5500X, we got AI Smart Security Firewall, and down here are all the other ones that you can check out if you want. Here is the pfSense that we talked about right here, and pretty much all of these are being used widely by different companies. Now, some of them are free, some of them are not free, and you can go one by one. If you want to learn more about firewalls, you can go one by one and experiment with all of them. Once again, the most important thing is to remember what the purpose of a firewall is. Once you know which rules to configure, then setting up different firewalls is just a matter of preference, whether you like the user interface that the firewall offers you. And also the functionality is important because some firewalls have bigger and more functionality than others. Okay, so you can research about all of these if you want, and I do recommend that you do that, as you might be using some of them in the future. Some might be harder, some might be easier to configure, but remember, at the end, it's just a firewall used to filter traffic and perform packet inspection by certain rules. Nonetheless, thank you for watching this lecture, and I will see you in the next one. Okay, an important topic when it comes to network security. Let's talk about network scanning and discovering different vulnerabilities on various network devices. Now, network scanning is important because it is the first step when wanting to secure your network. You must first know what is your network consisted of, which devices are inside of it, what services are those devices both running and using, and if those services have any known issues or vulnerabilities. But let's break this down a little bit. First, let's mention what is our goal. Our goal is to discover any issues or vulnerabilities inside the network, no matter what that might be. Whether it being a known vulnerability, or some type of a misconfiguration or unwanted traffic, we must first discover it, then take care of it. The first part in the network scanning is figuring out which IP addresses are active, and once we do that, we can perform a port scan. Usually, we want to scan every device on the network, which will then result in knowing which ports does each of these devices have open, closed, or filtered behind the firewall. After that comes discovering services that are running on those open ports. Usually when a port is open, it will run a certain service there that might be useful to other devices on the network. An example would be an open port 80, which is commonly used for HTTP and for accessing a website. If we find a device that has port 80 open, then it most likely also hosts a web page on that port, which we can then check by typing its IP address in our search bar. After discovering services on those open ports, we ideally want to figure out what software and what version of software is that service using, which we can use that information to find out whether it has any known vulnerabilities or issues. Now, besides finding vulnerabilities by scanning ports in the network, we also want to see whether there is any malicious traffic inside the network that already exists, or whether certain attacks such as man-in-the-middle attack are possible and if they're taking place at any time. But things like this we will do later. First thing that we will do is the most important, which is port scanning. Now, let's recap real quick what we want to do. So we want to scan all devices on the network to figure out what ports they have open, what services are they running, and what is the purpose of all the specific devices on the network. This one is also important. Any additional device on the network that isn't being used or needed performs additional threats, so we also should be interested in what purpose all the devices have. Now, this mostly refers to when testing company networks. And besides this, we also want to check the overall security of the network. If we do find, however, a vulnerability on some device, we would want to put it offline, patch the outdated software if possible, or if not, we would install a different software for the same task that doesn't have any known vulnerabilities. To start with all of this, we will take a look at a rather complex port scanning tool, which is called Nmap. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. So in this lecture, we're going to take a look at network port scanning and a little bit of vulnerability analysis. Now, if you're coming from my ethical hacking course, you are probably familiar with all of the things that we will cover. However, this is an important thing when it comes to securing a network and discovering vulnerabilities on certain network devices. Now, in this lecture, we're going to touch on Nmap tool. Now, if you are in the industry, you probably have heard of the Nmap or of the network mapper tool. It is a common tool that both cybersecurity experts and ethical hackers use, and it is used to scan a certain device or multiple devices for open ports, and it can also be used to discover certain vulnerabilities on those open ports, as well as services running on those open ports, and even more things than just that. Now, of course, in this lecture, we will be touching on just the basics of Nmap, and we will see some a little bit more intermediate stuff with it, but everything else that you want to learn, I highly suggest you read the Nmap manual. Since in the Nmap manual, everything is really well explained, and you will have a detailed explanation of each and every option that Nmap offers us. Nonetheless, to run Nmap, you will need a Linux system. Not so necessarily, it can be ran from Windows, but I prefer to run it from Linux. You can find the Nmap website at the link nmap.org. Let me just open the Firefox and I will type it in for you so you can see the Nmap website. Here it will load the official Nmap website. It doesn't look anything special, but now you can read through the introduction to Nmap. You can also read through the Nmap guide and all of that, and you can also download Nmap for your machine. I will currently run this tool from Linux system, or in this particular case from Kali Linux. Close this. And to simply run Nmap help menu, we type nmap --help. It will print out all the available options that we can run with Nmap, and without reading all of this, the most simple command that we can run with nmap is simply just typing nmap and then the IP address of the target that we want to scan. Now in this particular case, I will use my router's IP, and all I have to do is press enter. And in just a couple of seconds, we will get the output back, and I will see all the open ports on my router device. We can see that the host is up. We can see that it didn't show 994 closed TCP ports, and out of the 1000 ports that is scanned, it found 6 open ports, and it also tells us for which type of service are these ports normally used. For example, port 22, as we already know, is port for SSH, port 23 is Telnet, port 53 is DNS, and port 80 and 443 are HTTP and HTTPS. And if you scan your router, you most likely will find some of these ports to be open. Now down here we see the time that it took for this nmap scan to finish, which in this particular case is 0.68 seconds, but keep in mind that sometimes it can take much longer for these scans to finish. It all depends where your target is, does it have any security measures, and which settings are you using within the tool. All of this will be important to determine for how long will the scan take. Okay. So you might have noticed that it only displays 994 closed ports. This simply means that nmap by default, when not specified, scans for most common 1000 ports. Now, if you want to scan for less ports, you can type nmap 192.168.1.1, and you can use the P option to specify a single port, for example, let's say port 80. Or you can type multiple ports, for example, port 90 and port 100. If I press enter, it will only scan these 3 ports, and once again we will get that the port 80 is open, the port 80 is running HTTP service, and these 2 ports are closed, which is the correct output since, if you remember from the previous scan, we didn't get these to be open, so it says that the state is closed. If you want to scan a range of ports, you can type 192.168.1.1 or whichever IP that you're scanning. Now keep in mind that nmap is not something that you should run against targets that you don't have permission to, so only use nmap on the targets that are inside your network and that you have permission to scan. To scan a range report, you also use the -p option, and you can type 80-120, for example. It only found the port 80 to be open. Other 40 ports are closed TCP ports. Okay, awesome. Now let me just enlarge this a little bit. And another useful option that you might use, especially when your scans are running slower and you do want to scan for most common ports, but you don't really want to do all 1000 ports. You want to do less than that. You can use the -f option. So once you type -f, it will only scan for the top 100 ports of your target machine, or top 100 most common ports. If I press enter, we will get the same output back, but here you will see that it only scanned 95 plus this 5, which is exactly 100 ports. Since these right here belong to the more common ports and services, they are being displayed. Okay. Now let's go back to the help menu and let's see which different type of scans can we run using nmap. So if you want to see different type of scans, it is right here, right under the scan techniques. You will have different options such as -ss, -st, -sa, and even more different types of scans if we look down below. Now you can read through all of this and figure out what each of these scans do, but most often you will use these two scans, -ss and -st. Now, here we have a short explanation. -ss is a TCP SYN scan, while -st is the full connect scan. What is the difference? Well, the difference is that the -st option will perform a full connection to the port, and -ss will only perform the SYN scan or the first part of the TCP handshake. Now, the difference is when it comes to hacking and cybersecurity that this will be less detectable than this one. And it's common sense since this will perform the full connection while this will only perform the first part of the connection to determine which ports are open and which ports are closed. So if detection is something that you care about, then using -ss might be a better option. Now, to run the scan, you simply just type nmap -ss 192.168.1.1 and this will not work. This is because this type of scan, or the SYN scan, requires root privileges. To do that, we can type sudo, and on Windows I imagine that it will require administrator privileges, though I have never really used nmap on Windows systems, so it might work without that as well. If I run with sudo, it will work and it will give the same output back, but this time it performed the TCP SYN scan. So only the first part of the TCP handshake is being performed on each of these ports, and we still manage to determine which ones are open and which ones are closed. The same output we will get with the -st scan, just this time it won't ask for the administrator privileges, it will simply just do the scan and give the same output back, but this time it did the full connection to each of these ports. The entire TCP three-way handshake has been performed to connect to these ports and determine which ones are closed and which ones are open. Now, if you want to read about more types of scans, you can still go to the help menu, but what I do advise and what I mentioned at the beginning of the lecture is to use the nmap manual instead. Since here in the nmap help menu, we can see the description of each of these scan techniques or pretty much of any other option that nmap offers us, but this won't be explained in details and you might struggle to understand some of these options. To fully understand and to fully read about these options, you can type man nmap, which is shortened for manual of nmap, and you can scroll through this entire manual and figure out what each of these options do. At the beginning here we will have our regular nmap help menu, which will cover the options just briefly, but if we scroll all the way down, you will start seeing each of these options being explained in details. Let's try to find our scans that we performed just to see what the difference is, even though I did explain, but let's just double check to see whether I was right. Okay, so after a little bit of scrolling, here is an important part that you want to read through if you are interested in learning nmap tool. So here is what I already mentioned. The simple command nmap target scans 1000 TCP ports on the host target. We already know that, I already said that, but down here you want to read through this, the 6 port states recognized by nmap. So we saw open, we saw closed, we also can have a filtered port, which simply means that it's most likely behind a firewall. We can also have unfiltered, open pipe filtered, and closed pipe filtered. You want to read through all of this to figure out what each of these means. Now, these two are pretty much straightforward. When the port is open, it's open. When it says it's closed, the port is closed. Let's go down here. And here are the scan types that we performed. So -ss, which we already mentioned to be TCP SYN scan, and here is the explanation of what it is. Here is what I mentioned. This technique is often referred to as half-open scanning because you don't open a full TCP connection, you just send the SYN packet. So this is how the TCP SYN scan works, while the TCP connect scan performs the full connection to the port. You can read through the entire description and you will figure out what the difference is between these two scans. One more thing is that this one will take a little bit more time since it does perform the full TCP connection compared to the SYN scan, but in certain cases you will need to use this one, while in other cases you will most likely use this one. Nonetheless, you can read through all the other type of scans such as UDP scans, which is -SU option, and if you scroll all the way down, you will see everything else. Now, if we were to go through this entire manual, it will take way too long time, so we're just going to show a couple of more options that Nmap offers us, and then we're going to move on to the next lecture. I do strongly advise that you do continue learning about Nmap, since it is a rather important tool in the cybersecurity field, especially when it comes to network security. Okay, so we covered the -SS scan, the -ST scan, but let's take a look at the -SV scan. What is -SV? We haven't read it in the manual, but it's simply an Nmap scan that will perform the version discovery on services that are running on open ports. For example, if let's say an Apache is running on port 80 as a web server, well then this command will try to figure out which version of Apache is running. Why is this useful? Well, it's useful because if we notice an outdated version on a certain port, then we can further on proceed to try and find any type of vulnerability for that outdated version. Let me show you how this scan works. We will simply just use my router again. So this is the command. And once you run it, you will notice that it does take a little bit more time than the previous two scans, and this is because this is a more detailed scan. It does have to find open ports, find services running on those open ports, and also determine what is the version of those services that are running on open ports. Now, anytime that Nmap takes a little bit longer to finish, you can use upper arrow to figure out at what percentage is Nmap at. See right here, we can see that it's currently at 83.30% done, and every time you press upper arrow, it will tell you at what percentage is the scan currently at. Now here it is, we got the scan finished, and you will notice the first thing is that we get a larger output. The part that we are mostly interested in is this one right here. So besides these three columns that we already had with the previous two scans, which are which ports are open, what state they are at, and the services running, we also get the version. So the TCP, or the port that is running SSH service, is running dropbear SSH 2014.63. So we get the exact same version, and we get this for each and every service that is currently running on my router. Now, if I was to try and discover vulnerabilities, the first step would be to research about this specific version and trying to find online whether there is any exploit or vulnerability that exists for this specific version, and if it does, I would try to exploit it. Now, this is more on the offensive side, but also as a cybersecurity expert, you need to discover vulnerabilities to know what you need to secure. You can't just perform the scans, you will also have to figure out whether any of these versions right here is vulnerable to some type of exploit or DDoS attack or pretty much anything at all. All of this should go in a report, which will then let the network administrator or someone else that is in the charge of the network update any outdated software and remove any type of other services running that shouldn't be there or that might present a threat. For example, right here, and once again, if you're coming from my ethical hacking course, you will be familiar with this machine right here, but this is simply just a vulnerable virtual machine that I'm currently running just to show you how the scan will look like for this machine. Now, you won't really have this machine available for you, but in case you want to test your Nmap skills on this machine, you can download it. Just type in Metasploitable download on the Google and you should find download links for this machine. Right now I want to find out the IP address, so I'll just type ifconfig and it's 0.1.7, and all I have to do is type the same scan but just change the IP address, and it will perform the scan on this target as well. Let's wait for it to finish, and here are the results. So we do get quite a few ports open on this machine, and we also get the versions of the services that are running. Now, since I already tested this machine, and anyone that's coming from the hacking course already covered this entire machine and all the exploits, I already know that a bunch of these services are vulnerable, and you can find exploits for any particular service just by researching their version name. For example, if you type this version name in Google, the first thing that will come out is the exploit that you can use to run and exploit this vulnerable machine to gain access to it. All of this is important because if you discover something like this inside a company network, for example, it should be written down in the report as a critical vulnerability, especially if you can get access to that machine through that vulnerability. After that, this specific service should be patched or updated, or a different software should be used that doesn't have any vulnerabilities. Now, another useful nmap command besides this one is -o. This command is used when you want to discover an operating system that the target is running. Now, this does require sudo privileges, so I'll just run it, and keep in mind that this command is not always accurate. Sometimes it will give false information, but in many cases it does give the correct operating system that the target is running. The information will be down here, right below the port scan, and you will be able to read what nmap thinks that the target is running. So nmap says that the target is running Linux, and you can test this. For example, if you have a Windows machine at home, you can try to scan it with the -o command and see whether nmap will be able to figure out whether it's a Windows machine or Linux machine or Mac OS. And one more thing is the -a command. Now this -a command stands for all. It will scan for ports, for versions, for operating systems, and I'm not sure it might even scan for different scripts. Now this is one of the commands that will take the longest to finish since it does perform a bunch of things, but when you want to perform everything on a target machine without having to run multiple scans, you can just simply use -a and it will perform the OS scan, the version scan, and the port scan. And last but not least, it's important to know about using scripts in nmap. So there are certain script scans that you can run with the nmap tool, and you can read which script scans can you run from the nmap manual. You can also read about that on their website, but currently the most interesting script to us is the vulnerability script. You can type nmap -script and then space vuln, and then the IP address of your target machine, and in this particular case I will purposely use the vulnerable machine to see whether this script scan will be able to find some vulnerabilities on this virtual machine. If I run it, and here are the results. Now you might have noticed that this can take quite some time to finish. As it says right here, it took around 350 seconds for this scan to finish in my particular case, and this is when the target is in my own network, so it will probably take even more if the target was somewhere else. And here are all the results of all the scans that was ran on the target machine and all the scripts that it performed to discover certain vulnerabilities. Now you can see there is quite some output, and all of this will be something that you want to read through to discover whether certain vulnerabilities exist or not. And right here is where it starts. So it starts from the first port, which is the FTP port. It already discovered that this port is vulnerable. You can see it right here in capital letters, and it does tell you whether this specific vulnerabilities is exploitable or not, and if it is, it will be written right here, and you will also get the CVE of this specific vulnerability, so you can just type this in Google and figure out what this vulnerability is. You also get a little bit of explanation right here. You can see when this vulnerability came out, and you can see also the exploit results. So with a simple shell command of ID, we already managed to get the root privileges, so this would be a critical type of vulnerability since it exploits the target with the root privileges. Then it goes port by port, and for the SMTP port it found another vulnerability right here, the SSL poodle information leak, and down here we can see the CVE, which once again you can paste in Google and read more about this specific vulnerability. Now all the things that we saw down here, we saw a bunch of links. This is probably linked to the port 80 and port 443. Here it was searching for the possible SQL injections, and here are the possible SQL queries that might be vulnerable to SQL injection. All of these links, and in a real penetration test you would test each and every one of these links to figure out whether they are vulnerable to the SQL injection or not. Now there are certain tools that automate this process, but sometimes you have to do it all manually. And since this is purposely made vulnerable virtual machine, most of these actually do have some injection type of vulnerability, especially on the web pages, and not just the SQL injection. Down here it performed even more scans and script scans, and here we can see the HTTP slow loris check. It's once again another vulnerability that is discovered on this machine, and all of this you would write down inside the report for this specific machine to let everyone know that it isn't secure and that it should be either patched or removed completely from the network. Even more vulnerabilities right here. Now we're skipping through all of this since it would take quite some time for us to read this, but anyways, this is the command that you can use to perform the script scan to discover vulnerabilities on certain ports. Now, of course, if this scan returns no vulnerabilities, it doesn't mean that there are no vulnerabilities on the target system. It just means that this specific option didn't manage to discover them. Then you have to go with either other tools, or you have to go and try to discover vulnerabilities manually. Another thing that you should know is that you don't have to scan just one target when it comes to Nmap. You can scan multiple targets. For example, I can just type 192.168.1.1-20 and it should scan the first 20 targets. But just so this can finish faster, I'll remove the script scan and we'll just perform the normal Nmap default scan. It should go through each and every IP address in this range, and it should first determine whether that IP is active and running, if any device is using it, and then if it is, then it will print out whether that device has any open ports. Let's press upper arrow. We can see that in this range we have 6 devices that are up, and it's currently performing the connect scan on each of these devices to determine the open ports. It's 85% done, so let's wait for it to finish. And here are the results. You also could have noticed that it did take quite some time to finish, and this is because we scanned multiple devices and not just one. So we get the output for our vulnerable virtual machine. We already saw this, it has a bunch of ports open. Here is the output for some other machine, and if I'm not mistaken, this is most likely my Windows machine. And here we also have some other devices. This particular device is running just one open port, or is having just one open port, and it's most likely an iPhone due to the service that this port is running. Here we have another device that is up and running, but this particular device has all 1000 scan ports closed. We can see that it is a Huawei device and all the ports on that device are closed. And here is the output for my router. It has all the standard ports open that we already saw, so this would pretty much be about it. All these 6 devices and their outputs. Down here we have another device that has all 1000 scan ports closed. Okay, awesome. Now this would be the basics of Nmap. And don't worry if you didn't get much out of this lecture. If it's your first time encountering Nmap tool, it will take some practice to get used to it. It is a rather large tool, and with time you will be able to master it. It is useful, and I do advise you to read through the Nmap manual and to read through different options that you can use with Nmap to perform your scans on the network. It will boost your skills in securing the network and discovering different vulnerabilities on the network. Now, when it comes to vulnerability analysis, this would be just the first part, discovering open ports and discovering services and their versions. After that, as I already mentioned, you will have to research through each of these versions of the services that are running and figure out whether any of them has any existing vulnerabilities. That would be the second part, and if it does have the existing vulnerability, you would notify someone to perform an update or to change the software that is running. Nonetheless, this would be all about the basics, so thank you for watching. Once again, if you didn't understand most of the things, just rewatch this lecture multiple times, and after some time you will get used to it and you will master Nmap. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, that was loading for over an hour. But it is finally over, so we're ready to explore the Nessus tool. It is pretty simple to use. Your page should be blank since you haven't performed any scan yet. So we can click right here on this X button, just to see better this page, and all we want to do from here is go to the New Scan button. Right here, we will see all of the available options that we can do for our scans. So we got Basic Network Scan, as it says a full system scan suitable for any host. We got the Advanced Scan, Configure a Scan without using any recommendations, and we got a bunch of the other options, and for some of them we need the Nessus Professional version in order to use, such as this one, this one, this one, and all of these that have the upgrade on them. Now, as I already talked about, with Nessus Essentials, we're only going to be able to scan local IP addresses. Inside of a company, you could use this tool to scan their networks for vulnerabilities. However, you cannot scan an external IP address with this. So scanning a website is not going to work, unless it's inside of your network. Another thing to remind you is that we can scan with the free version up to 16 IP addresses. And if I'm not mistaken, those 16 IP addresses clean after 90 days, so after 90 days you will be able to scan more IP addresses, but I'm not sure about that. And if you have a free version and you have more than 16 targets, you will have to scan that network with multiple Nessus scans. So, scanning big enterprise networks for big companies will require Nessus Professional version. But what we want to do here, to learn Nessus and how to use it, we want to go onto the basic network scan. And this basic scan will require us to specify some options. Now, for our first scan, we'll be scanning only Metasploitable. So, turn it on if you haven't already. Check out the IP address of Metasploitable. In my case, it is 192.168.1.4. And once you do that, we can proceed to specify our options. In the General tab, under the name, you can specify anything you want. I will simply just type Metasploitable. Under the description, I will just leave this empty, there is nothing really to specify here. You can put anything you want here, just so you can recognize which type of scan you did and on which target you did it. In the folder, we will leave it on My Scans, and in the targets, we specify the IP address of our target machine. Since right now we are only scanning one machine, we will specify the IP address of Metasploitable. But if you were to scan a network, you would specify something like this. 192.168.1.1/24, in case it is a /24 network. I believe you can also specify it like this, so dash 192.168.1.255. But right now, let us just go with our Metasploitable. And with the free version, we can't even scan 255 hosts. Remember, we can only scan 16. Once you specify this, we want to proceed to the Schedule tab. And here, this Schedule tab is useful once you want to schedule your scans on a certain period of time, or you just want to schedule a scan while you're doing something else on the side. For now, we're going to leave it off. Under the notifications, you can choose if you want to send results to some emails over SMTP server. We are not going to be doing that right now. In the Discovery tab, this is the important stuff. Here we choose how many and which ports we want to scan. We have an option of scanning common ports, and this is similar to Nmap default port scan. It will only scan most popular ports. Or you can select scan all ports, which we're going to use right now to scan all 65,000 ports on our Metasploitable. And if you want, there is a custom option, which is the third option right here, but we're pretty satisfied with this scan all ports option. If we read the settings, the general settings always test the NAS's localhost, use fast network discovery. Under the port scanner settings, we have scan all ports, use netstat if credentials are provided, use SYN-scanner if necessary, and we're pinging hosts using TCP, ARP, and ICMP. Good. Once you set this to scan all ports, you can go to the assessment, and in the assessment tab, we can choose what we want to scan for. So there are a few options. If I click right here on the scan type, we have scan for known web vulnerabilities, scan for all web vulnerabilities, and scan for all web vulnerabilities complex. For the purposes of this tutorial, we will be scanning for known web vulnerabilities. Why? Well, this will just take lesser time to finish. When you run scan for complex web vulnerabilities, it usually takes a lot more time. And we can see right here under the general settings, avoid potential false alarms, enable CGI scanning, and web applications, we will crawl up to 1000 pages, up to 6 directories, and we will test for known vulnerabilities in commonly used web applications. These are our assessment settings. But also keep in mind that if we discover some web vulnerabilities, we will see how to attack them in the web penetration testing section. That will come right after the exploitation section. For now, let us just see whether NASes will find something juicy. Right after, we go to the report settings, and usually you want to leave this on default, so we're not going to be changing anything right here. And finally, in the advanced tab, we will leave it on default for now and proceed to click on save. So click on save right here, and you should have your scan right here. Now, you will notice that it does not automatically start. We must launch it. And we do that by clicking on this arrow right here, which says launch. Click on it. In just a few seconds, here it is. These green arrows will start spinning and our scan has officially started. This will try to discover all the vulnerabilities it can find for the Metasploitable machine. Now, keep in mind that these scans can take a lot longer than Nmap scans. You can always check the current state of scan by clicking on the scan name, in our case on the Metasploitable, and you will be able to see what it managed to find for now during the scan. Different vulnerabilities will be marked with different colors. We will have blue color, which means information disclosure, and what that is it possibly managed to find some information that should be private, or it managed to find the service version or something similar that allows us to find out more information about the target. It doesn't necessarily mean that the information is useful though. Then we have green, yellow, and orange vulnerabilities, or also known as low, medium, and high vulnerabilities. And at the end, we get the most interesting vulnerabilities, which are critical vulnerabilities. This usually includes remote code execution or something similar. So what you can also do, you can click on them, and this is just what it managed to find at this current point of scan. So we got one critical vulnerability for now. We got two mixed vulnerabilities, one medium vulnerability, and some information disclosure right here. Let's go back, and we're going to wait for this to finish, and once it's done, we will get back to it and see the results. Alright, it is finally over, and we can see, if I click on the scan, that it managed to discover a bunch of vulnerabilities. All kinds of them. Let us go through these results and see some of the vulnerabilities it found. Remember, we are most interested in critical and high vulnerabilities. Others can also be useful, but these two are the main ones. First thing we see is that it managed to find 7 critical vulnerabilities, 11 high vulnerabilities, 36 medium vulnerabilities, 7 low, and 148 information disclosure. Let us click on the scan. Right here we can order the vulnerabilities by their severity. So if I click on this arrow, it will go from the information to the critical, but mostly we are interested in critical vulnerabilities, so I will click it once again, and let's go with any one of them. We're going to see an example of each vulnerability. We're going to check one critical, one high, one medium, one low, and one information disclosure. Let's go, for example, with this one. So it says NFS exported share information disclosure. This is a critical vulnerability. Down here we can see the description, and it says at least one of the NFS shares exported by the remote server could be mounted by the scanning host. An attacker may be able to leverage this to read and possibly write files on remote host. It tells us what is the solution to fix this vulnerability, as it says configure NFS on the remote host so that only authorized hosts can mount its remote shares. Down here it tells us where it found the vulnerability. It found it on our Metasploitable on the 2049 UDP port. And what you would do, for example, is you would then Google this vulnerability, which we learned in the previous video where we covered Googling vulnerabilities and search exploit, and you would see how you would exploit this. For now, we know that this exists. Let's check another critical vulnerability. Let's go, for example, onto this one, bind shell backdoor detection. It says a shell is listening on a remote port without any authentication being required. An attacker may use it by connecting to the remote port and sending commands directly. This seems like a really big problem. And we're going to see in the next section how we can actually gain access from this critical vulnerability. It is very, very easy, trust me. But these types of misconfiguration happen often. Down here we can see the solution, verify the remote host has been compromised, and reinstall the system if necessary. And the actual vulnerability is found on the port 1524 over TCP. Now, since critical vulnerabilities are most important, let us check another one. Let's go on to this one. VNC server password is password. So it seems that we get the default credentials for some software running on our Metasploitable. As it says, the VNC server running on the remote host is secured with a weak password. And this type of vulnerability is something that you will find the most. Now, it doesn't have to be anything connected to the VNC server, but weak credentials are something that even the biggest companies have. And you can have all the security in the world, but if your password is weak, none of that security will matter. Down here we see the Nessus logged in using a password. And what port was it on? It was port 5900 over TCP. So we will see how we can exploit all of this, but let us also check out some other vulnerabilities as well. Apache Tomcat AGP connector request injection. Let's click on it. This seems to be a high vulnerability, and it tells us a file read inclusion vulnerability was found in AGP connector. A remote unauthenticated attacker could exploit this vulnerability to read web application files from a vulnerable server. It tells us that the solution is to actually upgrade the Tomcat server to the newer version. And down here it tells us over which port did it find the vulnerability, which is port 8009. On the right side we can also see some additional vulnerability information, such as what is the vulnerability for. It is for Apache Tomcat. Is the exploit available? Yes, the exploit exists for this, and they are available. The patch was published on March 1st, 2020, and vulnerability was also published on that same day, and Nessus managed to successfully exploit it. Reference information, and here are the vulnerability names. So you would just type this, search for an exploit for it, and you would manage to exploit the Metasploitable machine. Let's check out a few more vulnerabilities, and then we're going to wrap up with this tutorial. Let's go to a medium one, and let's go, for example, to this one, SMB sign-in not required. Sign-in is not required on the remote SMB server. An authenticated remote attacker can exploit this to conduct man-in-the-middle attacks against the SMB server. Now, we have not covered man-in-the-middle yet, but later in the course we will be devoting an entire section to this attack, to the man-in-the-middle attack. So for now, we just know that the SMB port, which is running on port 445, is vulnerable to the man-in-the-middle attacks. Okay, let us also check out some information disclosure. So right here we can see OpenSSL detection, service detection, GET request, SSL TLS version supported. so we can check out which SSL and TLS versions are supported. This plugin detects which SSL and TLS versions are supported by the remote service for encrypting communications. And this port seems to be running SSL version 2, SSL version 3, and TLS version 1. And these are just different protocols used for encryption of the data that is being transferred over this port. And once again, you will see that SSL is vulnerable to the man-in-the-middle attack. We can decrypt this data using that specific attack. However, don't worry if you fully don't understand what I'm talking about. This is once again something that we will cover in a later section. Okay, great. Do you see right now how amazing this NASS scanner is? It literally gave us most of the vulnerabilities just from a single scan. In the next section, we will see how to exploit most of these vulnerabilities on the Metasploitable, but on other targets as well. In the next video, we're going to scan other machine using NASS, and we're going to see what results we get. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I want to show you another example of a NASS scan. So in the previous one, we scanned our Metasploitable, which is a Linux machine. Right now, we're going to see what results can we get scanning a Windows machine. So I have right here Windows 7 virtual machine, and what's special about this machine is that it hasn't been updated in a year. And keep in mind, there are a lot of people in the world that don't regularly update their operating systems. This machine specifically doesn't have any additional software installed and running on open ports. The only open ports it has are these ones, and most of them are open by default once you install Windows 7. Let us see what our NASS scan will manage to find on an unupdated Windows 7 machine. So let's go right here and go on to new scan. We already know how we can perform the scan, so I will not be explaining the details. We navigate to the basic scan and we can type right here Windows 7. The IP address I checked out right here, it is 192.168.1.6, and if I scan it, go to the discovery, we can scan all ports. In the assessment, we're going to scan for known web vulnerabilities. In the report, we leave everything default, and in the advanced, we leave it on default. I will click on save, and I will just run my scan. This will start scanning my Windows 7 machine, and in a few minutes, we will receive the entire scan and all the vulnerabilities it managed to find for our Windows 7 machine. Once again, keep in mind that it doesn't have any additional software installed. I just installed an operating system and connected it to my network. Let's wait for the scan to finish, and we're going to see what it will manage to find. Okay, the scan has finished. Let us check out the results that NASS gave us. If I click on my Windows 7, we will see it managed to find 4 critical vulnerabilities and 2 high vulnerabilities. And these are the vulnerabilities it found on Windows machine that hasn't been updated. Let us check them out. If I click on this and click on Microsoft Windows multiple issues, we will see 4 critical vulnerabilities. Unsupported Windows OS. This means that the Windows has not been updated, as it says right here, is either missing a service packet or is no longer supported. This simply means it hasn't been updated in a while. As a result, it is likely to contain security vulnerabilities, and that is true. We get the MS14, which it says right here, vulnerability in channel could allow remote code execution, uncredentialed check. And down here, we also get what type of vulnerability it is. So we could just search for that vulnerability, search for an exploit, and gain access to our Windows 7 machine. We also get this RDP, RCE, or also known as the Blue Keep attack. And as you can see right here, this attack is relatively new. It is from 2019. So for example, if there was anyone running Windows 7 that hasn't updated their machine since 2019, they are vulnerable to this attack. This attack exploits Remote Desktop Protocol, which is running over the port 3389. Cool, right? We managed to discover vulnerabilities and critical vulnerabilities for the Windows 7 machine. This NASS tool is really amazing. However, there are also some vulnerabilities that it didn't manage to find. And I'm talking about really high vulnerabilities. So it is finally time. In the next section, we're going to see how we can exploit a bunch of these vulnerabilities, how we can gain access to the target, steal information from the target. We will see also how we can maintain access on the target, and we will see how we can cover our tracks. See you in the exploitation section. Welcome back. In this and in the next video, I want to talk about something different. We attacked different machines, from Windows machines to Linux machines, but in these two videos, I want to show you that you can also target your own router, or the router from the network that you're attacking. Now, it might seem that it is not that important to test your router, but once you gain access to the router, you pretty much have the control over the entire network. And not only that, gaining access to the router is powerful. It means that you can change different network settings, that you can forward different ports, and so on and so on. The routers are also the easiest devices to hack. You might be asking, why? Well, because usually 90% of home routers and home devices have default login passwords. The vendors who provide homes with their routers never really change the default password, and default password is something that you can find on the internet. These default password attacks we're going to check out in the next tutorial, but for this one I want to show you a cool tool that you can use to test on your own router to check out whether it is vulnerable to some exploits. So just type in your search bar routersploit, and it will lead you to this GitHub link where we will have our routersploit tool. Now we already know how to download all of these GitHub tools, so let's copy the link straight away, navigate to our desktop, and we can git clone routersploit. While this is copying, let's go down to the installation commands just to see how we can install this tool properly, and here we have installation on Kali Linux and all of the commands that we must run. So we must install python3.pip, even though I believe we already have this. Let's run the command just to make sure, and it requires root privileges, so let's enter the root account first, and let's type the same command, apt-get install python3.pip. Everything is installed. Let's move on to the next command. We already did the git clone. Let's change the directory to routersploit. And the next command is python3, and then install the requirements. As we can see, inside of the routersploit directory, we have requirements.txt file. And whenever you have this requirements.txt, we already know that we must run this command to install all of the requirements from that file. Let's press enter. As soon as it installs all of these files that it needs, we should be ready to run the routersploit tool, which is this rsf.py. Okay, so everything has finished, and let's python3 rsf.py. And you will notice that once you run this tool, it will open something that looks similar to the MSF console. We get this command line type, and here we can execute different commands. It says right here that it has 132 exploits, 4 scanners, 171 credential attacks, 4 generic attacks, 32 payloads, and 6 encoders. Now, to check out all of the available commands, we can run help command, and it will tell us how to use a certain module, how to execute a shell command argument, and here we can also search for different tools. Now, if I type search scanners, it will give us all of the 4 scanners that it has. And in this video, we're going to use this AutoPWN scanner. This will test for all the exploits from the routersploit tool onto our target router to see whether it is vulnerable to any one of them. So let's type use scanners and then AutoPWN. Once you select it, you can type help, or pardon me, you can type show options, the same way that we do inside of the MSF console, and the only thing that we must set is target IP address. To do that, we can type set target 192.168.1.1. This is the router in my case. If you want to check out your gateway or your router, you can type the command netstat cybersecurity-nr, and under the gateway, you will have the IP address of your gateway. Once you check it out, type it right here, and as soon as you set your IP address, you can type run. As it says, it will start the vulnerability check, and it will go through all of these exploits and see whether your router is vulnerable to any one of them. If you have this minus sign, that means that the router is not vulnerable. If you have this star sign, that means that router exploit cannot really determine whether your router is vulnerable to this security threat. As it says right here, it could not be verified. And if you have a plus sign, which we don't have at the moment, that means it found a security vulnerability for your router. In my case, I believe I don't have any at the moment, but you might find some vulnerability for the router. Let's wait for this scan to finish. And it is done. It says could not confirm any vulnerability and it couldn't find default credentials. And this part right here is not exactly true. We're going to check out default credentials in the next video. However, you can test these exploits with the router exploit tool. You can also check out these ones that says could not verify exploitability. This could possibly mean that they are vulnerable to these attacks, or this exploit is simply just not the type of exploit that targets your router. Okay, now that we covered the router exploit tool, we're going to see how we can gain access to the router with the default credentials vulnerability that at least 70 to 80% of home routers have. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Time to check out the default credentials vulnerability on your router. Now, this tutorial is something that you cannot follow, because this is going to be different for every type of router that someone has. I can just show you the process of how I went and discovered the default credentials, and you can try to do the same thing in order to see whether you can gain access to your router. So the first thing that I did is I typed netstat-nr to check out the IP address of my gateway, which is most likely going to be the IP address of your router. Then I went to Google Chrome and visited that IP address. If you do the same for your router, it will most likely lead you to some type of a login page where it will ask you for the username and the password. Once you type the username and the password, you will have access to the router settings and you will be able to change a few things here and there, from setting up wireless to port forwarding and similar settings like that. Now, if you haven't changed the default password for your router, you will most likely be able to find it on the internet. Which I did. I just searched the name of the router that I have right here, and I found the username to be telecom and password to be telecom. Nobody changed this username and password, therefore they're exactly the same. And we even get this warning that says a data breach on a site or app exposed your passwords. Chrome recommends changing your password for this IP address now. We're going to click on OK, and pretty much we already gained access to the router settings. We can set up the firewall, VLAN settings, we can check out different settings that we have right here. We have some security settings right here. We also get the port forwarding, which we can perform. And this is something that I tested on multiple home routers, and many of them appear to have default credentials where it allows you to log into the router and change these type of settings. But these are not the only default credentials that you can find. For example, if I go right here and I run an nmap scan with -st command on my router IP address, I will also discover that it has some ports open. For example, it has this telnet port open. We already know how we can connect to the telnet. We can type the command telnet and then the IP address of the target that we want to connect to. If I press enter, we will get another login screen. So if I type something like telecom, once again, it will tell me that the password is incorrect. So after 3 attempts, it simply just closes the connection to the router. And I figured, well, if the router default credentials weren't changed, then probably I can find the telnet credentials as well on the internet. And after a few minutes of Googling, I ran across this website where I scrolled a little bit down and I found this post that was posted by someone. It says my router name, which is this one, and we can compare it right here. It is the same name, and we get the username and password. We also get how we can enable the shell inside of that router. So let's give it a try. The username is admin and the password is this. Let's go and run telnet once again. Type username to be admin and password to be ZTONPK. And here it is. We're inside of CLI. Now, the next thing that this person does is it types enable. Then it enters the password of ZTE and then it enables shell. Let's give it a try. If I type enable, type ZTE, and then shell, another login attempt. But luckily, this person also provided us with username and password for that. This is something that we will most likely never be able to brute force in case we didn't know, because this is a really strong username and strong password. However, it is default one, and this is something that we can find on the internet. For your router, of course, this will not be the same, but you can go through the same process of searching for the default credentials. Just figure out the name of your router, type it in Google, and try to find some default credentials. For example, we notice that I have open port SSH and Telnet. You might be able to target SSH and not Telnet, or you might be able to target some different port. It could all depend on your router. However, now I'm targeting Telnet, and let's go and type in the username and password that this person sent us. So I have it written on my left screen, and I will type FNNSD3ZXHNH168NV31. For some reason it says bad username. Let's try once again. Maybe we typed something incorrectly. So let's go admin, password, let's enable. The password is ZTE, and let's go into shell. Here we want to type FNNSD3ZXHNH168NV31, which is the login, and the password is ZXHNH168NV31. And here we are. We are inside of the shell. If I type ls, we're going to be able to see the files on our router. I can type the ifconfig command to be able to see all of the interfaces that our router has. Here the first interface has the IP address of 192.168.1.1, and down here we're also going to be able to find the public IP address, which is right here. Okay, great. We have gained access to the router. We can also go and change directories to different directories if we want to. We can run different commands that you can usually run from your terminal, and that's how you can gain access to your router with default credentials. Now give it a try on your own router. Try searching the name of the router. First try logging into this page right here, which will grant you an access to some of the router settings. And even if you don't manage to do that, try scanning your router with Nmap, figure out whether it has some interesting ports open, and then target those ports with default credentials that you might manage to find online, just like I did right here. Okay, now that we covered this, we're ready to continue with our exploitation section. See you in the next video. Welcome back. We have covered several things for now when it comes to network security. We talked a little about network firewalls, we saw how we can scan network with Nmap and use tools such as Nessus to discover any vulnerabilities. Now, vulnerability analysis and exploitation is once again more advanced topic, which you can find in the ZTM ethical hacking course if that's what you're interested in. Besides that, we also saw how we can perform vulnerability analysis onto our router, which is one of the most important devices inside of our network when it comes to security. And essentially, all of these things make our network more safe. We can list out all the topics that we mentioned at some point of the course, which can also refer to network security. Installing firewall, both host-based and network-based, can help secure your network. Now, as we mentioned, network firewalls are most likely to be found in a company network and might not be needed if you're trying to secure just your own home network. Another topic we covered in the endpoint security section that can help in network security is antivirus softwares. Now, it is common sense that if your antivirus software prevents a malware from running on your machine, that it also prevented a threat on the entire network, since we don't really know what that malware's purpose is. It might try to search for other vulnerabilities on the network and exploit other devices there, and antivirus is a good layer that might be able to stop it. Another important thing which we talked about is updating your firmware, especially on your router, since it is an important thing to do. Sometimes it's done automatically, but in many cases you have to do it manually. Besides this, we talked multiple times throughout the course about default passwords. You must always change the default passwords, whether they being the passwords for a login page or for your router access, or perhaps a password for accessing services such as FTP, SSH and others. You always should change default password, and we saw the reason why when we covered the router vulnerability analysis. With just a little bit of googling for my specific router, once we googled, we managed to find the default passwords for certain services. Okay. Another big topic we mentioned are performing vulnerability analysis and penetration testing onto your own network or onto your company network. There is no better way to discover vulnerabilities than to purposely try and find them. And that's where penetration testing and tools like Nmap, Nessus, MSF Console, and others come in play. Another thing that we mentioned at the beginning of the course when we talked about assets is to always back up your data. Now, it's not possible to 100% secure everything, and there will probably be a time when you will have a breach, but in these cases it is important that you have all your data backed up in case it gets destroyed by, let's say, a malware or a ransomware or any type of threat at all. And last but not least is to always train the employees, whether them being employees of the company you work for or of your own company. They should always have basic security education if they are interacting with important components of your network and of your business. But besides these, there are a few more things that you can do. For example, when it comes to your router, it is not just important to change its password and to update its firmware. It's also important that you have a good router. What do I mean by that? Well, many home networks have old routers that barely even update anymore and that could have a bunch of vulnerabilities just because they are old and there are certain things that cannot be updated. If you have an old router, it might be a good time to get a new one and a better one. Also, manufacturers build and distribute these network devices such as routers with exploitable softwares just so they can have ease of installation, operation and maintenance. These common types of routers are also main target of the attackers since they are widely distributed, so it might not be a bad idea to get a device from some less known vendor considering that it's well made and secured. Another thing is that many services inside the network come with default passwords, but they also come with default settings. Many of these softwares don't have their settings configured to the most secure ones, and that is probably for easier use. This can present a threat if some important security measure is off, so it's always important when installing a new software inside the network to check its security settings just to see if they can be set to more secure options. Another thing that you want to do, usually in company networks, is network segmentation. This, if set properly, can prevent an intruder from executing exploits and laterally moving around the network. If it's poorly set, the attacker could extend their impact and gain control of multiple devices and not just one. Now, there are multiple types of segmentations of network, but first and most obvious one is physical separation of devices. You don't want your important devices with all of your important data set in a room where many people can access it and where many people can connect to the same network where that device is. And even if they are connected to the same network, you want to give least privileges to devices that you do not trust so they don't have much access to the network. Another form of separation is using VLANs to isolate users from the rest of the domains. This virtual type of separation is logically separating different devices on the same physical network. Now, next thing to keep an eye on is something we already mentioned, which is setting privileges inside the network. This refers mostly again to company networks where you want to have network administrator and you don't want regular users trying to execute unauthorized commands or anything that is not in their privilege level. If they do try, however, with well-set privilege settings, the commands should be rejected. This of course makes administrator credentials more valuable, so all the accounts should have multi-factor authentication, so it makes it harder for intruders to gain access to administrator privileges, or administrator credentials in this case, and start performing malicious things on the network. The company network can have a special server that provides authentication, authorization, and accounting services to store access information for network device management. The passwords of accounts that are being stored in databases should be all hashed and salted, and also it is a good idea to have them in a backup in a protected offline device. Another measure to take into consideration is to always verify integrity of hardware and software that is being implemented inside the network. Bigger companies do this usually by maintaining strict control of supply chain and purchases only from authorized resellers, and upon installation, inspecting all the devices for any sign of tampering. Usually, if you download a software, you also want to perform hash verification to see if that software itself has been modified during the download. Another thing that many companies do, and that refers back to our endpoint security section, is to harden the network devices. You pretty much want to go through all the security checks that we did in the endpoint security section to ensure that your devices have even more security. Now, bigger companies go over the head with this, but for a reason, and they end up installing a bunch of antivirus softwares, heavy firewalls, and hard disk encryptions, which end up making the device slower, but it's better to have a slower device than to have it compromised. For home networks, this type of security is not needed, however, you can always have light multiple security layers, just as we showed in the endpoint section, to increase your security overall. And last but not least, you also want to keep an eye on physical security. Remember what we talked about before. All these security measures, firewalls, antivirus softwares, penetration testing, and vulnerability analysis is useless if someone can just walk in and steal your device and all of your data, right? This is why it's important to also have physical security protecting your important assets. Nonetheless, these would be the basic steps to having a secure network architecture. Now, most of these topics we already researched. The ones that we didn't, you want to research even more. And if you end up implementing the things we mentioned in this lecture, you will 100% have more secure network. Does this mean that it will be unbreachable? No, since remember that 100% security is not possible, but we can always end up scaling up and making it more and more secure. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Here is another topic when it comes to network security, which is wireless security. Nowadays, almost all the networks have an access point, and every time we turn on our Wi-Fi on our phones, we will see a bunch of access points just ready for us to connect to them. This makes them one of the biggest targets when it comes to hacking. First of all, not all access points are the same. We can separate them by different type of security that they have, starting from WEP or WEP, then VPA, VPA2, and VPA3. Now, WEP was the first wireless security protocol that has been widely used. Today web has a bunch of threats, and it is highly unlikely that you will ever come across an access point that still uses web. Nowadays, most common ones are WPA and WPA2. WPA was adopted as an alternative to web since web had a bunch of issues. WPA uses 256-bit encryption technology, and it first introduced WPA Personal for home wireless access points and WPA Enterprise for larger companies. The version 2 or WPA2 came with a little improvement when it added the Advanced Encryption Standard, also known as AES, which provides higher security and performance, but even WPA2 had some security issues. In 2018, WPA3 was introduced with some improvements in the protection against dictionary types of the attacks, which were common with WPA2. Another thing is, even in home networks, WPA3 will automatically encrypt the connection without any need for credentials which could be stolen. And out of all of them, even though WPA3 is rather new and it will take time for it to get its space in the industry, it is recommended to use it whenever you can. As far as the attacks and prevention against these attacks go, here are the two most common ones. The first one is called Evil Twin Attack. In normal use of an access point, a device will connect to an SSID that it wants to join, and after the credentials have been exchanged, the access point will grant access to that device to join the network. Now, what an attacker does in this case is create his own fake access point with the same SSID and make sure he either has the stronger signal than the original access point or he comes closer to the target. This is because a device will automatically connect to the stronger access point that he sees with the same SSID in case the auto-connect option is on, which is the case for most of the devices. This will result into target connecting straight to the attacker's access point without the user of that device even noticing, which is once again the result of the access point having the same SSID, which is also the name of the access point, and it having the stronger signal than the original access point. Once the target connects to the fake access point, the attacker can then send a fake captive portal requiring the user to input the access point credentials for whatever reason. A little bit of social engineering comes in play here, but not that much since the target in 99.9% of cases won't suspect anything since they will think that they connected to their own access point that just requires credentials to continue using the internet. Once they input the credentials or the password, the attacker now knows the access point's password, and from here he can just log in to the original access point on his own. Now let's mention how can we prevent against this, or how can we protect against this. Well, there are several things we can keep an eye on to minimize chances of this attack. We can always only connect to our own hotspot or our own access point which we are familiar with. You can also avoid using unsecured hotspots that have no security at all and that are open for anyone to connect. You can also disable auto-connect on your device so your device doesn't automatically try to connect to a hotspot since it can connect to the fake one if the signal is stronger. If you have auto-connect off, you will have to go to your Wi-Fi settings and pick an access point from there. This way you will notice that there are two exact same access points with the exact same name, and you will know something isn't right and that a possible evil twin attack is taking place. Also, when you can, use VPN encrypted traffic just in case. This would be the first common attack and its preventions. The second attack is a typical brute force attack. Now, this is possible since attacker can steal the hashed value of the access point's credentials and brute force it until he gets that in plain text. In more details, it works like this. Let's say we have an access point with some devices connected to it, and we have a hacker that is not connected to the Wi-Fi at the moment. The only requirement for this is that the hacker is close to the Wi-Fi during the first part of the attack. An attacker can send something called deauthentication packets without being connected to the access point, which will then automatically disconnect the already connected devices from the Wi-Fi. Now, for an attacker to perform this attack, he must have a wireless card that supports monitor mode and packet injection. Not many wireless cards support this, but it's quite cheap to get an external one that is able to perform this type of the attack. The next step is, after deauthenticating the devices on the network, these devices will then try to reconnect to the access point by performing a four-way handshake where it exchanges the key. And at this very moment, the attacker will try to steal this handshake and store inside a file for later use. In this very file, if everything is done successfully, would be the hashed value of the access point's password. Here comes the hardest part, which brings us back to password security, and that is that the attacker must now brute force the hash in order to get the plaintext password. If you followed all the steps we taught at the beginning of the course, where we covered password security and showed an example of well-secure passwords, there is no way that any hacker will be able to brute force it. But if your password is weak, the attacker will get it in plain text in a matter of seconds. Keep in mind that these offline brute force attacks can cover millions, even hundreds of millions of passwords every single second, which you can imagine is quite a lot of combinations. If your password is weak or semi-weak, the attacker will eventually get it, and once he does, he can use that plaintext password to connect to the wireless access point on his own. Okay, now here are some of the preventions and how we can secure ourselves from this type of the attack. First thing, as usual, we want to change the default password if it is set. Sometimes vendors might come to set up the Wi-Fi and they put a default password which the user is then meant to change later but never does. This ends up being a problem since these default passwords are easily found on the internet, and if anyone wants to join the access point, they can do that with just a little bit of Googling. Another step is to make password as strong as possible and as complex. This will make it impossible to brute force and get it in the plain text. And a more advanced security measure that you can do is to create a whitelist or a blacklist based on MAC addresses. Now, these type of settings are standard and you can usually find them inside your router settings where you configure the access point, but creating these can essentially block out anyone who tries to join the network but doesn't have a valid MAC address that belongs to the list. Nonetheless, that would be about it for the wireless security. We mentioned two most common attacks on the access points, and we also mentioned what steps you can take to prevent them from happening or to make them less likely to happen. Now, in the next video, let's see a demonstration of one of these attacks and how they look like. Welcome back. Let's get to the real attack. So the steps go like this. We want to put our card in monitor mode. We then want to sniff all of the information around us. Then, out of all of the wireless access points, we must pick the one that we want to attack. And in this video, I will be attacking my own wireless access point because attacking anyone else's would be illegal. So we'll be attacking my access point. You can attack yours if you're still following this section. And once we choose our target, we need to check out the channel on which the target is running on and the MAC address which the target access point has. Then we must run our sniffing program, and simultaneously while running that sniffing program, we must run our deauthentication attack. Then we can deauthenticate the devices on that access point for a few seconds, and once we stop deauthenticating, we should be able to sniff the four-way handshake with the hashed value of the password. Then we can move on to the Kali Linux machine, and there we're going to try to crack that password. Okay, there are a lot of steps in front of us. So let's get straight into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my wireless card in monitor mode, as I did in the previous video. Nothing really to explain too much here. And the next command that I want to run right after it is airmon-ng check WLO1, which is my wireless interface. Now this program is something that you have inside of your Kali Linux machine, so you shouldn't have problem running this. The wireless interface is something that you want to change to the name of your wireless interface, and once you set the entire command, you can click enter. It will tell you that it found 5 processes that could cause some trouble. Now this means that if we run into any problems during our process of gathering the 4-way handshake with the password, it could be due to these processes still running. So we're just not going to risk that, and we're going to kill all of those processes straight away. How can we do that? Well, we can type airmon-ng and then check and then kill. Once you type this, press enter. It will also tell you that it found 5 processes, but down here it will also tell you that it is killing all those processes. So now we shouldn't have any problem running our other tools. Once you do that, what you want to check is whether your wireless card is still in monitor mode, and since it sometimes turns back to manage mode, you must put it once again into the monitor mode after performing the airmon-ng command. After you put it back to monitor mode, the next command that we want to run is aerodump-ng and then the interface that is currently in the monitor mode. Since WLO1 is inside of the monitor mode for me, I will press enter right here, and this will start sniffing all of the information around me. Let me enlarge this terminal, and we're going to be able to see all of the wireless access points that are around me. These are the names of the wireless access points under the column ESSID. The authentication and the cipher and the encryption is type of the protection that the wireless access point has, so you can see most of them will have WPA2, which is currently the highest protection they can possibly get. CH right here is something that we want to remember because this CH column is actually the channel, and you remember channel is one of the 2 things that we must need in order to perform this attack. The data can tell us if the access point is active currently or if it has some devices connected to it that are browsing the internet, while the beacons would usually tell us the same thing. However, the PWR right here can tell us how far away is the access point. So the lower the number, the closer the access point is to you. And sometimes if you choose an access point that is far, far away, this attack might not work. You have to be really close to the target in order for this to work. However, you do not have to be connected to the target. As you can see right now, I have no access to the internet, I am not connected to any access point, and I will be targeting this access point right here called Takmichar. This is my wireless access point, therefore I will be targeting that one. Now, remember that we need to remember 2 things. So the channel for my access point is 2. And by the way, once you choose your target, feel free to Ctrl+C this, because sometimes this screen knows to move and you cannot really copy and paste different things that you need. So I have chosen this target right here, and I need to remember the channel, which is 2, and the MAC address. Now the channel is easy to remember, so therefore I'm just going to copy the MAC address right here, and then we need to start the sniffing process again. However, we're going to write information inside of a file. For this, we're only going to sniff 1 access point information, and to do that, we must specify the channel and the MAC address. So we start the command the same, with aerodump-ng, then we use -c command for the channel, and we specify the channel number. In my case, that is 2. And aerodump is also a program that you have pre-installed in Kali Linux, so all of these programs that we use, you will already have in your Kali Linux machine. If you don't, or if you're using some other machine to perform this, I will link in the resources how you can download all of these tools. It is pretty simple, so you shouldn't have any problem downloading them. Nonetheless, let's get back to our command. So we got arrow dump -ng, then -c for the channel. We specify channel number 2. For you, it might be different channel. And after that, we use --bssid. And what bssid is simply the MAC address, since we can see that the column where MAC addresses are is called bssid. So after this, we must paste our MAC address to our target wireless access point, and the last parameter to this command is going to be -w option. And this -w option simply stands for the file name that we're going to write all of this in. So let's call this the wireless access point name in capital _test. This is going to be our file name. And by the way, also once running this command, remember in which destination are you running the command, because that is where it's going to save your files. I'm saving this as takmichar _test. And the last thing that we must specify is the wireless interface, which is currently in monitor mode. For me, that is WLO1. You specify your wireless interface in monitor mode, and once you craft this entire command, you can press enter. And you will notice right here, it will only sniff for this specific wireless access point. We can see the name right here under the ESID, and we can see its MAC address. What also we can see are the devices that are currently connected to this access point. And at the moment, it only has 2 of them. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to the wireless access point over my mobile phone. And you can see that we already managed to capture the WPA handshake, which is all that we need in order to be able to crack the password. However, we're going to try to do that again, just by performing the deauthentication attack. Because we cannot really wait for someone to randomly connect to our access point, we must disconnect everyone from that access point. And to do that, I'm going to enter the root terminal. And I will enlarge this, of course, so you can see everything better. And the command that we must use to actually deauthenticate someone is using the airplay-ng tool. So it is spelled like this, and the options that it takes is -0, and then space and 0 once again. This means it will send the authentication packets indefinitely until we Control-C the program, and then it will stop the authenticating. So what I advise you to do, if you're following this attack, is connect your mobile phone to the access point, and you will notice as soon as we start running this command, your mobile phone will get disconnected from that wireless access point. So once you type -0 and then 0, the next parameter is -a, and after -a comes the MAC address of the wireless access point. At the end, we only specify the wireless interface in the monitor mode, and we can start the authenticating. And if I take a look at my phone, I am instantly being disconnected from this wireless access point. And if I go to settings and try to connect back, it will not work. Nobody will be able to connect to this wireless access point as long as I am running this attack. But you only want to run this for a few seconds. And once you run it for a few seconds, everyone will be disconnected. Then you Control-C. And here, in just a few seconds, we will be catching WPA2 handshakes with the hashed value of the password. From my phone, I already established connection to the wireless access point. And once you do that, in the upper right corner, you should see this WPA handshake. And as soon as you see that, you can Control-C this program. You got everything that you need. You got the 4-way handshake, and inside of that 4-way handshake is the password that you need. Once you finish all of this, you will notice that you got 4 different files on your desktop. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you actually only need 1 out of these 4 files, and this is the .cap file. All of the other 3 you don't need for this attack, so you can just save the .cap file and you can delete the others. Once you have the .cap file, inside of this file is our 4-way handshake, and then in the next video we're going to use different tools to extract the hash password from this .cap file, and then we're going to use massive word lists to try to crack this password from this file. But for this, I'm going to switch to my Cal Linux machine, so we can go back to our normal environment since I no longer need to run any program on my laptop. Welcome back to our Kali Linux machine. So we captured our password from the wireless access point. We performed the deauthentication attack, we kicked everyone off of the internet, and then when we stopped the deauthentication attack and someone tried to connect back, we captured the 4-way handshake into one of these files. And I transferred them to my Kali Linux desktop, and do you remember which one of them is important? Only this .cap file. All of the other 3 we don't need. Now you can delete them if you want to, I'm just going to move them on the side, and this is the file that we're going to use for both ways of cracking the password. Now open up your terminal first, and unlike any other brute force attack that we previously did with small password lists of tens or hundreds or thousands of passwords, this one is going to be a huge password list. This password list contains over 10 million unique passwords, and it is on our Kali Linux machine. So how can we find it? Well, you can type the command locate and then rocku.txt. This is the name of the password list. And we will see that it is currently in this location right here. So /user/share/wordlists and rocku.txt.gz. Let's go to that directory. And let's copy rocku.txt.gz to home, Mr. Hacker, and then desktop. Let's have both of the files at the same location. Now let's go back, and you will notice that this file has this .gz extension. This means we have to unzip it first, because this is a zipped file. Since it has .gz extension, we can unzip it using gzip tool. And to do that, we type gzip and then -d and then the file name. If I press enter, you will see that this file is so big that it actually takes a couple of seconds for it to get unzipped. And if I were to actually try to cat that file, well, you will see this will go on forever and ever. Now I can Control-C this and nano that file if I want to make some changes or add some passwords, and you will also see that this takes a couple of seconds as well due to file being so big. Down here we can see it has 14 million passwords. All of these are some simple passwords that could occur in most of the cases when someone has a simple password, especially for wireless access points. For example, here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got password, princess, rocku, and some names right here. Basically, these are just some usual words that occur in passwords. Now, to crack this, now that we got both of these files right here, we're going to use the .cap file from our desktop and the rocku.txt word list. We're going to combine that with a tool called aircrack. Aircrack is also pre-installed in Kali Linux, so you just type aircrack-ng. And to crack the password, all we need to do is type -w and then the password list name. In our case, this is rocku.txt. And after it comes the name of the .cap file. So I'm just going to type the name of the file and then .cap. This is the entire command. If I press enter, you will see it will start cracking our password. Down here you can see the different phrases that it uses, such as current phrase. This is the current password that it is currently trying to guess. And here we can see the progress of all of the passwords. So by the time that I started this program, it already managed to scan over 10,000 passwords and compare them with our hashed password. The speed you get right here in brackets, which is currently almost 400 passwords per second. And here you get the total number of passwords that have to be tested. The time left is at this current speed, how much time you have left to go through all of these passwords. And here you get the percentage of the entire password list, which we're currently at 0.15%. Now, of course, we're not going to be waiting for this. I can just go and check out whether the password is in this password list, or what I'm going to do right now for the purposes of this tutorial is I'm going to manually add that password to our password list. So I'm going to nano the rockyou.txt, and I'm going to scroll a little bit down to, for example, 400 or 500 password, and there I'm going to write the correct password to my wireless access point. And we want to see whether our program will be able to find it as the correct password with that speed of 400 passwords per second. So I'm going to stop right here, and let's type a new line, and here I'm going to add the correct password to my wireless access point, and it is this one right here. Now you should do the same thing, just scroll a little bit down through this password list and just write your password somewhere in the list, and you will notice that it will manage to find this in less than 1 second. So let's save this first, Ctrl O, it will write this to the file, and then we press Ctrl X to exit. The next thing that we want to do is we want to run this exact same command, just this time we know that we have the correct password in that list. Let's press enter, and here it is. It managed to find the password in 1 second. You will notice as soon as it finds the password, it will stop the execution of the program, and it will print it right here. Key found, and in the brackets will be the correct password to that wireless access point. It scanned about 492 passwords out of 10 million, and in less than 1 second, it found the correct password. How cool is this? And keep in mind that this is the speed of us running this from a virtual machine. For example, once I test this program on my laptop, it has a speed of 3,000 to 4,000 passwords per second. Welcome back. Let's touch on a subject of network monitoring and showing one of the ways of how it can be done. Now, before, when we covered endpoint security, we mentioned a tool called Wireshark. It helped us discover connections made from our endpoint device, and we also managed to see which protocol was being used and to where was our device connecting to or communicated with. Now, let's go over these monitoring tools once again and mention how they can be also applied to network and not just to an endpoint device. So there are a couple of tools that can be used for network monitoring. We have Wireshark, which has the GUI interface, and we have tools such as TCP dump or Tshark, which are command line and easier to run. Now the next question arises. If we use the same tools that we use for endpoint security to monitor just one device, how can we then use it for network monitoring as well? Well, the important thing is from where you are running these tools. If you run from an endpoint device, just like we did before, then you can only monitor traffic from that device. But if you run these tools from a router or firewall, then you will be able to monitor the traffic from all the devices inside that network, since all their traffic has to go through the router first in order to reach the destination, right? Well, that's the only difference, the spot from where we run the monitoring tools. This is also useful in case, for example, you have a malware running on an endpoint device. That malware could technically be programmed to evade your monitoring tools if you run them on that endpoint device as well, so you might not be able to see the correct network traffic like that. But if you run the monitoring tools from your router, then no matter how good the malware is on that endpoint device, it still isn't affecting the router, so you could see the valid traffic going from that machine and coming to that machine. Now comes the second problem, which is running the tools from the router. Well, this is a rather easy thing to do. If your router or firewall doesn't have a GUI option to see network traffic, which many don't have, then you have to log into your router, whether it being through an SSH or something else, and run the command line monitoring tools from there instead. In this particular video, let's take a look at TCP dump, which is a command line tool. Now for this tutorial, I will run the tool from the Kali Linux, but all the commands and methods are exactly the same, no matter which device you're running it on, so you can use the exact same commands on your router. Just use something like an SSH to log in, and then you will be able to execute commands on the router as well. So it doesn't matter whether you run it on an endpoint device or the router, the syntax and the commands are the same. Now on some routers the TCP dump will be installed, but on the others you might have to install it first, and once you do install it, you can type the command tcp dump -h in order to check out all the settings that you can run, or in other words, to see the help menu with the current available options. Now the first thing that you want to run is tcp dump -d, and this command simply shows us which interfaces we have on this machine. So if you run it on your router, you will see the interfaces that your router has. Since I'm running on my Kali, I will see the interfaces that my Kali Linux have. You will also see which of these interfaces is up and running, and for me particularly, this is the interface that is up and running and that's mostly active. Once you choose an interface that is active, you can run this simple command, so tcp dump -i and then the interface name. In my particular case it is ETH0, in your case it might be something else. And this command will simply sniff all the traffic on this interface. Now if you're on a router, you might not get this permission error, but for me I have to run this with sudo in order for it to work. Type in my password, and now it will start listening and sniffing all the network traffic on this particular interface. Now we can see nothing is really coming in, but if I open another terminal right here, and then I run, for example, ping 192.168.1.1, we get some traffic right here, and we can even see that we're getting the ICMP request from the Kali Linux machine that is pointed to this domain, which in this particular case is my router. Now if you don't want to see the domains, maybe you want to see the IP addresses, you can run this command instead, tcp-i ETH0, and we can also add -n, so it shows us the IP addresses and the ports. If I press enter, and if I type the same ping command, now you will see that we do get an IP address instead of the domain. So we get 192.168.1.1, which is the IP address that I pinged, and we do get that it is an ICMP packet right here. We also get some ARP requests and replies on the network, and in some cases this might be a little bit harder to read, but after a certain time you will get used to it. Now besides this, you could also filter the traffic by a port number, for example. If you want to filter a specific port, you could do tcp dump -n for IP addresses instead of domains, then -i, and we choose the interface, and we could type destination or DST port 80, for example. Oops, I typed 89, so port 80. And I need permission once again, so let's type sudo, and now it's listening only for port 80, and it will not output any other traffic. For example, if I go ping, you will see now nothing is being showed right here, since ping requests are not being registered over the port 80. Now let me go and, for example, start Firefox. And here it is, the Firefox started, and we do get some HTTP traffic over the port 80. We also get on which IP addresses is it connecting, and it can go a little bit fast sometimes, so you might want to scroll up in order to catch something, but currently we only see that the Kali Linux machine is making connections to certain IP addresses over port 80, and that is due to the fact that I started Firefox. For example, if I want to visit my router login page, which is HTTP, it will capture it right here. Here it is. We can see that the connection from Kali Linux machine has been made to 192.168.1.1 over the port 80. And here is the router login page. Okay, awesome. Now, you could also do the same for HTTPS by removing the port 80 and typing 443, or you can type port 80 or port 443 in case you want to monitor both of these ports. This is the command to monitor both of the ports at the same time, so if I run it, now we will also see connections made from the 443 port, which should be any HTTP website. So let's, for example, visit facebook.com, and here it is. We get a bunch of traffic, but all of the traffic, as we can see, 443, and it's going rather fast. So let me just cancel this so we can inspect it. And here it is, port 443, port 443. And here is the time where the connection was made. So from our Kali Linux IP to the Facebook's IP address over port 443. And we can also see the incoming request back that Facebook sent to us. Okay, let me clear the screen so we get rid of this mess. And if you wanted to see whether any external traffic, for example, is coming to your own network, you could run this command. So tcp dump -i for the interface. I choose the interface ETH0, and you could type afterwards this syntax, which is not source, and then net, and then the entire network of yours, which in my case is this one. Once I press enter, you will see nothing is coming in, but since we have Firefox started, if I refresh this page, we will see a bunch of requests coming in. But if I try to ping, for example, ping 192.168.1.1, this will not be registered since this right here is network traffic inside the network. So I'm pinging my own router, so this will not be registered right here. Only the external network traffic, so this can be useful to, for example, see whether any of the device on the network is communicating with any external website or a device, which can also be useful if you want to see whether some device is communicating with a malware. Okay, nonetheless, these would be the basics of the TCP dump tool. Once again, to see its available options, you can run tcp dump -h. And you could also type tcp dump or man tcp dump to open the full manual where you can read all the available options in greater details if you want to learn this tool even more. Nonetheless, I will close this. I'll leave it up to you to read it. And if you want to get into network monitoring, this would be the start of it. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, let's discuss the common network attacks that occur. Now, throughout the course we already mentioned a couple of them, but right now let's see how exactly do they work and what can we do to prevent an attack on the network. Now, some of the network attacks, as I said, we already talked about. For example, we talked about targeting devices or endpoint devices which are a part of the network. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to affect the network, but it potentially could, since a compromised device could lead to a compromised network. We also saw how we can target routers, and routers are a crucial part of every network. Getting access to them can be considered as entire network being compromised. But there is another famous attack that we didn't talk about yet, which is man-in-the-middle attack. Essentially a threat to all the devices on the network, since man-in-the-middle attack is pretty much an attacker trying to sniff data and traffic incoming and outgoing from one or all the machines on the network. Now, we will explain it in a little more detail in a few seconds, but first, let's see how we can divide the network attacks. So, we can briefly divide them into most common network attacks, which are denial of service attacks, where larger botnets simply overload the traffic and make a service or entire network unusable and unreachable.
Besides these, we have already mentioned the man-in-the-middle attacks and the attacks that we already covered, which are unauthorized access attacks, which can refer to an endpoint device or router being compromised, whether through a vulnerability or through a weak password. Now, since these ones we already talked about, let's focus on explaining how a man-in-the-middle attack works. First, we have a network. Let's say this network has a router and 4 devices connected to it, out of which one of them is our attacker that wants to perform man-in-the-middle attacks. The easiest way to do so is to manipulate something called ARP packets. Now, ARP packets are used inside the network so each device can find another device that it wants to communicate with. We already know that inside the network, we can identify a device by its IP address, but also by its MAC address. Now, while the IP addresses can change, the MAC addresses will always stay the same. The way a device finds out which device has which IP address is by sending ARP requests and getting back ARP responses. In plain words, ARP request is simply a device asking the network who is someone. Since we are talking about network devices, the question would look something like this. Who is or who has 192.168.1.1? This would be sent out to the broadcast, and once the machine that has the wanted IP responds back, we would then know the MAC address that belongs to that IP and vice versa. This is possible with the help of the ARP tables that every device has, where it maps the MAC address to the device's current IP address, and it does that for all the devices that it needs to communicate with. But this protocol has a vulnerability, in a sense that we can send ARP responses to different devices and pretend that we are someone else, and that device that we send the ARP response to will accept that as a correct input for their ARP table. For example, if an attacker wanted to sniff network traffic from just one device on the network, he could do something like this. He would send an ARP response to both the victim and the router saying that he's one another. To the router, he would send an ARP response saying that he's the victim, and to the victim, he would send the ARP response saying that he's router. Their ARP tables would then generate these entrances, and from this point, all the packets that the victim machine is sending would go to the attacker's machine, who would then be able to inspect them and see all the data that is not encrypted in plain text. Same goes for traffic that is going to the target machine. Now, this can be done by an attacker who is targeting 1, 2, or all the devices on the network. It's completely his or her choice. Certain basic measures that we can take to prevent this are to, as we mentioned already in the last few lectures, to have strong credentials for the wireless access point, to have strong router credentials. Besides that, we ideally want to visit only HTTPS websites and not HTTP, since our traffic won't be encrypted, and any password that we input into an HTTP website, if the attacker is sniffing the network connection, he would then see it in plain text. And another layer would be to also use VPN. Nonetheless, this would be the basic example of a man-in-the-middle attack, which uses ARP spoofing technique to work. I just wanted to mention it so you know that it exists and it's a possible threat from a person that is already inside your network that wants to do malicious things. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Okay. Let's talk about different cybersecurity strategies that were used in the past and that are also being used nowadays. Now, choosing a strategy is important so you know what to do in all case scenarios. In this section, we will mention a few strategies that were widely used. Let's start off with a rather old strategy, which is protect and recover. This strategy focuses on preventing an attacker from compromising a network by investing in protection technologies such as firewalls, demilitarized zones, proxy servers, and micro-segmentations. For example, firewalls played a big role
in the past where worm attacks were no longer theoretical and when they started targeting Windows devices. Now, Windows devices were throughout the time targeted the most simply due to the fact that they are most common devices out there. Worms would exploit a vulnerability and infect more and more devices, but implementing firewalls such as Windows firewalls put a stop to most of them. So when an attacker tried infecting a network or a device, he or she now had another step to overcome, which was a firewall. However, once the firewalls and the militarized zones were being implemented and protect and recover strategy was being used, people were starting to realize that this one had its own weakness. The weakness is that it was thought that the company or network using this strategy will be able to operate good protection in 100% of cases, which we all know by now that it is not possible. And the only thing they focused on in case of the attack was backup or data recovery. They thought that if the company was so good at protection, then why should it invest in detection and response capabilities? So they never did. Their only plan was, if the company's data gets compromised, well, then they will just restore the data from a backup. However, history showed that many companies that got compromised also used this strategy. Now, we could say that it could be due to the fact that nothing was being invested in detection and response capabilities, therefore, even if the company got compromised, they wouldn't really know it. This specific strategy relies too much on network administrators, vendors that create firewalls and other security softwares to not make any mistake when it comes to configuration, which is something that we can't really rely on. If they do make a mistake, then we are once again having a vulnerable network. Now, besides this, there were also some other concerns when it comes to this strategy. First of all, not much is being done for the vulnerability management part. While firewalls can hold on the attack, we should also be finding out the vulnerabilities on our own and uninstalling vulnerable software and replacing it with a different and more secure one, or simply just patching the current one. Besides this strategy also doesn't address any type of insider threats or weak or stolen credentials, which is a common vulnerability even nowadays. And also, if the attacker gets access to the network, there is nothing stopping him from moving laterally inside the network and gaining more and more privilege, therefore being able to do more and more damage. That would be main reasons why this strategy is not complete, as it shifts its entire focus on protecting and not detecting. Alright, another strategy that is widely being used is endpoint protection strategy. Now, since we already covered and learned the endpoint protection, you can assume what this strategy is all about. It simply focuses on protecting various endpoint devices and securing them the most, since these devices are the ones holding the important data. This strategy covers investing in various antivirus and anti-malware softwares, various vulnerability management softwares, host-based firewalls, application whitelisting, and web browser protections. All of this can be done in layers for additional security. Now, as with every other strategy, this one has its pros and cons. Logically, we have a non-secure device being targeted. It's much more likely that it will not get compromised if we have various endpoint protection solutions running on that device, since those antivirus and endpoint protection softwares would be able to detect and prevent attack taking place. Whether that being a vulnerability exploitation or social engineering phishing attack, it doesn't matter, these softwares are made to stop that. But that is not always the case. See, all of these softwares that you use to protect yourself and that you count on every single day is also something that a black hat hacker can download and run on their own machine. This allows them to test their programs and their Trojans as much as they want against these endpoint security softwares and try to bypass them. Another thing that makes it easier for them is that there are many types of malicious softwares out there. As we learned before, there are ransomwares, trojans, rootkits, and many other which can make it harder for an antivirus software to be able to detect every single one of them. Then the attacker, as we said, tests multiple malicious programs against the antivirus software, and in case one or more of them manage to bypass it and not get detected, then the attacker can use that malware to target devices that are running this specific endpoint protection software, because it won't be able to protect them at all. Another thing that can be a problem is malicious programs that try to disable or close the antivirus softwares. That's why antivirus softwares usually should have higher privileges so things like this don't happen. Besides these, there are other problems with just using this strategy, such as present vulnerabilities in these protection solutions that could also lead to compromise. Also, choosing a good one is always important, since many of them can have late patches, which leads to you being open to a certain vulnerability even after it's discovered. These protection softwares rely on a person installing it on their device, which is also something that many people don't do. And also there is big variety of vulnerabilities out there, and we mentioned it's rather hard to protect against all of them. And besides this, we also have many of different choices when it comes to using an endpoint protection software, so someone who doesn't know much about security or these softwares in general might not always choose the best one. Okay, so that would be the main idea behind this strategy. As with most of these strategies, using just one is not advised, but combining multiple strategies is the way to go, since all of them have their pros and cons, and combining them might just give you a better layered security. Okay, let's talk about application-centric strategy. Its name pretty much tells us what this strategy is all about. Focusing on application security, but putting much more focus during development. Why is this important? Well, you wouldn't want to just create an application and straight away publish it without performing any type of security checks on it. These checks should be performed during development multiple times until the team is certain that no vulnerabilities are present. This strategy requires more money, of course, but that is only if we consider that your application never gets compromised. If it does get compromised because you haven't implemented any security checks during development, then it might cost you a whole lot more compared to if you just implemented security strategies properly. So instead of just a person or a company or a smaller team just creating the application and straight putting it out on the open for people to use, they should slow down, and at every important step of the application production, they should perform a security check. Usually these checks are performed on the application code itself, seeing if there are any bugs or buffer overflows or incorrectly implemented functions. There are many things that the development team should consider checking, and not just inside the application, but also the environment to where you are deploying the application. There are other advanced things to check, such as perhaps different libraries or APIs that you are using. Your code might be bug-free, but if you import a library, for example, that has a vulnerable function, and you call that function inside of your code, well, then your code also has a vulnerability that origins from that library. Few things that the development team should add during production is static code analysis, which is done multiple times and not just once. A threat model is also needed, and it's important to perform final checks before the application is put out to public, since testing the final product is most important, because only then is application complete. Penetration tests come in handy here, as they are used to discover vulnerabilities and then patch them. A few downsides or disadvantages of these strategies are that its business value is hard to prove. While all of this sounds good, you have to convince the company to grant funds in order for security practices to come in. Someone who is not from security branch might not understand the importance of these testings performed before the application is put out and therefore might not want to invest too much into it. And these other two we already mentioned, which are developers have to produce vulnerability-free source code, which is hard to do, especially if the code is larger. And also there is always a possible threat from third-party libraries that we import into our code. Nonetheless, this would be short theory behind another cybersecurity strategy, and as with all the others, this one too should be combined with other strategies for maximum security. Alright, another important strategy that should be implemented everywhere: the identity-centric strategy. Now, since the beginning of the internet, it was important to separate one another, to know who is who, and to be able to identify each person on the network, especially if you have a larger company with a lot of employees. In many cases, companies got compromised through authorization and authentication methods, whether that being a weak authorization strategy or stolen and weak credentials, it doesn't matter. What matters is that strong authentication can not only improve security, but it can also help us find out how we got compromised. Nowadays, when you log in to some website or you join your company network, you have lots of things that could potentially identify you. The most obvious one that grants you the access is the password. But password is not the only thing that helps identify you to the network or to some website. Other metadata can be obtained as well, and besides that, there are other things such as your email address or mobile phone that you link to the account in 99% of cases, which helps identify you through two-factor authentication. These are just the standard things, but there are other things as well that, for example, a website can follow and store. One of them is from which device are you logging in? Is it the same device that you use all the time? Is it a different device? What operating system is your device running? What browser are you using? Is it a personal device or a company device? Besides that, it should also check incorrect login or failed login attempts. This can sometimes be important when finding out if a device is getting compromised. If the log systems detect an unknown device for a certain account that tries logging in incorrectly multiple times, it might flag it as an attack. You probably have noticed on many websites that it will give you a certain amount of tries to log in. Usually that number is around 5 attempts. Now, this can be bypassed if it's configured to check this based on an IP address. For example, many websites implement this, but they tie the try attempts to the IP addresses from where they are coming from. So what an attacker can do is try 5 times from one IP and then change his or her IP address and try again. They can essentially do this as much as they want. However, brute force attacks on online accounts are not that practical unless you have a clue of what the password might be. This is because they are far slower compared to offline brute force attacks. Now, downside of using this strategy correctly is that it is rather complicated and expensive to implement. You have to collect and process all of this metadata from users and analyze it for possible intrusions and attacks. Many companies and websites also implement multi-factor authentication, however, they don't put it or they don't implement it everywhere. So some parts are usually left open for an attack without the attacker having to authenticate from additional device or email. But nonetheless, this is a good strategy that every company or website should implement to protect themselves and their users. Data-centric strategy. This one is once again a no-brainer as to what it focuses on. Well, it focuses on data, right? And data was discovered to be of most value when it comes to protecting assets. We already talked about it before, that data is one of the most important assets when it comes to creating a strategy, and that strategy has to differ when compared to the ones covered before, such as, for example, endpoint protection strategy. The reason is that data is transferable, and if we, for example, let's say have a well-protected device holding important data, we can say it is protected with heavy endpoint protection software such as most updated antiviruses and firewalls and bunch of monitoring tools that always keep an eye on any suspicious activity. While this itself can stop an attacker from compromising the network or the device and getting the data stored on that device, what happens is, if, for example, this data is transferred to a different, less secure device, well, in that case, the attacker can attack that other device, exploit it, and get the data that was on it, essentially compromising the company's data in some sense. That's why just endpoint protection strategy wouldn't necessarily work on the data protection. Because of this, security experts focused on the data itself and how they can protect it no matter where and how it gets transferred. Well, the solution to this was the implementation of encryption and key management. No matter where and when the data gets transferred, if it's encrypted, the chances of it being decrypted and read are far smaller than if the data was just transferred in plain text or unencrypted. Encrypting all the files reduces the attack surface by shifting the focus from protecting all the files to protecting a much smaller number of encryption keys. Now, besides reducing the attack surface, encryption also buys organizations time. That, in a sense, means that properly encrypted data looks the same as random noise, and without the keys to decrypt the data, it will take likely many years of effort for attackers to decrypt a portion of the data. So in other words, it is based on the attacker himself just quitting because he can't really decrypt the data in any reasonable amount of time. In other words, this strategy is implementing data loss prevention and key management, and data loss prevention can be a powerful tool to help prevent data from leaving an organization in an unauthorized way, including malicious and non-malicious data theft and leakage. Data loss prevention can also monitor data that moves via the network, email, USB drives, and other removable media. However, as with every strategy, this one also has cons, such as being rather difficult to implement, and key management can be challenging for some organizations. This strategy, as the others, is meant to be combined with strategies such as endpoint security and physical security. Okay, another important strategy ahead, which is the attack-centric strategy. This strategy focuses on the attackers themselves. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, you always want to know how the attackers think and what process does the attacker go through when planning out the attack on a certain company or a website. Which specific steps does he or she take? And by analyzing multiple attack scenarios and history of the attacks that happened, you can then act accordingly. So a hacker usually goes through several stages when targeting something. Now, it's not always the case that the events will play out in this order, but it is the most common to go through these steps in order. These steps are footprinting or information gathering stage, where the attacker gets as much information as he can about his target. This can be anything that he might find useful later in the gaining access phase. And after that comes scanning, which essentially is discovering different technologies on the target system, from open ports to operating systems running to different services and softwares that are running on that machine, and also including the security measures such as firewalls and antivirus softwares. The exploitation phase or gaining access phase is the attacker finally getting access to the target machine by either exploiting an existing vulnerability whether it being a software vulnerability or someone's weak credentials, but in many cases it is also a phishing or social engineering attack. And after that, the attacker proceeds with his post-exploitation scripts and maintaining access on the target system. Now, the attack-centric strategy essentially takes these steps and creates countermeasures for them. Each of these steps has a countermeasure that also consists of three things, which are protection, detection, and response. For example, let's take scanning into consideration. Maybe you don't want your device being scanned and anyone being able to extract any type of information with their scans. You could set up a firewall to act as a protection mechanism. This way, your ports would show as filtered to the attacker when running the scans, and this is of course considering your firewall is well configured. You could also have someone or some tool log and detect malicious type of scans on your machine, and to respond to that, you could block the IP address that the scans are coming from. These are the three things that this strategy focuses on. Of course, this one is once again quite costly to implement and to operate, since it does usually require expertise from multiple vendors in order to run the tools that are used to protect, detect, and respond to various types of threats.
Alright, time to talk a little bit about being tracked on the internet. For some people, it's not a big deal or a big issue, but to others, privacy is very important. So, are we tracked on the internet? The answer is yes. All of us are being tracked every single day throughout various different things. The first one and the most common type of tracking is tracking through an IP address. We already know that every device that is connected to the internet must have an IP address. And we know of the two different types of IP addresses, which are public IP address and private IP address. Private IP is what you get inside of your home network, for example, and it's only used for communications within the network, and it's also not a unique IP address. Someone knowing your local or private IP can do absolutely nothing with that information, since the IPs are not unique and they're same in some other networks as well. Public IP, on the other hand, is unique and it can be used to track you. The moment you open your browser and load some website, you're already being tracked by default. Why? Well, the most fundamental thing is that the website needs to know your IP to be able to communicate with you. Same goes for any other service or software that you communicate with. It will know your IP address. With an IP address, in many cases, someone can figure out from which country and city you are coming from, or in other words, your physical location. There are many websites online that you can use to figure out where certain IP is located, which we will check out in just a second. Besides that, it's also good to know that there are certain links that are so-called IP grabbers, which can disclose your IP to the person that you send that link to. As soon as you click it, the other person who sent you the link will know your public IP. Nonetheless, let's show some websites where you can get certain information out of a public IP address. So here we have one of those websites, and here it is, IP Location Finder. Now there are other things as well that this website offers, but we are currently interested in the IP Location Finder. So you simply just type a public IP right here, click on Find, and it will give you some information about the physical location of that IP address. For example, this one is from United States. We also get the coordinates. We get the time and the city or region where this is located. Down here we have some network information, and we can do this for any public IP that we want. The Google DNS, and here it is. We get once again the location and the network, which we already know to be the Google DNS server, and that's about it. You can get any public information through websites such as this one, and there are a bunch of others that offer the same type of service, so you can feel free to choose whichever one that you want. Now, if you want to protect your privacy or protect your public IP, you can always use things such as proxy or a VPN, or you can also use something called a Tor browser whenever you're browsing through the internet or through the websites. More stuff about that in the next section, but just so you know that you can use that if you care about your privacy and if you want your public IP hidden most of the time. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Alright, so we talked about IP address being the number one thing that all the machines you interact with on the internet gather from you. And you're actively being tracked by your IP address. We also mentioned few ways that you can essentially make yourself more anonymous, but we will talk about anonymity in the next section. Besides IP addresses that websites store, websites also store cookies. You most likely already have heard of cookies. They are being used essentially to track your activity on the website. However, not all cookies are the same, as there are different types of cookies. We have something called session cookies. Session cookies only exist in temporary memory and are deleted when you close the browser. They're usually used to remember your choices during your current session, such as, for example, if you're doing online shopping, the website should remember what you put inside the cart. This is done with the help of session cookies. We also have something called first-party and third-party persistence cookies. Now, persistent cookies are written onto your device's memory and come with an expiration date. They remain on your device even after you close your browser. Now, the more important cookies for tracking are third-party persistent cookies, and third-party persistent cookies are accessed on websites that didn't create them. This allows the cookies creator to collect and receive data anytime the user visits a page with a resource belonging to them, which essentially means they can track you through the website that's not even theirs. Now, here I have a tool which will help us track our cookies, and this tool is Burpsuit. You should already be familiar with it. To start it, I'll just click on Next and start Burpsuit, and this tool is used to track, or it is used as a proxy for our browser. So we should be able to see all the packets and all the HTTP requests and responses that come and go through our browser. In this particular case, it's used as a proxy for Firefox. So what I need to do is I need to turn the intercept off so we can freely load the pages. And let's go, for example, and visit something like Facebook. We go right here. I go on the first link to Facebook. And if I go back under the target section, I should see all the requests that I have sent, including Facebook right here. Down here, we should be able to see the details of the HTTP request, and if I choose the HTTP response, we will see this variable or this part of the HTTP response that is called setCookie. And setCookie is in a response header, and it is used to send a cookie from the server to the user agent, or in our case us, so that the user agent can use it later on to communicate with the server. So just by loading this page, I received this cookie value right here, that we can also see the expiration date that we talked about. And this cookie was allocated to our user agent or to our browser, so it can remember our choices and our current session with the Facebook website. Another thing that websites use for tracking is browser fingerprinting. Browser fingerprinting is just another layer that's being used to more precisely identify someone. Besides of just tracking, browser fingerprinting can be used to send you personalized ads as well. This doesn't necessarily have to mean that it only tracks which browser you use, but it can also track what operating system are you running or what plugins do you have active inside your browser. All of this gives a unique ID to you that can be used to identify you and only you. we can see a small portion of what they track inside the user agent field, since that is being sent every time we send an HTTP request. For example, let's go with the same request or the GET request to the Facebook, and if I go right here, choose the request, we should see the user agent that tells precisely what is my machine and which browser am I using. So we can see it says Intel Mac OS and Mozilla 5.0, which in this particular case is Firefox. So we do send a bunch of information to the websites, and they do allocate us different cookies, and all of that together is used to identify us on the website. And besides this, if you're interested, you can also take a look at whether your browser is unique by going to a website called Am I Unique? So you can just type it in your Firefox. This is the website that will tell you whether your browser is unique or are you not so easily identified in the sea of other browsers and other users. So you can go to this website and check it out for yourself. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture.
Hey everybody, I want to take a quick break here. Go grab a coffee, grab a tea, just take a break from all the learning that you just did. And I want to talk to you quickly about imposter syndrome. It's this idea that you're not good enough, that things are too complicated for you to ever achieve what you want to achieve. You look at other people, at other industry experts, and you say, I will never get there. But it's just a symptom of learning. This idea of you not being good enough simply means that, well, you're just not there yet. Things take time. If you want to learn a valuable skill, well, it's hard work. That's why it's valuable. Remember how you felt on the first day of going to school, first day on a job. It's the same experience. But over time, with repetition, with practice, you get comfortable, you get experience, and you slowly start to lose that imposter syndrome. Now, this idea of an imposter syndrome is great. It means you're doing something worthwhile. So don't use it as a negative. Use it as an encouragement that you're doing something good, that you're learning and you're stretching your limits. So with this break, I want to propose that we do a quick exercise. I want you to stop the lectures. Again, grab a coffee, grab a tea, and head on over to our Discord. Now, in our Discord server, if you've used it up until now, that's great. If you haven't, head on over to this server, and I want you to do something that I think it's super important to learning. And that is using what you've learned up until now to actually teach someone or help someone. So you can go all the way to, let's say, the coding and courses section and pick a topic that you want to help somebody in. So let's say you go to the Python channel. And in here, you'll have other students that are asking Python-related questions. Now, you can scroll through here and see if you're able to help someone. Even though you may not have the experience or the knowledge yet, this idea of practicing and explaining what you've just learned to other people, even if you're not 100% certain, actually is beneficial to your learning. Because if you're never teaching, if you're never explaining and vocalizing and showing what you've learned, you'll always be a beginner. This idea of teaching what you learn is a very important concept. So moving forward, as you go through the lectures, anytime you feel like taking a break, hop on over to Discord and help somebody. Our motto here is that we're always kind. We don't judge anybody. We're all just beginners here. We're all learning. So don't be afraid to answer things, because you got to remember, nobody's perfect except for Yoda. Yoda is pretty perfect. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Okay, we talked about most common types of tracking, but there are some other methods that can also be used besides using IP tracking and tracking by cookies. These ones we already talked about, and we also mentioned why does it take, or why does the website take this information from us, as well as why does the website allocate cookies to users. But besides these, we can also be tracked by certain scripts. These scripts are just a piece of code on a website that is used to track users and monitor what they do. Now, we covered one of the ways to prevent this somewhere at the start of the course, when we talked about privacy and security in browsers. Disabling JavaScript can actually help prevent most of these tracking methods that are implemented by scripts. However, as we remember, there is a downside to disabling scripts, which is that some websites might not want to load until you enable them. Besides scripts that track you, you also have third-party websites that track you through the website that you are visiting. Third-party web tracking refers to the practice of which the tracker other than the website that the user visited tracks or assists in tracking the user to the particular website. This can be through embedded links, posts, or photos. And speaking of photos, another type of tracking could be something called web beacons. Web beacons are typically used by third parties to monitor the activity of users at the website for the purpose of web analytics or page tagging. The first web beacons were small digital image files that were embedded in a web page or in an email. The image could be as small as a single pixel, or also called a tracking pixel, and could have been the same color as the background, or could have been also completely transparent. When a user opens the page or email where such an image is embedded, they might not see the image, but their web browser or email reader automatically downloads the image, requiring the user's computers to send a request to the host company's server where the source image is stored. Okay, these would be most common types of tracking that we covered in this section. Of course, there are others, but these are the ones that you will encounter the most. For most of these, we already showed how we can protect our privacy against before in the course, but right now let's focus in the next section on online anonymity.
Welcome back. This is a brand new introduction to anonymity bonus section that we just added to the course. This was heavily requested by a lot of students, and in here we're going to introduce ourselves to the basic steps used to anonymize ourselves on the internet. Now, since this is an ethical hacking course and our focus is on using different tools and learning the process of penetration test, in that sense, we're not going to be only covering this section as a standalone one, but actually we will try to tie it to the course in certain videos. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to take a look at anonymity for both personal use, in case you just want to be more private when browsing the internet or doing your usual daily tasks, but we're also going to take a look at anonymity while hacking or while performing penetration tests. This will mostly focus on using different tools with VPN or using them through a proxy in order to hide ourselves better during our attacks. Usually, many tools have proxy option that allows our, for example, scans to go through a third party before reaching the target, making the target essentially not know where the scans or attacks are coming from. Why is this required? Well, some clients might ask you to perform the penetration test anonymously. Maybe they want to see if they will be able to trace you back during your penetration tests. On the other hand, if you just want to anonymize yourself for private reasons due to, for example, not wanting to be tracked by a certain website, certain company, or certain malicious people, we will cover that as well. For example, did you know that using a browser like Google Chrome provides almost no privacy or anonymity at all? Certain browsers and programs collect your data in order to better show you ads, or that is at least what they say the reason is. We will show some alternative browsers that we can use to increase our privacy and anonymity. Besides that, on our hacking site, as we already mentioned, it will help us make us more anonymous during our penetration tests. For example, this is what a normal scan that we did in the scanning section looks like. Our IP address is, for example, 111.22.33 and .44, and we are directly scanning the target. The target would then know where these scans are coming from. But if we, for example, use something like a proxy, then our scans are not directly going to the target. Therefore, the target itself will think that our scans are coming from a different IP address, which will be an IP of our proxy or of our middle source. This principle is rather the same for personal use. It's just that in personal use we're not performing scans, but we are rather doing something like visiting a website. We don't want to do it directly, but rather with the help of something like a VPN or proxy as well, so the endpoint website really doesn't know where we are connecting from. In that sense, we acquired anonymity. And to do all of this for both personal and hacking use, we're going to cover three main things. These things are VPNs, Tor browser, and proxies. You probably already heard of all three of them, but if you didn't, don't worry. We will be devoting a lecture to each one of them to see how we can use it and why does it help us in privacy and anonymity. Let's start first of all with Tor browser in the next lecture. Welcome back. Let's start off with Tor browser, the browser that we will use for anonymity. Now, Tor browser is a browser that allows us to have maximum anonymity and privacy. It is also a browser used to access deep or dark web, which you most likely have heard of since you joined this course. Now, we're not going to be touching on a subject on visiting deep web or dark web. You can take a look at the internet for that. However, you will use Tor browser to do that, but right now we want to see how we can install it and how exactly does it anonymize ourselves while visiting different websites on the internet. Before we even get to downloading it, in theory what it does is it changes our IP address after a certain amount of time. So as we already mentioned in the theory video, to the website that we visit, it will appear as if we are connecting from a different physical location. Let me show you how that looks like. Before we even get to opening Tor browser, let's first of all install it. To install Tor browser, we first of all want to perform sudo apt update to update our system, and it will ask us for the password. This shouldn't take too long to finish. It should update in just a second, and right after this is finished, we're going to run the command to install the Tor browser. Okay, so our repository update has finished, and the command that we use to install the Tor browser is this one: sudo apt get install Tor and then space Tor browser launcher. Now, the first thing that we're installing is the Tor service, while the second thing is the browser itself. If you press enter, this command will start installing the Tor browser for you. Now, since I already have it installed, I'm not going to be running this. However, you just press enter, click Y so that it installs everything, and in a few minutes this should be done and you should have it installed. As soon as this command finishes working, in order to run the Tor browser, we type Tor browser-launcher. This will start the Tor browser. But if you are running it for the first time, it will actually download the browser itself first. So just by running this command, it will open a small download window, which will take a few seconds or minutes to finish, and as soon as that's done, it should automatically start the Tor browser for you. As you can see, it started the Tor browser for me, and this is the window that you should get once you accomplish all of these commands and you fully download the Tor browser. And this is the question that will pop up first: connect to Tor, Tor browser, and here it gives the explanation why it asks for your permission to do this. Tor browser routes your traffic over the Tor network, run by thousands of volunteers around the world. So this is essentially how it is hiding your traffic. When you try to visit a website, whether that being a website on deep web or not, it will route your traffic through the Tor network, which will go through a bunch of different servers before reaching its endpoint, essentially making the endpoint not really know where your connection is coming from. We want to connect. Now, if you want to check this, that is completely up to you. I'll just click on connect. And it will open this page for me and for you as well. We can see that the search engine is DuckDuckGo, also a private search engine, and how we can check whether Tor project or Tor service is being ran. We can type in this link in our search bar. So check.torproject.org. Press enter, and this will check whether Tor is running on our machine. Now you will notice that it takes some time for pages to load, and that is because our traffic is getting routed through multiple points before reaching the destination, and that is making it slow. As we can see, this page says, "Congratulations, this browser is configured to use Tor. Your IP address appears to be this one." Now this, as you might have guessed, is not my real IP address. This is the IP address that we got from Tor browser itself. So this will appear to the endpoints that we're connecting from this IP. And we can check it by typing "what is my IP?" Once again, it will take some time to load. It will not be as fast as regular browsers. And once it loads, we want to visit any of these websites. Let's go this one. What is my IP address? And here it is. It's currently this one. And you will notice these IP addresses change from time to time. Let me just close this. This will appear to be my IPv4 address, and probably in a few minutes this will also change. Currently, my physical location is in Nigeria. The exact city is this one, and as you might have guessed, I'm nowhere near this physical location, so Tor browser is doing a good job on masking where I'm coming from. And just to mention it one more time, this is the information that the websites that you visit will also see. Nonetheless, if you're interested, you can also take a look at some other options that Tor browser has by going to Preferences, going to Privacy and Security, and you can check the options here to match your needs and your privacy level. For example, here we have the security level, and we have three options: Standard, Safer, and Safest. Ideally, you want to have Safer to be able to browse the internet normally and also to have some protection. Safest will break some websites since it disables JavaScript completely. It also disables some fonts and a bunch of other things as well that might break some web pages. All in all, this is pretty much the Tor browser, but we're not done with the Tor itself yet. We're going to use the Tor service in the next video to perform our Nmap scans through a proxy. We want to see how we can use our tools that we covered in the ethical hacking course and make them more anonymous while performing their action. We're going to take a look at the example of Nmap scan, which will be routed through a proxy with the help of Tor service in order to mask where the scan is coming from, but more about that in the next video. Before I finish this video off, I just want to mention one more thing, and that is that an alternative option to the Tor browser would be a browser called Brave browser. Now, you probably haven't heard of it since it's not that known, but this is a really good browser. Let me just type it in so I can show you where you can download it from. Brave browser has really good security and privacy, and in its settings it has a bunch of different options that allow you to set the privacy level to your own needs and also to make you more anonymous on the internet. So this is the page where you can download the Brave from, and it's just a recommendation. If you want to use it, feel free to use it. The choice is completely yours. Nonetheless, let's get straight into next video where we are going to take a look at running Nmap through a proxy. Welcome back. In the last video, we talked about using Tor browser to anonymize our traffic on the internet. Right now, let's take a look at how we can use something called proxy to redirect our Nmap scans through a third party in order to mask our original physical address and IP address to the target that we are scanning. So, in order to do that, what you want to do is you want to start your terminal first. And the first thing that we want to redo, in case you haven't done it in the previous lecture, is to run sudo apt-get install tor. It will ask you for your password, and once you type the password in, it will install the Tor service for you. In case you have already done this in the previous lecture, the next command that we want to do is we want to actually start the Tor service, and we can do it with the help of this command right here. Service Tor start. Press enter, and you won't get any output back for this command. It will only ask for password, which we have to type in, and the Tor service will be started. We can check it by typing service Tor status, and it will say that the status is active. Next thing we want to do is we want to install proxy chains, which is a tool that will allow us to filter our traffic through a proxy. And in this specific video, we're going to filter it using the Tor service, so our IP address will change with the help of Tor service. To install proxy chains, you run this command, sudo apt-get install proxy chains. For me, I have already installed proxy chains. For you, it might take a minute or two to finish, and as soon as it's done, we want to navigate to its configuration file to set an option or two. To do that, we want to type sudo nano@c/proxychains.conf, which is short for configuration. It will open this file, and the settings that you want to have are these ones. You want to hash the strict chain or comment it out, and you want to enable the dynamic chain. Down here, we also want to add SOCKS 5 support, which will be filtered through the local host on port 9050. Even here it says defaults set to Tor. We have SOCKS 4 on localhost 9050 and SOCKS 5 on localhost 9050. Once you have all of these options set, you want to save the configuration file, exit the configuration file, and just small quick tip, make sure you use sudo once changing the configuration file, because otherwise it will not work. You won't have the permission to change this configuration file if you don't use sudo. Now, to make sure all of it works, let's try to run proxy chains, and then let's, for example, open Firefox. If this works, then we should have a stable internet connection, which will be a little bit slower in Firefox, and also our IP address should change. Pretty much the same thing that we did with Tor, but right now it should also do it in Firefox. Let's first of all try to access google.com just to see whether we can load it. And you notice it does take some time to finish. And next thing we want to do is type, what is my IP? We just want to make sure that we successfully masked our IP address. So currently we have this IP address. You can already see that my results are given in different language, which is always a good sign. And if I go on whatismyip.com, we should see where exactly is this IP address located. Here it is. This is the location of the IP. And we successfully changed our IP address so it will appear like this to any website that we visit. Now that we confirmed that this works, we can close Firefox, which will automatically close this command and give us our terminal back. And now to run the Nmap scan, all you have to do is simply type proxy chains and then nmap. And for example, let's go with nmap.org. We want to scan it. Let's use -f command. We already know what it does. And the scan will run. Now, one thing about this is that the scans will run much slower than without proxy chains, which is also normal. Same way our traffic is slower when we go on Firefox and when we go on Tor browser. The same reason is behind the slow nmap scan. As you can see, it already scanned a couple of ports. It found the port 80 to be open. For port 139, we got socket error or timeout, and it will do this for each and every port. And nmap.org won't really know where our traffic is coming from. Nonetheless, we got all of this to work well. We also found port 22 to be open, which is, I believe, correct result. And that is pretty much it. It's as simple as that. Now you can combine different options with the nmap scan. All of those options that we already covered, feel free to use them. Now, nmap.org is allowed to be scanned, but don't scan it multiple times. They say it on their website that you shouldn't spam scans on their website. You can scan it once or twice. That would be about it for this video. This is how we can combine proxy, Tor servers, and our nmap scan the same way we would combine these proxy chains with other tools as well that support it. Nonetheless, thank you for watching this video, and in the next video we're going to take a look at how we can run VPN inside of Kali Linux. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. So for now, we covered Tor browser and we covered using proxy with a combination of different tools such as opening browser like Firefox with proxy chains and running nmap scan with proxy chains. Right now, let's also see how we can install VPN inside of Kali Linux. Now, this is completely optional. You can choose whichever VPN you want. You don't have to install it and use it on Linux. You can use it on Windows, on Mac OS, and whichever VPN you choose, that's fine. For the purposes of this tutorial, we're going to take a look at using OpenVPN. So in order to run it in Kali Linux, we first of all must install it. And to install it, we run this command: sudo apt-get install OpenVPN. Press enter, it will ask for the password, and I have already downloaded this, but if you haven't, or if you don't have it in your Kali, run this command and in just a few seconds it should finish. As soon as that's done, we want to navigate to a certain website, and that website is called vpnbook.com. Type in vpnbook.com and it should open a page like this. If we scroll down here, we are going to see different configuration files. It will say free OpenVPN. Choose your preferred VPN type below for access details. No registration or sign up is required. Since we installed OpenVPN, we want to click on OpenVPN, and you pretty much want to download any of these files. I'm personally going to go with this one, and I'm going to save this file. Click on OK, and that's about it. Now don't close this page, you can minimize it, but before you do that, open this folder, then minimize this page, and you will notice that I already have the VPN file. That is because I already tested this out, and all you want to do is right click on this and extract here. Now, once it extracts the file, it will create a folder like this, which when you open, you get the OVPN file types. And once these files are extracted, what you want to do is you want to navigate to this icon right here, click on VPN connections, and then add a VPN connection. Here you want to click on this arrow and it will open a bunch of different options, which you most likely might think that we want to go with OpenVPN, since that is the one that we downloaded, but we actually want to import a saved VPN configuration. Click on that and click on Create. It will open this window, so it asks us to find the file where our VPN configuration is. We just downloaded it. Find the place where you downloaded it. It's probably going to be in the downloads directory. Navigate here, and I'm going to choose VPN book TCP80. Double click on that. And now it will open the configuration window for the VPN. Now, you will notice these fields right here, username and password. Now, navigate back to the website that we downloaded the file from, and down here you will have the username and the password. We want to type this in. So in the username field, I'm typing VPN book, and the password is going to be the given password. Click on Save. Now if I go back to this icon, click on VPN connections, I will have VPN book right here. I want to check it. It will take some time for it to finish. And you will notice that once you type ivconfig, you will get an extra interface with a different IP address. Now, what we also want to check is whether the IP address changed inside of our Firefox. Let's type in what is my IP. And this is the current IP address. The results are already in a different language, so we successfully changed the IP. And that is how you can install VPN in Kali Linux and use it to mask your identity and to mask your IP address to any source that you visit. But it is always a good combination to use sometimes Tor, sometimes different proxies, and sometimes VPN. All of these things are well known and they will make you anonymous, but let's also take a look at whether we can find some additional tools on GitHub that might provide even more anonymity for us. See you in the next video. Welcome back. We covered all the important things when it comes to anonymity on the internet. We covered Tor browser, the anonymous browser, and the browser that allows us to visit deep web. We covered how we can use proxies with different tools, and we also saw how we can install VPN inside of our Kali Linux and use that as well to hide our location and IP address. But we as hackers also want to discover any new tools that might help us automate this process so we don't have to bother doing all of these installations anymore. Perhaps tools like this already exist. Now, there is one tool on GitHub that we can check out, which is called Who Am I? And we can just type GitHub. Now, besides this tool, of course, there are other tools as well. This is not the only tool that you can use for anonymity. You can use whichever tool you wish. We can click on this first link right here. And this is the tool that we want. As we can see, this tool is actually in the development, so it's not fully ready, so some options might not work. And we already know that, since with a lot of tools on GitHub, some options might not work, or they may be broken, or they're currently waiting for an update. Here you can read about the project. The purpose of the Who Am I tool makes you as anonymous as possible on Kali Linux. It is user-friendly with its ease of use and simple interface. It follows two different paths to ensure the highest possible level of anonymity. Finally, don't forget that there is never 100% security on the internet, which is 100% true. Down here we can take a look at different features. So we have anti-man-in-the-middle feature, log killer, IP changer, DNS changer, and many others as well. So let's take a look at this tool. We want to go to the part where it says getting started and installation. And here are some of the dependencies that we might need. So let's copy the command and install it real quick. And let's also delete this. Press enter. It will ask us for the password since this is a sudo command. And the first thing that it will perform is sudo apt update. And right after that, it will install some of the additional tools and libraries that it needs in order to run this tool. So let's wait for a couple seconds for this to finish. Okay, here it is. The command has finally finished, and now let's proceed to actually install the tool. Here are the steps. First, we git clone the repository. Let me just clear the screen, paste the command, and let's git clone this tool. Once that's done, we want to navigate to the tool directory, which is right here, kali-whoami, and here we want to run sudo make install. Copy that command as well, go right here and paste it into the terminal. It will finish relatively fast, and right now our tool should be ready to run. Let's type ls to see what files we have right here, and to actually use the tool, here we can take a look at the help menu. After completing setup, run the application by typing kali-whoami in the search menu, or by typing sudo kali-whoami --help in a terminal. So let's try like that. Apparently this requires sudo privileges, so let's type it like this: sudo kali-whoami and then --help. Okay, so here are our options. We can either start it, stop, check the status, fix, and run this help menu again. We want to start the tool. Once the tool has been started, it will open something like a console for the tool, and it will list out all of these options right here. So we're not going to be checking all of this, but let's check some of them just for the purposes of the tutorial. Let's go, for example, with the most obvious one, which is the IP changer. If I type option number 3, it says IP changer was checked, and if I type enter once again, it will say IP changer successfully enabled. Now, let's see if that option works. If I go and type what is my IP, it is loading for quite some time, which could mean that we are filtering traffic through a proxy, and I would say that's true because it says our systems have detected unusual traffic from your computer. This page checks to see if it's really you sending the requests. We get the IP address, and sometimes this can happen if you're using tools like this. So let's perform the check and let's verify. And here we get the IP address. Let's see where the IP address is located. And it seems to be giving the wrong IP. Let's just check for the page to load. This is the same page that we used once using Tor browser, if I'm not mistaken. And it has the IP from that time saved right here for some unknown reason to me. So let's actually take a look at a different website. For example, let's go with this one. And we got a different IP, which is good. It says that I'm currently in United States in Texas, which is completely wrong. I'm nowhere near there. And this option works. Awesome. Let's take a look at another option perhaps. We run the same command. We can perhaps try to run, let's say, browser anonymization. We checked that option, and browser anonymization successfully enabled. Now, I personally don't know what this option will do inside of this tool. Perhaps it will say somewhere on the page, it probably has explanation as to what each of these options do, but we're not going to be reading through that right now. Let's see whether we can check something else again. Let's try time zone changer, for example. Press enter. And it will say time zone changer successfully enabled, but once again, we can't really check that since it doesn't give us any output back. And all the other options, feel free to take a look at them. You can also use MAC changer, DNS changer, where you can run the anti-man in the middle option, and all the other things that this tool offers. Now, once again, this is just one of the tools in the sea of bunch of other tools that you can take a look at, whether it being a tool for anonymity, privacy, or something else. But always make sure that you're downloading the tool from a trusted source like GitHub. You don't want to be running a tool that you downloaded from some fishy website, right? Now, that would be about it. We covered introductory steps to anonymity. And right now that you know how to use all of the things that we covered, you can use them in combination to increase your anonymity to a whole another level. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Alright, another big part of being anonymous is using services that protect your privacy and anonymity. Now, in reality, this is not very easy. Especially nowadays where a good portion of our life is online and these companies and governments invest large sums of money to be able to identify anyone on the internet, mainly due to tracking and advertising reasons. If you want to be fully anonymous, there are lots of things that you need to pay attention to, starting from one of the most common things that people use every day, which are mobile phones. Mobile phones are your number one tracker, and all of us who use it can be tracked at any time with the help of our phone. That's why it's important that you get an older so-called burner phone, which you can use if you want to be anonymous. You don't want to link any social media accounts or connect any email accounts to it, since anything of that kind can be used to track you and identify you. Same goes for any type of personal information that the phone requires from you. You should not give it away. Now, of course, this is all for anyone going for extreme anonymity, but without this you won't be able to have it. Second thing is using anonymous email services, and that is if you need them at all. Temporary emails can be used for registration on websites that don't require confirmations over email, and if you want to go even more extreme, you should also get a burner device or a burner laptop. Fresh, without any personal information or without you ever logging into any social media account that can be tied to you or that can be used to identify you at all. You should be using proxies, Tor and VPNs constantly when browsing through internet, and to add another layer to that, you should only be connecting to public wireless access points such as wireless that you have in a restaurant or some cafe bar. All of this mentioned are main things used to track you, and if you apply all that we mentioned in this video, including burner mobile phone, burner laptop, without you submitting any personal information whatsoever to any of these devices, and if you need, also use anonymous email services, also without possibly specifying any type of personal information that you can. Use all of this with a combination of VPNs, proxies, and Tor service. And if you combine all of this, it will be hard or close to impossible to track you down. This is considering you don't make any mistakes at all. All of this might sound easier than it actually is, but in reality, one mistake is enough for some of your information to leak and you to be tracked over the internet. Remember one important thing, and that is that nothing comes free, or nothing is free. All these softwares and all the files and data that you download will need something in return, and every website that you visit will want something in return, and that something is usually your personal information. Those free softwares for download also take something in return and are not exactly free as we think of them. Of course, to mention once again that many of these things are not really necessary. This is only if you want to be fully anonymous yourself and you care about your privacy to the point where you don't want anyone to be able to identify you. Nonetheless, that would be about it for the introduction to the anonymity section. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. It is time we slowly start getting into penetration testing process. For now, we didn't yet perform any hacking, but we are getting there. It is important we get the basics first and that we know why we do everything, and trust me, later in the course we will be doing some serious stuff and everything will make sense because we covered all the basics first and we didn't just jump into something without any preparation. So in this video, we will be briefly talking about stages of penetration test. How does it go? In which order do we perform the steps, and which steps are crucial? For now on, we got our virtual lab set up. We installed Kali Linux, and all the tools that hackers use are now available for us in our machine. We also performed some configuration to it to get it full screen, as well as performed setup for internet connection. From now, the basic steps that we are going to do is we will use our Kali Linux machine to scan and attack different machines, networks, websites and accounts. But how are we going to do that? Do we just magically attack it? And do we just install virus on their machine somehow? And if so, how do we do that? What about Trojans, password cracking or phishing? Is that what we do? Well, that is just a small portion of a penetration test. First thing and most important thing before we even start a penetration test on a target is to figure out, do we have permission to attack this target? This is very important since you don't want to be attacking machines or target networks that you do not have permission to attack. It could be that client told me to only test one machine on the network and not the entire network. Therefore, I'm only allowed to test that one machine. Or it could be that our client has multiple networks and they only allowed us to test one of them. That means you should not go around and try to hack different machines on a different network. Now, these are only some of the examples, but what's important to get out of this is that always have permission to perform a penetration test. Trying to hack or hacking something that you are not allowed to hack could potentially get you into some serious trouble if you get caught. Now that we got that out of the way, let us finally talk about different stages of penetration testing. We already know that there are 5 of them, and the first one is reconnaissance or information gathering. Now, reconnaissance is the act of gathering information about your target to better plan out your attack. And this step of penetration testing is the only one that you can perform on any website or target that you want, since gathering information about something is not illegal. There are 2 ways that we can go about doing information gathering: actively, by directly interacting with our target, or it can be done passively without interacting with the target. A simple example of this would be, let's say you want to gather information for Facebook, and you would do it actively by visiting Facebook page and getting all the information that you can from the Facebook page itself, while passively it would be if you went on some other website that talks about Facebook and you get information about Facebook from that other website. This would mean you never interacted with Facebook, therefore you performed a passive information gathering. After this step comes scanning. Here is where you can start getting in trouble if you do it without permission. Scanning is a deeper form of information gathering using technical tools to find openings in the target and in the systems that you're attacking. These openings can be gateways, open ports, operating systems that the target runs, and so on and so on. In this step, we also perform vulnerability scanning, which is just searching for vulnerable software in the target system or network that could possibly be exploited. After information gathering and scanning comes third step, which is gaining access, or so-called exploitation. And this is the step where we actually hack the target. we use information that we gathered in Phase 1 and Phase 2 to take control of any number of target devices. Gaining access of target devices allows us to steal data from their system or to use those devices to attack other devices on the same network. Usually, after this step, you can consider penetration tests to be successful since you managed to gain access to a target system. However, this is not the last step of a penetration test. After exploitation comes maintaining access. This step, with the fifth step, is sometimes optional. You might not need to always perform last two steps since client might only care whether their system is penetrable. Therefore, you prove them it is after the third step. If there was a vulnerability, of course. However, maintaining access is also an important step and it is commonly done by installing backdoors and planting rootkits. What a backdoor and rootkits are simply programs that will allow us to gain access to that target whenever we want, without the need to exploit it again. We just connect to the backdoor that we planted in the target system, and there it is. We are again on their machine. And last step of penetration test is covering tracks. Covering tracks is simply removing all evidence that an attack ever took place. This can involve deleting or hiding files, editing logs, or basically reverting any changes that you did to the system while the attack took place. Okay, so these 5 steps are the entire process of a penetration test, and we're going to cover them in great detail throughout our course. Keep in mind that these steps should be performed in order, and one more important thing is, in case you're a beginner, you might think that third step, which is exploitation or gaining access, is the most important step of the process. Even though it is very important and crucial, the most important steps are actually information gathering and scanning. It is in these 2 steps that we gather information about the target and discover vulnerabilities. So if you're not that good in gathering information, you might miss some things that could be used to gain access to the machine, therefore preventing you to find an actual vulnerability. So just keep that in mind, that information gathering is 70% of work. Okay, good, so we talked a little about these phases, but before we get to perform each one of these steps, we must first get a little familiar with our Kali Linux machine. So in the next few lectures, we're going to get into details about terminal and some of the commands we can run and execute with it. See you there. Welcome back. Since this is our first video in information gathering, we're going to start off with something easy. Let us see how we can identify our target and get its IP address. We're going to check how we can do this both actively and passively. Let's do it with active information gathering first. So, this means we're going to interact with our target. So just go on Google and pick a website that you want to use for this. It can be any website that you want, and you can also use the ones that I will show in this video. First, open up your terminal. And what we're going to do, for the first test, I'm going to use this website. This is just some university page that I picked, and what we can do to get its IP address is to ping it. Most of you will already be familiar with ping tool, since it is installed by default on any operating system. By pinging this website or any other website, we're sending something called ICMP packets to that website, and if we get responses back, that means that website is up and running. But what we also get besides that response is the IP address. So let's try it out. I will leave this link right here, and I will just add at the beginning ping space and then hit enter. And it seems that we're not getting any responses back, but what we did get is an IP address. Here it is. And we're not getting responses back from this site because it is probably blocking ping probes, which some websites often do. Let us try another site to see how it looks once we get responses back. So to stop this, you can simply just press Ctrl+C, And it will tell us 32 packets transmitted and 100% packet loss. Now this doesn't mean that this website is offline, since if we visited this link right here or this IP address, we would open a page to that website. But just in case, let us see how it looks like once we get the response back from the ping command. If I try to ping a big website, for example like Facebook, so let's type ping facebook.com. Here we get an IP address of Facebook, and we can Control C since we can notice that we are getting packets back, which means Facebook is up and running and also responding to our ICMP packets. Just to note, this IP address right here is just one of the IP addresses that Facebook uses. So for you, once you ping it, you will probably get a different result. Okay, what we saw right here is an example of active information gathering to get the IP address, since we directly send packets to these websites. Another tool you can use to get IP from a website is called NSLookup. So if I go down here and type NSLookup and then the name of the website, which in our case, let's try with the first one, which is this one. And once again, you can test any website you want with this. It doesn't matter. If I press enter, it will give me this response, which says server and address right here. But this is not the IP address of this website. This is just my router, and where the result or where the IP address of this website is down here. Here it is. If we compare this one and we go back to the ping command, you will notice the IP address is the same. So we got the same result, which is good. Let's try the same with Facebook, so just type right here NSLookup facebook.com. And we also get the IP address of Facebook. Now, if you wanted to do this passively, you would search for this information, such as IP address, over some other website. Let us see how we can do that. First of all, we want to open our Firefox, and to do that, just click on this Cal Linux icon in the top left corner and type Firefox. You should see Firefox ECR, click on it, and what we're going to look for is a website that provides us with IP address of a different website. And since I don't know any website that does that, I will simply just go right here in the search bar and type what is an IP address of this website. If I press enter, it should probably give me a few results of different websites that will do exactly what we want, which is get the IP address of another website. And let's go with this one, IP checker, which is ipinfo.info. If I click on it, and down here we see something that says IP domain checker. We need to specify the IP address, the domain, or URL. And if we type the domain name of that first website, so if I type the same domain name, and click right here on check. Okay, so some security check, select all traffic lights, let's select all traffic lights that we see. And here is the result. And you will notice that right here we get even more information than we asked for. For example, here is the IP address of this website. We also get from which country it is, as it says right here in the brackets. And we also get its geolocation, which says even the city. We can also check it out on Google Maps if we wanted to. Down here we get even more information such as reverse DNS. Here we get information about registration date, modification date, expiration date. Down here we get some of the DNS servers, and here we get its physical address. So this is the exact location to where this server is located. Now this is just the same result, I believe. Down here we also get some email addresses, as we can notice right here. All of this could be useful for us depending on which type of attack we would plan. Now, of course, we're not going to be attacking this website since we do not have permission, but we're simply just gathering information to see what can we retrieve from the internet about this website. and for now on we're getting a bunch of information about it. Now, similar response that we got right here, we can get using a tool called Whois. Whois not only gives us an IP address of the specified domain, but it also gives us a bunch of other information about that domain. It is already installed in Kali Linux, so let's test it out. If I close this page and type in my terminal Whois, the same domain name, press enter, I will pretty much get the same information that I saw previously on that website. As we can see right here, we get those DNS servers, the registration date, modification date, expiration date, we get the physical address, and some other things such as ID number, tax ID, which is not really of interest to us. And let us also test this tool on Facebook, since different websites might give different information. For example, if I do the same on Facebook, since it being a much bigger site, it will probably give us much more information as well. So let's type it, Whois, facebook.com. Press enter. Let me just enlarge the terminal so we can see everything clearly. And if I scroll all the way up, we get some name servers, tax street, city, state, province, postal code. We also get some phone numbers right here. Here are some of the email addresses for the tech email. So we get another email address right here and even more phone numbers. We get the city, the street. If I go all the way up, we can see that this is a Whois response. So this all information is public to us. And this would be pretty much it. This is all the information we get for Facebook using Whois tool. And by the way, in real penetration tests that you will perform, all of the interesting information is something that you want to write down in a report. For now, we only saw how we can get basic information such as IP addresses, country origin, physical address and similar, but later during information gathering and scanning, we might find something that shouldn't be out there on the internet, and that would be called information disclosure. It is something that client doesn't want to be seen, but it is still publicly available. So anything that you might think is interesting, you would write down. Okay, great. Now we know how we can identify a target by getting its IP address, and also getting its physical address and some other interesting information as well. And even though this isn't really hard information to get, it is a good beginning. Let us see in the next video what else can we find out. Welcome back. Now we're going to discuss a tool called WhatWeb. This tool is used to gather information and to scan any website on the internet. So it is primarily used to scan websites, since this tool recognizes web technologies including web servers, embedded devices, JavaScript libraries, and many more things. They explain it really well on the website page for this tool. So we can read right here about all of the details that this tool has. We can notice they have over 1700 plugins, each one of them used to recognize something different. So they use these plugins to perform the scan on the website and discover what technologies does that website run. What is important for us is this second paragraph, since down here it tells us that default level of aggression called stealthy is the fastest and requires only one HTTP request of a website. Now what this simply means is that this WhatWeb tool has different levels for scanning. And the default level is the level of aggression that is called stealthy, which we can use on any website that we want. The other levels of scanning are more aggressive and should only be performed during penetration tests. So we should not use the more aggressive scans on the websites that we do not have permission to scan. We can, however, use the stealthy scan on any website that we want on the internet. And don't worry, we are going to see all of these options in just a second. For now, it's good that we know what we can or cannot do. So let's test this tool out in our Kali Linux. To do it, open up your terminal, and to check out all of the options we can do with WhatWeb, you can simply just type WhatWeb in your terminal and press enter. This will give you a smaller help menu with some of the basic features that WhatWeb has. As we can see, we can specify targets, which can be anything from URLs, host names, or IP addresses. Here is that aggression level, which we specify like this. There is the aggression level 1, which is stealthy, and the aggression level 3, which is aggressive. The default level is level 1, which is good to notice, so we don't want to change this if we scan a random website on the internet. We can also list all of the plugins that it uses, but we are not currently interested in this. And we can have also a verbose output. But these are just some of the options for the WhatWeb tool. To get even more available options with WhatWeb, we can type the command whatweb --help. Press enter, and this will give us a much larger help menu with all of the possible options that we can use for WhatWeb. And down here is the aggression level. We can see besides the stealthy that we're going to use on random websites, and besides the aggressive scan that you would use in a penetration test, there is even more aggressive scan called heavy, and it says right here, makes a lot of HTTP requests per target, URLs from all plugins are attempted. So this is basically the deepest scan that WhatWeb tool can perform on a website. Up here are also the targets, so we specify a target first, and if I go all the way down, you will notice right here we got some of the examples of usage of WhatWeb. So we can see right here that the most simple example is running WhatWeb and then the domain name. So for the first run, let us go with this one. We're only going to specify website as an option, so just type down here WhatWeb. And since we're using the aggression level 1, we can scan any website that we want, so I'm going to go with this one. And this is just another university website from my country. Feel free to scan any website that you want, or you can also go with this one if you'd like. If I press here enter, in just a few seconds we should get response for this website. And here it is, we already got something. We got 2 responses, as we can see by the links right here. The command has finished executing, so let us just go through these results and see what we got. It tells us that it most likely performed a redirect as soon as we tried getting this link. We can also see that we got the Apache web server. We even get the version, which is 2.4.6. We got some cookies right here, which the website uses. We got from which country it is, which type of HTTP server it uses. If I go down here is the IP address of this website. Here's the PHP version that they use. And the redirect location, if you remember I told you that it most likely redirected us to a different page. Here is to where it redirected us. And once we got redirected, we got the response of 200 OK. And this is just an HTTP response code, which tells us that we successfully loaded a page. We got the same Apache version, the Bootstrap version, which cookies it uses. Down here we got the country, and we also managed to extract some of the emails. As we can see down here, these are some of the emails from the page that belong to this domain. Down here we also see that it uses HTML5, which HTTP server it has, which Apache version it has, once again which PHP version, the IP address. It also uses jQuery, Lightbox, and a bunch of other things we can see right here. But I don't really like how this is outputted. It is hard to read. To output this a little bit prettier, we can use this verbose option that I saw in the help menu. Here it is. And what this verbose option does is it also includes plugin descriptions. It will also tell us for each plugin that the WhatWeb tool managed to discover, it will tell us what exactly that plugin is. So let's try it out. If I type WhatWeb and then the same website, but I add -v option at the end and press enter, it will pretty much give us the same result, just it will be outputted a whole lot better and easier to read. If I scroll all the way up to the beginning of the command, remember we got 2 responses. Here is the IP address, and this is the first request or first response, which tells us to move to the actual website, so the redirect response. We get all of this information that we got previously. But we also get this section right here which says detected plugins. And for example, if we didn't know what Apache was, we could read right here what Apache is. And down here, we get the version that this website has of the Apache. We also get for cookies, same thing. For HTTP server, we can see which operating system, which Apache server it is, which PHP version it is. It tells us right here what PHP is, for example, if we didn't know. PHP is a widely used general purpose scripting language. Redirect location. So after this request, it redirects us to this location. And down here, we get the response 200 for the actual page. We get once again the country, the IP address, and all of the detected plugins. And we can read through this and discover what is this website running. And it is outputted a whole lot better and easier to read than the previous command. Okay, good. So we managed to get the information as to what a certain website is running, which technologies it has, and in the next video, we're going to deeply go into this tool and try to perform some of the more aggressive scans as well as experiment with some of the different options of WhatWeb as well. Right now, we are going to see how we can gather emails for a certain company or a domain. Remember, people are always weak at security. If we manage to send some malicious program to someone working in a company and they run that program, we got our way in. We can also use emails in something like a brute force attack. We can use them in the username fields. There are many ways this could be useful, but for now, let us just see how we can get them. Since emails are public information, we can test this on any domain we want. To get emails, we're going to check out two different options. A tool called the Harvester that's installed in Cal Linux, and a website called hunter.io. Let's start with Harvester first. So open up your terminal, and to just run the help menu from the Harvester, we can type the tool name. So just type the Harvester with capital H and press enter. And this will output us with a smaller help menu, just like the WhatWeb tool did once we specified its name. We get its banner and some of the options that we can run. It tells us, since we try to run it with just the name of the program, that there is an error, the following arguments are required. So we need to specify the domain. But before we specify the domain, let us just run the bigger help menu so we can see all of our available options. Okay, great, here it is. So we get the domain option, so we need to specify either a company name or domain name to search. This is the limit of search results, which is default equal to 500. And all of these other options are not really of interest to us besides this last source option. And this last source option we specify with -b, and we specify where we want to search for emails. Now we can either specify one of these. We can, for example, specify we want to search for Twitter, LinkedIn, Bing, Google, or we can simply just specify all, and it will go through all of these in search for usernames, hosts, and emails. So let's try it out. If I clear the screen, type the Harvester, and first thing we need to specify is -d for the domain. And for this test, I will go with this domain right here, which is another university domain. You can go either with this one, or you can pick any website that you want and use it instead. So if I specify the Harvester -d, then the domain name, the next option that I want to specify is -b, and remember, -b option is the source, so where we want to search for the emails, host names, and usernames. And let us for the first try specify all. And the last option is -l, which is the limit that is set by default to be 500, so we can either specify more than that or less than that, or we can simply just not specify -l at all, and it will just by default scan 500 results. So if we leave it just like this, and I press here enter, the running of this command will take some time. It will search for different results, it will search for host names, it will search for usernames, and it will also search for emails. As we can see down here, it says searching 300 results, and this will go up to 500 since we are using the default -l option, which is 500 results. And it seems that we already got some users found. Here are some of the names, as well as what do they do. So this is already some result for us. Let's just wait for all of this to finish, and then we will go through all of the results that we managed to gather. Okay, so it has finished. Let us check out what we got as an output. So it searched through a bunch of different platforms, as we can see: LinkedIn, VirusTotal, Yahoo, Twitter, but it didn't manage to find any results for these platforms. The only thing we got is these users right here. But this is not what we looked for. We wanted to find some email addresses or perhaps some usernames. There is one thing with this harvester tool. From my personal experience, this tool doesn't always work. There are days when it gives amazing result, but there are days when it doesn't find any emails or any hosts, just like it did in this case. As it says, failed to detect a valid IP address from this domain name. We also didn't get any emails. And I'm talking about scanning this same domain just on 2 different days. That's why it is always good to, in case you don't get any results for this tool right now, to scan it multiple times. So if I scan it once again, and instead of -B all, I will select -B and scan only from Google to see if I get any different results. And if we still don't manage to get any results, just try the same command either later or tomorrow, and I guarantee you it will usually give you a different result. As we can see, we didn't manage to find anything with this tool. That's why we got a second option, and that second option is a website, hunter.io. So let's go and visit that website. Open up your Firefox, and in the search bar up here, type hunter.io. It will automatically lead you to this website, and we can see right here we got this search bar where we specify a company domain and we click on find email addresses. But on this website you must first create an account, and you either have a free account or a paid account. Technically you can even search without creating an account, but it will only show you first 5 results and they will be half blurred. Let me show you. If I go here and type the same domain name that we used for Harvester, and let me just enlarge this a little bit so you can see in greater detail, and I click on find email addresses, it will show me first 5 results and they will all be blurred. Now you can technically try to figure out what these email addresses are, but they will be blurred nonetheless. And down here it also tells you how much results it managed to gather. It managed to gather 315 more results besides these 5 emails, and those results will be available if you get a paid account. With free account, however, let me show you how free account looks like. If I go in sign in, and I sign into my account, for you just go and create an account right here and sign in into your free account. Once you create an account, you should be able to have about 50 searches per month with a free account, as it says right here. So we got 0 out of 50, and these monthly requests reset in about 1 month. And as I mentioned, even with free account you also don't get all the results outputted, but at least the emails that it gives you are not blurred. Let's test it out. If I type the domain name that we used this entire video and click on search, right now I managed to get some of the results right here. So I get up to 10 results with its email addresses and with their names. So we got the name and we also got the email addresses. We get right here which pattern it used to find email addresses, and all of these email addresses are also split into different sections. So if I click on IT engineering, I will even get what type of work does this person do: project advisor, IT engineering, production engineering, technical editor, as well as their email addresses. We also get from which sources we managed to get these emails. And if I go to all right here and I remove this IT engineering, down here we will also get that there are 310 more results for this domain name. So it is completely up to you whether you think you should get paid version for this. Just keep in mind that with the paid version you get much more results than with the free version. The bad side about the paid version is that it isn't cheap at all. If I go to my account, up here, and I click on subscription, I can see down here which plan choices I have available to purchase. And you can see 1000 requests per month will be around 50 euros per month. So this is completely up to you, but nonetheless, what we did learn in this video is different ways to gather emails about a certain domain. And I encourage you to also later try out this harvester tool once again, because it does know to give really good results once it works. And one more thing is that at the end of this section, I will give you a tool that is coded in Python 3 that will be able to gather even more emails from a specified domain. So it will be even better than these two options that I showed you right here, and it will be our own tool. I will give you its code and also show you how to run it and how it works. Okay, good. In the next video, we're going to see how we can install some additional tools that we might need for information gathering. See you there. Welcome back. Here we are, ready to start our scanning phase. We have covered the information gathering, which was first phase of penetration testing, and now we will proceed with the second stage by scanning our target and trying to get even more information about it. Now, the difference between information gathering and scanning is that scanning is performed on a much deeper level. And also, while in the first phase we gathered all kinds of information such as emails, phone numbers and a bunch of other things, in the scanning we are mainly focused on technology side. So we want to find out as much as we can about our target's technical aspect. We're going to talk about in just a second as to what exactly are we looking for in this stage and what are all the goals of this stage. But first, you could be wondering, what are we going to scan? Since remember that scanning is something that we are not allowed to do on any target that we want. Don't worry, for this stage and any future stage from now on, we're going to be using vulnerable virtual machines. There are lots of paid vulnerable virtual machines that you can buy and test on, but for this course I will be showing the free ones. So all of us can download them, install them and then try to hack them. All of these virtual machines are going to be running some outdated vulnerable software that we will be able to exploit in the third stage, and they will also require very little hardware power. So all of us will be able to run them while also running Kali Linux. And keep in mind that penetration testing process will look exactly like it would look in real world, if you were to test some website or some network. The only difference is that right now we know that these machines are vulnerable since I just told you, and in real world you wouldn't essentially know that before testing them. However, just knowing they are vulnerable doesn't really help us, as we need to figure out in what way are they vulnerable and how can we take advantage of that. Scanning will help us with this. We will be using our Kali Linux machine to scan these machines. And by scanning these machines, what I really mean is we're going to directly exchange packets with our target, and once that target sends packets back to us, hopefully it will discover something about the target machine that we will find useful. And what we will be sending to the target are TCP and UDP packets. TCP and UDP are just protocols that are used for sending bits of data, also known as packets. And we will discuss them in a little more detail in the next video. For now, just think of them as different communication protocols that will allow us to get information from our target. I keep talking about information and scanning and all of that without actually explaining what do I mean by scanning and getting information. What are the goals of this? What are we looking for exactly? Well, we're looking for open ports. And I don't mean USB ports or some physical ports, I mean we're looking for virtual open ports that every machine has, and it uses them to host their software and communicate with other machines over internet. For example, You watching this over internet on a website means that the machine that's hosting this website has port 80 open. Why port 80? Well, port 80 is used to host a web server. It is used for HTTP, and it's also known as HTTP port. So every time you visit a website, you are essentially making a connection to that machine hosting that website on port 80 or on port 443, since port 80 is used for HTTP and port 443 is used for HTTPS. And HTTPS is just a secure version of HTTP. These are the two most usual ports that target that you're scanning externally will have open. And by externally scanning, I mean that you're scanning it while not being in the same network as the target. An example would be you scanning some website from your home. And a port that could sometimes be open if you're scanning internally, which means either scanning machines on your network or you're performing network penetration testing inside of some company, you could, for example, find port 21 to be open. This is an FTP port and it's used for file transferring. FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. These are just two of the ports and there are a lot of them. You could, for example, have port 22 open, which is SSH port or Secure Shell port. It is used to log into the target machine and execute commands on it remotely. We could also have, for example, port 53 open, which is DNS port, or we could have port 25 open, which is SMTP port. So there are a lot of ports. Matter of fact, every machine has 65,535 ports for both TCP and UDP. And if there is just one open port with one vulnerable software running on that open port, then that target is vulnerable and it could be exploited. Now, the highest secured machines are the ones that have all ports closed. These are usually your home devices, such as laptops or computers that you use just for browsing online or playing video games or something. They don't need to be hosting any software since they are not a server that someone will connect to for a certain service. They're just home devices that you use. But websites, for example, must have port 80 or port 443 open since they are hosting a web page there. Also in companies, their machines could have some port open. Maybe they use that port on all their machines within that company to internally transfer files between different machines. It could be anything basically. Now, the problem occurs if that software they use on their open ports is outdated and has a vulnerability. Then our job as a hacker is to scan that machine for open ports and exploit that machine through that vulnerable software running on that open port. But the goal for now in the scanning section is only to scan the target for the open ports. Then we want to discover what software are they running on those open ports. And we want to go as deep as discovering what version of software is on that open port. Are you ready? We're going to be covering a lot in this section, and in this section we will cover one of the most important tools that a hacker must master. That tool is called Nmap. Let's dive into scanning. Welcome back. Before we proceed with scanning, I just want to give a basic overview of TCP and UDP protocol for anyone that is encountering it for the first time. We already mentioned what TCP and UDP are. They are two different protocols used for sending bits of data, or also known as packets. TCP and UDP are not the only protocols that are out there, however, they are the most widely used ones. Let's talk about TCP first. So TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and it is the most commonly used protocol on the internet. When you load a web page, your computer is sending TCP packets to the web server address, asking it to send the web page to you. Then the web server responds by sending a stream of TCP packets, which your web browser stitches together to form the web page that you see. The same happens once you, for example, click on a link or sign in or post a comment. Your web browser sends TCP packets to the web server, and the server sends TCP packets back. However, TCP is not a one-way communication. The remote system sends packets back to acknowledge that it received your packets. So TCP is based on three-way handshake. And as the name says, three-way handshake is consisted out of 3 steps. First one is SYN. In this step, the client wants to establish a connection with the server, so it sends a segment with SYN, and what SYN stands for is Synchronize Sequence Number, which informs server that client wants to start communication and with what sequence number it starts the segments with. After the SYN step comes the SYN-ACK, which is the second step, and in this step, the server responds to the client request with SYN-ACK signal bits set. ACK signifies the responsive segment it received, and SYN is the same from the first step. It signifies with what sequence number it is going to start these segments with. In the third and final step, which is just ACK, in this step the client acknowledges the responsive server and they both establish a reliable connection with which they will start the actual data transfer. This is just an example of TCP communication establishing between a client and a server. Once the data transfer starts, TCP guarantees the receiver will get the packets in order by numbering them. Then the server sends messages back to the sender saying it received the messages or packets. If the sender does not get the correct response, it will resend the packets to ensure the server got the packets. All of those packets are also checked for errors. So TCP is all about reliability. Packets sent with TCP are tracked so no data is lost or corrupted in transit. That's why once you download a file, for example over the internet, your file is working once you run it in your machine, because it is being transferred with TCP, so all of the packets will reach their destination without any errors. UDP, on the other hand, stands for User Datagram Protocol. A datagram is the same thing as a packet of information, and UDP protocol works similarly to TCP, but it throws all the error checking stuff out. That's why UDP is much faster. It is used when speed is desirable and error correction is not necessary. For example, UDP is frequently used for live broadcasts and online games. That's why UDP doesn't really care whether packets received its destination, and it will not resend a packet if it didn't reach the other part. It will just continue sending other packets. You cannot ask for those missing packets again with UDP, and these are just the basics behind two most known protocols for communication. Even though many of you probably knew this already, it is good to have a refresher since we're going to need this knowledge once performing scanning. See you in the next video. Okay, so we know what scanning is. We also created our virtual machine that is vulnerable, and now we are ready to see what information can we get by scanning that machine. But before we scan a single machine to discover open ports, we must first discover what machines we got on our network. So the first part of scanning a network is to figure out how many hosts you have active and what are their IP addresses. In this case, we are going to act as if we got a task to scan our home network. And we want to discover vulnerable machines within our home network. So let's start by seeing how many hosts we got active first. There are many ways that we can go about doing this. Since I know that all the possible hosts for my network must go in range from 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.1.255, since my IP address starts with these three first numbers, let me just type the password, and here it is, 192.168.1. This is the part that doesn't change. And to scan all 254 hosts inside of my network, I can just go and ping each and every one of them and see whether they respond to our pinging or not. If they respond, they are online. If not, they are offline. But what if I had to test more than one network? What if I had 10 more networks besides this one that I need to test? Am I about to try to ping every possible host from all those networks? Of course not. That's why we are going to use different tools to perform this much faster. Let us try with the first tool called ARP. Now, ARP is a tool in Kali Linux, but it is also a packet. ARP packets are used in discovering hosts on the network, but more about them later on once we get to the man in the middle section. For now, just remember that they are packets for discovering hosts. Before we use this ARP tool, make sure your Metasploitable is started up. And in case you got some other devices that you can connect to the internet, connect them just so we can get various output and try to figure out which IP address belongs to which host. Now, our ARP tool works based on those ARP packets that I mentioned. So if I type ARP --help and press enter, it will tell me command not found. Now this is because I must run the tool with sudo privileges. So sudo ARP --help, and here is the tool. It doesn't have too many options. We got -a, which displays all hosts in alternative BSD style, -e, display all hosts in default Linux style, and these options down here are not something that we're interested in. All we want to do is use this -a option. So if I go down here, clear the screen, and type sudo arp-a, it will tell me it only discovered my router. But why is that? I got my Metasploitable running, also got my laptop running, so it should be discovering other hosts as well. Sometimes we must ping a host first before it appears right here, since this information is being read from our ARP tables. So if I, for example, try to ping my Metasploitable, it will get responses back, and if I run arp-a again, now we will see that we got an entry for the Metasploitable inside of our ARP tables. So this tool doesn't seem to be that good for discovering hosts. Sometimes it will have all the hosts available since you already communicated with them before, but sometimes it seems that we must ping the host first before it shows them. That's why a much better option is a tool called netdiscover. To run netdiscover, we can simply type sudo netdiscover inside of your terminal, press enter, and this tool will find all of the available devices on your network on its own. You don't have to ping anything, you don't have to communicate with anything, you can just leave this tool to run and it will find all the devices on your network. So right here it managed to find 5 of them. We can see up here that it is still scanning, and it is just scanning different subnets, so it already finished mine, and you can control C this if you already see the result, since this will scan all the usual subnets that occur in a network. Right here we see that we captured 5 ARP packets, and there are ARP requests and ARP replies, but once again more about that later. This just means that we managed to discover 5 hosts using these packets, and these are those 5 hosts. Let me control C this, since it won't really manage to find any more hosts. And right here we got their IP addresses, their MAC addresses, and their MAC vendor name or host name. So right here, I know that this is my Metasploitable, which is this one. This 192.168.1.7 is my host machine or my physical machine that I'm running my Kali Linux on. These 2 down here are 2 laptops, I believe. And this right here is my router. And how do I know that this is my router? Well, usually routers start with the first number. Either it will be something like .0 or .1. And just so you can be sure which IP address is your router, you can type the command netstat-nr, and under this gateway column, we should see the IP address of the router. So you can see they do match. The next step would be to go about scanning each and every one of them. And for this, we're going to be scanning our Metasploitable, and you can also scan your home machines just for even more practice. See you in the next video. Hello again, and welcome to the exploitation section of the course. It is time we learn how to gain access to our target. What we managed to do for now is, with the help of our Kali Linux machine, we managed to identify our target and find out a lot of information about it. Remember, once we were starting, we didn't know anything about it. But after, with the help of different tools, such as Nmap, Nessus, WhatWeb, and others, we managed to gather enough information about our target to be able to exploit it. We have discovered opened and closed ports. We also discovered services running on those ports, including their versions. We found out what operating system was our target running, And we have also tried finding vulnerabilities to see whether the target has some known issues or bugs. In other words, we performed information gathering, scanning, and vulnerability analysis. Right now, the next step is to use that information we have to gain access to our target. Here is how the process goes. Imagine this is our target, and these are the information that we gathered for it. It is running Windows 10. We found out it has an older version of Windows 10 that hasn't been updated lately. We found 3 open ports and 1 filtered port, and we know for sure that one of those open ports has a vulnerable software running on it since we also performed vulnerability analysis. Once we found out this information, the next step is to extract useful information from this. So in this case, what we would find most interesting would be these 2 facts: an outdated Windows 10 operating system and a vulnerable software on port 1234. This is what we will use to attack the target. We would then exploit the target's vulnerability and gain access to it. But wait a second. What do I mean we would exploit the target? How do we do it exactly? And what does exploit the target even mean? Well, exploiting the target, in other words, is using its vulnerability that we discovered to send something called payload. What a payload is a program that we deliver to the target after the exploit. Usually, this program is something that allows us to execute commands on target system and navigate through its files and folders. Now, I know what you're thinking. It is still a little unclear to you as to how this works exactly. Don't worry, in the next 2 videos we will explain in details what exactly happens once we exploit a vulnerability and what type of payloads exist and which ones we will use the most. For now, it is important you remember that payload is a program that we drop after exploiting a target. And in 99.9% of cases, this will be a program that allows us to execute commands on target system, or also known as a shell. The first step would be us exploiting the target and sending shell or payload with it. That payload will then be on target's machine and it will execute. Once it executes, what it essentially does is it tells the target machine connect to that other machine and allow it to execute commands on your system. And that other machine would be our Kali Linux. And the third step is pretty easy. We just send the commands that we want our target to execute. We navigate through files, run other programs, and in return, target sends us an output of the command that we executed. Picture it like using target's terminal from our Kali Linux machine. However, there is one problem with this. Imagine we have 2 different targets, target A and target B. And let's say target A has a known vulnerability. It is running some outdated software on port 5555, for example, and in that case, we would do what we just explained, which is exploit the target through the vulnerability and deliver the payload that will allow us to control that target machine. Well, this scenario would only work if the target has a vulnerability. But what if it doesn't have a vulnerability? What if all of its softwares are fully updated and secured? What then? In that case, we would do something similar. We would deliver the payload to the target, just this time we cannot do it through an exploit, which also means we can't make the payload auto-execute on the target, since once again there is no exploit that we can do. We must deliver the payload to target using different way, and also we must make it execute a different way. Well, in this case, social engineering comes in play. We would try to trick the user to open our payload by themselves. They must run it for us. How would we do that? Well, we could use different methods of delivering the payload. We could, for example, use an email containing our payload that we perhaps masked to look like an image or a different file type. We would also make sure that email looks legit and target doesn't think twice before trying to open that image. We could spoof our email address so it looks like someone that our target knows, so they would never think that the image we sent could contain something malicious. Once they open that image, in the background our payload executes, and it grants us access to their machine without them even knowing it. This is just an example. There are multiple ways that we can do this. If you were, for example, physically close to the target, you could infect it over USB drive. Plug the USB drive in the target machine and execute payload manually. But something like this you will almost never do, due to a higher risk, of course, and if you were even able to come close to the target machine. Nonetheless, these are the two different possibilities. Either target is vulnerable, or it isn't. However, if it isn't, we don't just quit. We try different methods. Throughout this section, we will cover another big tool that all hackers use, and that tool is called Metasploit Framework. It contains thousands of exploits, and all of them are already in our Kali Linux machine. All we need to do is learn how to use them and how to run them. This is something we will cover shortly in great details. Let's start hacking. Before we get into Metasploit Framework and its structure inside of our Kali Linux, let us first talk about reverse shells and bind shells. As we already mentioned, shell is our access to the target machine. With the help of shell, we execute commands and control the target system. So, shell is essentially our payload that we drop on machine after exploiting it. However, there are two different types of shells. We got reverse shells and bind shells. Now, reverse shells are something that you will use a lot. It works on principle of target machine trying to connect back to our Kali Linux machine. For this to work, on our Kali Linux machine, we must first listen for the incoming connection over some port. Then we exploit the target and drop a shell which will tell that target machine to connect to our port on Kali Linux that we're listening on. After it completes the connection, we can then control that machine. On the other hand, bind shell is when the target machine opens their port for us to connect to. In this case, it is the target machine that is listening for the incoming connection on that port. And we are the ones that must connect to that port. After we do it, we can control that target machine. However, there is one problem with bind shell. And it is also one of the main reasons why we won't use it that much. And that is because firewall can forbid target machines to open a port. Many firewalls could have a rule that says don't open any random port for security reasons. Therefore, our bind shell would not work even after exploiting the target. However, reverse shells will always work. Why? Well, because the target in that case is just connecting to us. It is the same process as when the target visits a website. It connects to a port on that web server, and it gets the web page of that website back. Just in this case, it will connect to a port on our Kali Linux machine, and we will establish a shell like that. That's why reverse shell is always a better option if possible. Alright, cool. Now we are ready to start introducing ourselves to the Metasploit framework, the number one tool that we will use for exploitation. It is as important as Nmap, and we will use it a lot, so it is important we get its basics down first. It is not hard, however, it will take some practice to get used to it. Let's get straight into it. Welcome back. In the previous video, we talked about Metasploit framework structure. We explained all of the modules and what they are for, but we haven't really ran the framework itself. In this video, we're going to run it and cover some of the basic commands for it. Okay, I already mentioned in the last video that to open this framework, what we must do is open our terminal and type msf console. Press enter, and keep in mind that it might take some time to open, especially if you're running it for the first time. And here it is, it already opened for me, and what we get right here is we get the banner of Metasploit framework, which changes every time you start this program, and down here we get these 7 modules that we talked about. And we also get the exact number of modules that we have available to us. So here we can see 2043 exploits, 1105 auxiliary modules, 344 post-exploitation modules, over 500 payloads, and a little bit of encoders, NOPs, and evasion modules. As in every other tool that we covered, to see all the available commands we can use, we can run the help command. This will open the help menu, which will give us all the available options, as well as some of the examples of how we can use Metasploit. But for now, this is not necessary, as I will show you a few of these commands that you will use every time. And by the way, before we get into those commands, what you can do inside of the Metasploit framework, you can also run the normal commands, such as ls, such as changing directories, such as, for example, running ifconfig. So if I type sudo ifconfig and type in my password, it will give me the output of ifconfig. So you can also run regular terminal commands from this. But as far as the Metasploit framework goes, let's start with listing some of the modules. For example, we can use the show command to list out any type of modules we want. So we know that there are over 500 payloads. We saw the number once we started the Metasploit. In order to list all of those 500 payloads, we can type show and then payloads. If I press enter, it will take just a few seconds and it will list out all of the available payloads that we have. Now right here, this is not really that good of an output because I have my terminal a little bit more zoomed in than I should have, so I will just go to the preferences and lower the font of my letters. So I'll click on OK, apply, OK, clear the screen, and I will type show payloads once again. It's still not that good. Let me just go and lower it a little bit more. So I will just go to 13, apply, and click on OK. Clear the screen, run the command again, and here it is. We get a better output. So let's explain what we see right here. If I scroll all the way up to the beginning, we can see this is the number of the payload. It goes from 0 to over 500, and this right here is the name of the payload. So as we already know, there are bind shells and reverse shells. So we get different types of them. We can see the payloads for Android, the payloads for Apple iOS. We can see all types of payloads, command shells. We can see Java payloads, Linux payloads, if I go all the way down, OS X payloads, PHP payloads, Python, Ruby, and a bunch of others as well. Here's also Windows payloads. So we get a lot of them. Under the rank, they're all manual because they have to get executed on the target machine. And in the description, we can see for what this payload is. For example, if we check out this one, Apple Meterpreter Reverse HTTP, this is the Apple iOS Meterpreter shell or Reverse HTTP inline. So this means you would use this payload if you were, for example, attacking an Apple device. Now, we can do the same thing with exploits. If we want to list all of the 2000 exploits, we can type show exploits. And this might take a little bit longer because there is a lot more exploits than there is payloads. And here they are. Here are all 2041 exploits. You can see the output is pretty much the same as with the payloads. We get the number right here, we get the exploit name, and these exploit names are really well written. As we can see, the first part tells us for what is this exploit. Currently we are inside the Windows exploits. And if we scroll all the way up, we should see some other exploits as well. Let's go and scroll all the way up. Well, it seems that we can only go up to here because there is a lot of them. But nonetheless, we can see for what the exploits are. For example, this one is for Windows and for browser. And here it specifies exactly what does it exploit. If I go down here and, for example, check out these ones, here we can see this is also a Windows exploit for the FTP. So they're very well organized, and this is the structure that we saw in the previous video. Just this is how the Metasploit framework outputs it for us. These exploits that belong to Windows FTP are all located inside of the FTP directory of the Windows exploits directory. If I go all the way down, and what we can do right here is we can choose one of these exploits just to see how we can select them and run them. Of course, we are not going to be attacking any target. We just want to see how we can select one of these exploits. So let's go with this one. For example, Windows SMB MS06040 Net API. And by the way, to check out more information about exploits, we can go on to the right. So this exploit came out in 2006. And in the right column, right here, it tells us what exactly does this exploit do. So for this particular one, we get that it is an exploit for Microsoft Server Service, and it overflows this function. Now, the good part about this is that you don't really need to know how these work in order to be able to run them. Let me show you. If you copy this exploit name right here, so copy Windows SMB MS06040 Net API, in order to select it, let us clear the screen, we can type the command use. And you type use and then the module name that you want to use. In our case, we want to use an exploit. And after it, all we have to do is paste the exploit name. So use exploit /windows /smb / and then the name of the exploit. Press enter. And we will see that this exploit configured payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. And we will talk about this in just a second. For now, we can see that it is currently using the module that we selected, because it is printed out in red right here, and it also tells us that it is an exploit. So let's check out all the information that we can get for this exploit. The first thing that I always like to do is type the command show info. And this show info command tells us more about this particular exploit. So if we go down here to the description, it will tell us this module exploits a stack buffer overflow. So this is a buffer overflow exploit in the Net API 32 canonicalize path name function using this RPC. And you can read about any exploit that you select. Another information that we get right here are some of the references. So you can visit these links right here to read more about this particular exploit. Besides this, another command that we can do is show options. And this is the important part. Let me just clear the screen and type it once again just so we can see only the options part. Here is where you select your options for the exploit. First thing we see is module options, and it asks us for 3 different things. And keep in mind, different exploits will want different things. Usually they will all have these rhosts and rport, which is just the remote host and the remote port, or in our case, the target's IP address and the target's port that we're attacking. So we can see 2 of these are already automatically set. The rport is already set to be 445, and the SMB pipe is already set to be the browser. All we are left to specify right here is the rhosts, or the IP address of the target machine. So if we were attacking a Windows server that was vulnerable to this attack, we would specify here the IP address of that Windows server machine. And in this column right here, you will notice that some of these things will be required and some of these things will not be required. In our case, in this particular exploit, all of these 3 things are required to specify in order for exploit to work. In the description, it tells us exactly what it wants from us. So the rhosts is the target host or the target's IP address. The rport is the SMB service port on the target machine. And the SMB pipe is the pipe name to use. So these are the exploit options. And down here, we get payload options. Now, what does this mean? Well, remember, after exploiting the target, we drop a payload. So by default, remember once we ran the command to use this exploit, it gave us Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP by default. This means that we're using a payload for Windows. It is a Meterpreter shell, which remembers it is the best shell that we can get. And it is a reverse shell over TCP connection. You can change this if you want to, and down here we get the options that we need to set for payload. Remember, once using reverse shell, we must listen on our Cal Linux machine for the incoming connection. And that's the information that it asks us right here. The L host is our own IP address, the IP address of Kali Linux machine. Or as it says right here, the listening address. We specify our IP address right here, so you just need to type sudo ifconfig, and we can see 192.168.1.9. Usually the Metasploit framework will set it by default. So let me just clear the screen, run show options once again. And the L port is the listening port, or Kali Linux port that we want to listen for the incoming connections. And it is usually set by default to be 4444. And all of these options you can change. For example, if you notice that Metasploit framework set the incorrect IP address for a Kali Linux machine, you can type set and then the parameter name, in our case lhost, to be a different IP address. For example, 192.168.1.15. And it will set the lhost parameter to be a different IP address, as we can see right here. Inside of these R hosts, as we can see this is also required, we would set the IP address of our target machine. So let's say we had a Windows server and its IP address was 192.168.1.20. We would type it right here, so 192.168.1.20. And if I type show options once again, now we got this set as well. Now, payload is something that you can change. Usually you want to leave it what Metasploit framework already gave you, because the default one is usually the best one. But sometimes some of the payloads will not work and others will work. So in order to see all of the available payloads that you can use for this particular exploit, you can type show payloads once again. Just this time it will not list out all the 500 possible payloads, it will only list out the possible payloads for this particular exploit. And this will be all the Windows payloads. Since we are attacking a Windows machine with this exploit, the Windows payloads will be something that we can use. So we can see some bind shells, reverse shells, we can see some of the interpreter shells. So for example, let us say that you don't want to use a reverse shell, you want to use a bind shell. How would you change the payload? Well, you would copy the bind shell. Let's say we want to use the interpreter bind shell, so copy its name. And go all the way down and type set payload and then paste the payload name. So paste selection, press enter, and it will tell us the payload has been changed. If I clear the screen, show options, we will see different payload. We no longer have the interpreter reverse TCP, we now have the bind TCP interpreter. And it will also ask us for different information about the payload. We no longer get the lhost, since remember with bind TCP, it is not our Kali Linux machine that is listening for the connection, it is the target machine that is listening for the connection, and we are the ones that connect to it. So in this case, it is asking us for our host, or the remote host, or as the description says, the target IP address. So we would select right here the same IP address that we select right here, because it is the target that has to open the port, and the local port will be the local port on the target machine that will open for us to connect to. And you would select here whatever you want. So what is important to get out all of this is that we can change different options using set command. So you just type set, and then for example we want to change the L port, we type L port and then make it whatever we want. And if we type show options, it will be changed right here. And the last part that we see down here are the targets. And these targets right here are all of the vulnerable targets for this particular exploit. To list all of them out, we can type show and then targets. This will give us a list of all the targets that we can exploit using this attack. So we get Windows NT, Windows XP, and now different versions of Windows XP and Windows 2003. So this is an older exploit that attacks Windows XP machines. Now you can either, if you know exactly which version of Windows is the target running, you can select it right here by specifying set target and then the number. For example, let's say the target is using Windows XP SP1 English. You could type it like this, so set target 3, because the ID for that particular version is 3. Or if you didn't know exactly which version, you would just leave it on automatic, which means that Metasploit framework will figure it out on its own, so we don't need to specify it. The only important thing is that it is one of these versions. If it is, for example, a Windows 7 machine, this exploit will not work. And once you set all of these options, the last thing you need to do is type exploit. In our case, this will not work because we don't really have a vulnerable Windows XP machine, so it will give us an exploit failed error. In this case, it is unreachable because this IP address right here on my local network is not even online. That's why this will not work. And this is pretty much it. Now, there are other commands as well that could be useful, but these are the main ones that we always use to choose exploits and payloads and to set their options. Finally, the time has come. In the next video, we're going to apply what we learned for now to perform our first exploit on the Metasploitable machine. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Are you ready to hack your first target? Everything we learned up to here was building up to this moment. We're going to use all of our previous knowledge that we got to hack our target. Of course, this is just one of the many exploits that we will cover in this course, but it is important because it is our first one. In this case, we are of course going to be attacking the Metasploitable for our first exploit, so make sure you start it up, check out the IP address of Metasploitable. In my case, it is 192.168.1.5. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open two terminals. In the first one, I will start my MSF console, and in the second one, I will perform the nmap scan for the version of the service. So we already know the command, sudo nmap-sv, and then the IP address of my Metasploitable. It will ask me for the password, I will input it right here, and it will start the scan. And you can open your Metasploit framework once the scan is running, and once you open it, just wait for the scan to finish. Okay, so here it is. This is an output that we're already familiar with. Let's see whether we can exploit the target, and we're going to start in order. Let's go with the FTP port first. So we notice right here which version of service is it running. In this case, VS-FTPD 2.3.4. And also keep in mind that there is really no plan once you do something like this. We only know that the goal for us is to find an exploit if this software is vulnerable. Now, even though we know that best search would be us going on internet and typing VS-FTP vulnerability, but I myself like to run the search exploit tool first, just to see whether we already have it right here on the machine. So I will open another terminal and I will copy the name of the version, in this case VS-FTPD 2.3.4, copy it, and type search exploit and then paste the version name. If I press enter right here, we get one result. We get VS-FTPD backdoor command execution. And in the right column, as you remember, we get the path to this exploit. There is one thing that we should notice right here. This is .rb. What does this mean? Well, this most likely means that this exploit belongs to Metasploit framework. And it also tells us that right here in the brackets. So it means that we will have it right here, under one of these 2000 exploits. So how we can find it? Of course, we are not going to be listing all the 2000 exploits and trying to find the correct one. What we can do is we can type search and then the software name, so VS-FTPD. And here it is. Exploit, Unix, for the FTP, and it is the VS-FTPD 2.3.4 version, backdoor. It came out in 2011. It is ranked excellent, which means this exploit works, and here is the description for it. Let's read more about it, but first we need to select it. So to do that, we can type use, exploit, Unix, FTP, and then the name of the exploit. Press enter, and we can see the payload is default configured to CMD Unix Interact. But we're going to check this out in just a second. Let us first clear the screen and type the command show info. We want to read more about this exploit. So it will tell us in the description This module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to the VS-FTPD download archive. This backdoor was introduced in the zip file archive between June 30th, 2011 and July 1st, 2011, according to the most recent information available. This backdoor was removed on July 3rd, 2011. Interesting. Let's see whether we got the vulnerable version. So if I clear the screen and type the next command, which is show options, we will see right here what are the things that we need to set up in order for this to work. So in this case, we only got two things. We got the R hosts and we got the R port. And this is the remote host, which is the IP address of our target. And the R port is the port number where the FTP is running on the target machine. If we go to my scan, we will see the port is set correctly, which is port 21. So this is something that we will not change. However, we need to set our remote host IP address. So let's set the IP address of Metasploitable, set our hosts 192.168.1.5 in my case. The payload is set by default, and if I type show payloads to see all of the available payloads that we have, for this particular attack, we only get this single payload. So there is nothing really to change right here. We're going to use that one. And we can see it doesn't require any additional options whatsoever. So the easier for us, the better. Under the description, we can see it is a Unix command. We simply just interact with established connection. So I expect that with this, we're going to be able to execute commands on target machine if we manage to exploit it. Under the targets, we can type show targets to see the available ones, and we got none because this is an actual exploit for the software. So in order to be able to exploit the target has to be running this software version, which in our case, it is running. So everything is set. Let us double check, type show options. We got the IP address of the target, we got the port number where the software is running on the target machine, and all we need to type to execute this is type exploit. Press enter. And here it is. We got the command shell session 1 opened on the target system. How do I know this? Well, it doesn't give us any output right here, but if I type, for example, ls, you will see we are getting an output. And this ls didn't execute on our Cal Linux machine. It executed on the Metasploitable. We are on that machine right now. We successfully exploited it. We can run any commands that we want, so if I type who am I, it will tell us that we are the root account. So not only did we manage to hack that machine, we also are root privileged account, so we can do anything we want on it. If I type pwd to check my current directory, I am in the / directory. And if I type ifconfig, just to prove to you that we're on the target machine, we can see the output is 192.168.1.5. So that is the IP address of Metasploitable, as you can see right here. Inside of the / directory that we are currently at, we can create files right now. Let's go to the Metasploitable just to show you, and if I type ls in the / directory, these are the current files inside of this directory. If I type now mkdir and then test, and I type ls once again, now you will see that we successfully created the test directory on the Metasploitable machine. And if we check it on the machine itself, here it is. Here is the test directory that we just created. So we successfully hacked the target. Now, the reason we are getting an output like this is because this is not really that good of a shell. This is not a Meterpreter shell so that we get a well-organized output. But nonetheless, it is a shell indeed. We can execute the commands and we get the output of those commands back. And not only that, but we are a root account on the target system. Now, to exit the shell, we can just type exit. And it will tell us right here, command shell session 1 closed. And it was that easy. We gained root privilege account on the Metasploitable machine, and we could have done anything on it. This is as good as it can get. And this is exactly what we are looking for once we try to exploit a target. Now, sometimes it is this easy, but sometimes it isn't. And we will see some complicated exploits later on, and it will be even more complicated to exploit a target if it doesn't have any vulnerability. But for now, we are happy. we managed to hack our first target. But this is just one of the vulnerabilities. Let's keep exploring and see in the next few videos if the Metasploitable has some other vulnerabilities as well. And then after we finish with Metasploitable, we're going to move on to some other harder targets. Welcome back. Let's continue with exploiting our Metasploitable machine. So we already found 3 vulnerabilities regarding Telnet, FTP, and the bind shell with no authentication. Let us see what else can we find. And what I got in mind for now is this Samba open port right here. Matter of fact, these 2 open ports, 139 and 445. Why them? Well, because it seems that we do not have the exact version of Samba right here. It tells us that Samba is between 3 point something to 4 point something. So let's see how we will figure out what exploit to use and how to find it. Here's a small hint. We don't need to Google it to be able to find it. We have everything we need right here in Kali Linux. So don't use Google to find it since it is cheating and you will most likely find it on the first link. Let's see whether we can figure it out by ourselves. So right here in our scan, we have this Samba version right here. Not the exact version, but it does give us some information about in between which range does the version belong to. And that is something. We also see that ports hosting this are 139 and 445. So we do got some information. What now? Well, let's just search Samba inside of SearchSploit and see what comes up. So I got this scan right here. I got my MSF console right here. And I will open a third terminal and type SearchSploit Samba. Well, it seems that we get a lot of results. And these are exploits for a bunch of different Samba versions, as we can see right here. Now, we could just try all of them out to see whether they will work, or we can try to figure out the Samba version first, and then narrow down our exploit search and see whether we find something for that specific version. So, how are we going to find out the Samba version? Our Nmap scan didn't manage to do it. Well, luckily, Nmap is not the only scanner that we can use for these types of things. Remember that in Metasploit framework, besides having all of these exploits and payloads, we also get those auxiliary modules. And those auxiliary modules can sometimes be scanners. Let's search and see whether we can find a scanner for this. If we just type in the Metasploit, search Samba, and press enter, we get some of the results right here. Matter of fact, we will get a lot of the results once again. Some are exploits, some are auxiliary modules, and down here I believe there is one post-exploitation module. And if we go to the auxiliary modules, it will only give us 2 auxiliary scanner modules. These aren't the scanners that we need. Let's try to find it ourselves. If I go down here, clear the screen, and type use auxiliary, and then we search for a scanner, and then SMB, because that is the port that we're enumerating, and then tap twice. These are all of the available auxiliary scanners that we have for SMB. The one that we are particularly interested in is this SMB version. So let's copy it. If I copy the entire command right here, paste it, press enter. Oops, let me just delete this. We type the command twice. So use auxiliary scanner, SMB, and then SMB version. And if I type show info right here, it will tell me in the description display version information about each system. This looks like something that we need. Let's type all of the needed information for this to run. So we're going to type show options first, and we require our hosts. We got some other things as well, but these 3 things are not required, as it says right here. The threads we will leave on 1, and the R hosts will be the IP address of our Metasploitable. In my case, 192.168.1.9. I will set this right here, and if we run it, well, it worked. Even though it says right here, host could not be identified, in the brackets we get the exact Samba version on the Metasploitable, which is 3.0.20. Cool. Let's see what we can find from exploits now that we know what version it runs. So I will copy this 3.0.20 and go back to my search exploit, clear the screen and type it once again. Just this time I will paste the entire version. Press enter and we managed to narrow it down to only 5 results. And it seems that these two are the same results, so it's actually 4 results in total. The first one seems to be some type of a security bypass, and it affects our version, since it's between 3.0.10 and 3.3.5. But it also seems to be a txt file, which we really don't want to bother with right now. We want something that we can execute right away. The most interesting thing we have right here is this Samba username map script, or the command execution. Why? Well, it's a Ruby exploit, and it also belongs to Metasploit framework. Plus, it also affects our version of Samba, as we can see right here. These two down here are also txt files, not really interested in, and they also don't seem to actually affect our version. They only affect the versions below our version. And the last one, which is denial of service or DOS attack, seems to be affecting our version, but we are once again not interested in the denial of service attacks. But in a real penetration test, you would 100% write this on a report with the references to the possible attack. For now, let's just go with the Metasploit module that we found. Let's remember the name, username, map script, command execution. And if I search once again, in my Metasploit, search Samba, let us try to find the exploit that we found using searchsploit. If I go up here, go through all of these results, and here it is. Under the 13, exploit multi-Samba, user map, script command execution. This is the same script that we saw right here. Here it is. If I copy the script name, so exploit multi-Samba, user map script, and type right here use, then paste the script name, it will set the default payload to be command Unix reverse netcat. And by the way, this multi right here means that it can be targeted on multiple operating systems. While as if you had only Windows or Linux specified right here, it would mean that only that specific operating system is vulnerable to this attack. So let's show information about this exploit. I will first clear the screen and type show info, and it will tell us this module exploits a command execution vulnerability in Samba versions 3.0.20 through 3.0.25 when using the non-default username map script configuration operation. And if I also set up all of the things that we need, so show options, seems that we need one thing, which is the rhost, so let's set it up right away. This is the IP address of Metasploitable. The port right here we do not want to change, since it is already set correctly, as we can see right here, port 139 is running Samba. And down here is our payload, which is the reverse netcat. We set the IP address of our Cal Linux machine here and any port that we want. Once all of this is ready, we can run our exploit. And here it is. We once again got command shell opened on target system using Samba vulnerability. And we can as usual execute commands. If I type who am I, it will tell me we are root. So we are already highest privilege on that machine. Great. This is the fourth vulnerability we found. To close the connection, we can just Ctrl+C this and click on Y. And you would write this down as another successful exploit if this was a real penetration test. In the next video, we're going to cover a different type of the attack that we haven't performed yet, which is brute force attack on port SSH. Okay, it is time we see how we can gain access to the secured systems. In the previous few videos, we talked about and we attacked machines that had some vulnerability inside of them, whether it was the operating system vulnerability, an outdated software or weak credentials. we managed to exploit them through those vulnerabilities and gain access to them. But now let's see what happens if our target doesn't have any known vulnerability. What now? Well, remember I told you that the process of attacking is rather the same in this case. We want to deliver the payload to the target and execute it. Just while the target had a vulnerability, we did this through an exploit, and through that vulnerability we managed to execute the payload ourselves. Now it becomes harder. We must deliver the payload to the target using some other method, and the target has to execute the payload themselves. That is the hard part. The way you deliver the payload is completely up to you, whether it is over an email or over some HTTP page, over an USB drive, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the payload ends up on their machine and they double click and run it. For now, let us focus on just creating the payload and running it to see if it works. For this, I will use Cal Linux machine to create the payload, and I will execute it on my main Windows 10 machine. You can run our payloads on the Windows 10 machine that we installed in the previous section, or you can use any other Windows machine whatsoever. It doesn't even have to be a Windows 10. It is completely up to you. Just one thing that we must make sure is that Windows Defender and antivirus software are turned off. Why? Well, we're going to be creating a payload using MSF Venom tool from the Metasploit framework, and since many people use the exact same tool to create the exact same payloads as we will right now, those payloads are well known to every antivirus software and they will get detected quickly. However, for now, our goal is not to bypass antiviruses, but to just create a payload and get it to work. So turn off your Windows Defender, and I will do it right here as well. You can go to this arrow, click on the Windows Defender, and the one thing that we want to turn off is under this virus and threat protection. We want to go to the manage settings and turn off the real-time protection. It will ask you for the administrator password, and once you type it in, it will turn off the real-time protection, as it says right here. So I will close this, and now let's create our very first Trojan. As I already said, for this we will be using a tool called MSF Venom. So I will open a terminal right here. Why we are using MSF Venom? Well, it is a known tool and it is used to generate payloads really fast. In just one command, we will be able to generate a program that will gain us an access to the target system. So let us see how we can create a simple one first. If I type the command msf venom-h, right here we're going to see our available options with the MSF Venom. And up here we also get examples of usage which tells us how we can generate a simple payload right here. Let's follow the example and try it out. Now, it tells us right here that to run the MSF Venom, we need to specify the entire path right here. But instead, we can just specify MSF Venom. It will still recognize it as the tool that we need, and we can write our options right after it. So let me clear the screen so we can see the command better. And if I go and type MSF Venom, we want to use the -p option, and this -p option stands for payload. So here we specify which type of payload are we creating. In my case, since I'm going to be attacking this Windows 10 64-bit machine, I want to generate a Windows/x64/meterpreter/reverse TCP payload. I'm using a 64-bit because my machine is a 64-bit machine, and I'm using a reverse shell connection. Another option that we must specify is the lhost, and lhost is the IP address of your Cal Linux machine. So 192.168.1.12. In my case, I will just double check it, so sudo ifconfig, test1234 is my password, and here it is, the IP address is correct. Great. Another option that we must specify is the local port, and by the way, this lhost stands for localhost, not sure if I mentioned it. And the local port is the port that the target will connect to. In our case, we can set that to be any port that we want. For example, let's use 5555. After that, we can use the -F option to specify the file type that we want to create. So since we are attacking a Windows machine in this video, I'm going to be creating an exe file. So I will just type -F and then exe. And the last option that I want to specify is -O. And this -O stands for output. Here we specify the name of the file. I will just call it shell.exe. This is all we will specify for now. So once again, we are creating a 64-bit payload for the Windows target. We set the local host, which will be written inside the payload, so the target can connect to our Cal Linux machine. And we also specify local port to which the target will connect to. After that, we mentioned that the file type will be .exe, which is an executable for Windows. And at the end, we output all of this with the name of shell.exe. Let's press enter. And here it is. Our payload is right here on our Cal Linux desktop. Here we can see it, shell.exe. This program, once executed on the target machine, will grant us an access and give us the meterpreter shell on that machine. Let's move it real quick to the target machine, and this is something that you can do however you want. You can plug in the USB device by going in Cal Linux, then on the devices, then USB, and select the USB device right here. Then you will transfer it to the USB device, and from the USB device you will transfer it to your target Windows machine. Or you can also go to the devices, click on drag and drop, and set to bidirectional. This simply means that you can just copy the file from the Cal Linux desktop and paste it or just drag it to the Windows 10 desktop, in my case. In case you're using another virtual machine that you're attacking, you can just copy it first to your main machine desktop, and then from the main machine desktop, copy it to the desktop of your virtual machine. Just make sure that in the target virtual machine, you also set the drag and drop to bidirectional. Great, now we got our shell.exe or our payload on the target machine. Great, but we're not done yet. Remember that this shell will attempt to connect to our Cal Linux machine once executed, since it is a reverse shell, and it will connect on the port 5555. In order for connection to be established, we must be listening on that port and have it open in order for target to even be able to connect back to us. This is something Metasploit Framework manually configured for us once we performed our exploitation of a vulnerability, but right now we must do it manually. And we can do it with the help of MSF console as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the MSF console. And once it opens up, I want to type use exploit multi and then handler. And this is not an actual exploit. You can imagine this as something that will listen for the incoming connection from our payload. It is also called a listener. So let's set it up. If I clear the screen to see it better and type show options, there is only one thing that we need to set, and that is the payload. So the payload in this bracket must match the payload that the target will execute. So let's change set payload to Windows x64 meterpreter and then reverse TCP. Show options once again. And we must set the lhost and lport to match from the msf1m command. So set lhost to be the IP address of my Cal Linux machine, which is .1.12, and set the lport to be 5555. Once we set up all of these settings, we can run it. So I will just type run. We can see it is now listening for the connections and nothing else is really happening right here. Why? Well, because the shell on the target system hasn't been ran yet. So let's run it on Windows machine. Double click. And you will see nothing is opening, but if I go back to my Cal Linux machine, here it is. Here is our meterpreter session opened. And it is identical to the ones that we had during our vulnerability exploitation section. Just this time, we created and delivered it manually, and we also manually set up our listener. Keep in mind that this didn't exploit any vulnerability. We are just relying on the mistake from the other person that is using target machine to execute our file. Otherwise, if the file doesn't get executed, we don't get access to their machine. And another thing to keep in mind is that listener, or in our case this multi-handler that we have, must be ran before the payload or before this shell.exe, which is kinda logical since if the target runs our file and we weren't listening for the connection, then they won't be able to connect to our machine. You can also notice on target's desktop once again, nothing is really happening, so they might think that the program they executed didn't work and they won't question it that much. But of course we got the connection right here and we can use all of the commands that the interpreter gives us. We can as usual enter a shell, type who am I, type ipconfig and all the other commands that we can execute. Type dir to check out all of the available files on the desktop. And if I exit this, exit out of the interpreter shell, since we successfully gained access to it once again. But keep in mind that, of course, this was just a basic example, and we will see in the next few videos how to create a little bit more complex payloads. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's get back to our payload creation. So, in the previous video, we saw how we can create a simple .exe Trojan using MSF Venom. We use the basic options, where we only set localhost and local port. Now let's check out some other options that we have available. If I go and open up my terminal and run the command msf venom -h, we will get our help menu. And the purpose of all of these other options that we can see right here will usually be to either bypass an antivirus or to make your payload smaller in size or something similar to that. Basically, it is used for creating a payload for your own needs. For example, in the previous video, we created a payload that was a Windows interpreter shell as an exe file. But we can create other file types if we want. To check out what other file types can we create, we can run the command msf venom -list formats, and it tells us that right here under the -f command. We can use -list formats to list all of the available formats. So let's do that real quick. -list and then formats. This will take a few seconds to execute, and seeing this will be really useful. Why? Well, imagine you were sending a payload to a Linux machine. An exe file wouldn't be much useful then, right? However, a Python file could be of use in that case. Well, MSF Venom allows us to create any file type that we want. So let's check out all of the available file types. So up here, we can see we can create ASP, DLL, exe, some other file types as well. We can go down here, we can see different programming languages such as C, C#. We can create in Perl, in PowerShell, in Python. We can also do Ruby, SH, and many other file formats if we want. And what I also want to show you besides this is different options that are also useful, whether it is for bypassing antivirus or changing the size of your payload. Let us check them out. So let's create a couple of payloads right now and compare them. Let me clear the screen first, and to compare them, we're going to use a site called VirusTotal. And to do that, and to visit the site, we must open the Firefox. And what VirusTotal is a website where you upload your viruses and they will tell you how many antivirus vendors are able to detect it as a malicious program. So if I open VirusTotal by typing VirusTotal right here, go to the first link, which is this one, virustotal.com. And one thing to keep in mind is that every file you upload to this website is sent to the antivirus vendors. So something that might be undetectable today, after uploading it to this website, it will for sure become detectable in a few days or a week. Are there other websites that don't send your files to antivirus vendors? Yes, but they are not as good as VirusTotal. And we already know that undetectable virus is a game of cat and mouse. Today it's undetectable, tomorrow it isn't. So this isn't really something to worry about right now. Let's create two payloads real fast. So the first one that we are going to create is going to be the one from the previous video. So let's do it real fast. We already know how to do that. It will be a 64-bit payload, interpreter, reverse, TCP. lhost will be equal to the IP address. So let's check it out real quick. .1.12, and if I specify it right here, L port can be 5555, it doesn't really matter. The format will be exe, and the output we can save it as shell1.exe. Press enter, and as soon as this finishes, we're going to upload this payload to the VirusTotal to see how many antiviruses detected as a malicious program. So it has finished. Let us go to the VirusTotal website, click on choose a file, navigate to the desktop directory and select shell1.exe. I will double click it, I will confirm the upload, and it will upload the shell for me. Now this scan will take a minute or two. So while that is doing, what we can do is we can create our second payload, and to create the second payload we're going to use some additional options. So I will clear the screen right here, and I will type msf venom-h right here, so we have the help menu available. Then I will go right here and run the command msf venom. We will use the same payload, which is Windows x64 interpreter / reverse TCP. We will select the local host 192.168.1.12. Local port will be 5555. After this, we can use the -a option to select the payload architecture, as we can see right here. -a stands for the architecture to use for the payload. So let's go and select x64, because in my case I'm attacking a Windows 10 64-bit machine. If your Windows machine is 32-bit, you can proceed with x86. Okay? The next thing that we're going to use is a very interesting thing, and that is an encoder. And what is an encoder? Well, let's go right here and find the -e option, which says right here the encoder, and what we need to specify after it is the encoder that we want to use. Encoders can help us bypass some of the antiviruses. To list all of the encoders that we have, we can use -- list encoders. So let's do that first. So msf venom -- list and then encoders. And here they are. We get a bunch of encoders for x86 or for 32-bit architecture. We get some for the x64 or 64-bit architecture, and we get some other encoders up here as well. Now the ones that we're interested in at the moment are these x64 ones. So we're going to go with this one, x64 / zuto_dekiru. So let's copy its name right here and paste it after the -e. Now, if we go back to the help menu and go back to the encoder, another option that is closely linked to the encoder is this -i option. And it is the amount of iterations. As it says in the description, this is the number of times to encode the payload. So if I go right here, after selecting the encoder, we want to select -i to specify the number of iterations that we want to encode our payload. Now, the more iterations, the bigger the payload will be in size, but it also might mean that it will be less detectable to the antivirus vendors. So let's specify -i and then let's perform 15 iterations, for example. After it, we're going to specify the platform on which the payload will run, which is Windows. And after it, we're going to use the -n option and select 500. Now to see what this -n option is, we can go right here, and in the -n we can see it is a NOP sled. It will prepend a NOP sled of length size onto the payload. Remember what a NOP is? A NOP is an instruction for the processor to not do anything. And here we are simply just telling how many NOPs we want to add to our payload. Once we select a bunch of these options, we can add at the end -f to be an exe and -o to be shell2.exe. So this is our second shell. Let's run it and wait for msf venom to create our payload. And while it is creating the payload, let's go to the VirusTotal and see how many detections we got with the regular interpreter shell. So of 68 antiviruses, 43 detected this as a malicious program. And here we can see which ones detected it as a malicious program and which ones didn't. Let's see whether we get any better result using the second shell. So we can see right here, it has been created, successfully added an obsled of size 500 from x64 simple. The final size of the exe file is 8000 bytes. So let's go to VirusTotal and remember this number, 43 out of 68, and let's see whether we can at least bypass a little bit more antiviruses than from this first scan. Let's select the shell2.exe, confirm the upload. Now, while this is scanning, let me tell you something real quick. With the MSF options, don't expect to get much better results once applying some additional options or something like that. As I already mentioned, the MSF Venom is a really known tool, and everyone uses these options to generate payloads, so they are very well known to all the antivirus vendors. Here we can see our second shell is scanning, and let's see whether we get a lower number than 43. And welcome back. Time to touch on a subject of post-exploitation. We have traveled a long way from the beginning. We covered information gathering, where we tried to get as much information about our target that we would find useful for a future attack. After it, we scanned our target from technical aspect and we discovered its open ports and softwares that it runs. We then used different tools to figure out whether that target has any known vulnerability that we might be able to exploit. And then we exploited many different targets from Linux Metasploitable to Windows 7 and Windows 10. We both saw how to exploit its vulnerabilities, and then after it, we created our own payloads that we executed on the target system. Now comes the part after the exploitation. What are we going to do now that we're on the target system? What are we looking for, and what cool things can we even do? Well, we have lots and lots of options, depending on what we want to find, of course. For example, the most simple thing we can do is scroll through their file system and look through what files and programs they have on their machine. Maybe we could find something interesting, such as saved passwords inside of a file, or some other important files for that company that are laying on that machine unprotected. We could also download files from that machine and also upload files to it in case we want to send another payload or another executable that we want to run on their system. We can do all of this with our Meterpreter shell just by running a few commands. Talking about passwords, that is also something that we would look for. We could try to extract saved passwords from browsers, for example. Remember when you click on that button that says Remember Me once you log into some web page? Well, those passwords could be stored somewhere on their machine. And why would we go for passwords? You might be asking. Well, getting targets' online accounts just expands our access to them. Imagine you were to get their PayPal password and gain access to their PayPal account. That wouldn't be so pretty for them since you would have access to all of their funds. Another thing we could try to do is gain access to the entire network from the target machine that we hacked. Maybe inside of company's network you manage to get access to one machine, but it doesn't have all the things you might need. Maybe some important files could be on some other machine from that same network. In that case, you would want to try to hack that other machine from the machine that you already hacked. Now, you might be wondering, well, why not from our Cal Linux machine? Well, maybe machines that belong to that network have more trust between one another. Maybe they exchange files or communicate with some other software altogether on that same network. In that sense, it would be easier to get access to one of those machines from a system that is already inside of their network, right? Maybe we would also want to run a keylogger on the machine we got access to. Now, keylogger is a program that captures every keyboard input from that machine. So with this, not only we could maybe capture some passwords that the user of that machine would input in some secured website or software, but we would also be able to see everything else that he or she typed. from what they searched on the internet to maybe the messages that they're sending on social media from that machine, or basically anything that they type in the keyboard, we will be able to see it. Amazing, right? You can picture post-exploitation as some type of a information gathering on the target system. And these things that we talked about are just a small portion of what we can do once we hack a machine. Now that we briefly talked about post-exploitation theory, let us see what available tools and commands we can use to achieve all of the things that we mentioned and even more. See you in the next video. Time to finally figure out our possibilities with the Meterpreter shell. In the last section, we focused so much on how to gain access in many different ways, and we popped a Meterpreter shell so many times. But we never got to see its true power and all of its commands. We only ran a few of them just to make sure the connection was successful. Now, we're going to go real quick through the basic commands that we can do with the Meterpreter shell, and then after it, we will see some of the post-exploitation modules and how we can run them. So for this, I already got the shell opened, as we can see right here, Meterpreter session 1 opened, I ran my file, which is shell.exe, and by now all of us should know how to do this. Just send the payload to the target, execute it, and you should have a Meterpreter session on their machine. From here, we can run the help command to see all of the available commands with the Meterpreter shell. If I scroll all the way up, and we are going to start from the beginning, the first section of the commands that we get are called core commands. And these commands we are going to brush through real quick. We're just going to mention a few of them that we already know, such as for example this background or BG. If you type background in your Meterpreter shell, this will background your session, and you will be able to use your Metasploit framework module. When is this command useful? Well, if I type the command sessions that we already know, we got one session currently. But you might have a session with multiple targets. And in order to navigate between each and every session, you can use the background command to put this Meterpreter session in the background and, for example, enter a different session with a different machine. So that command is useful in that sense. Of course, you don't need to type the background command, you can simply just type instead BG, and it will do the same thing. So if I go back to my session and go back to my help command, we can scroll back to the core commands and read some of them and what do they do. So just go through this menu, and most of them we're going to cover later on. For now, we are not going to touch them, because most of these are not needed for us at the moment. For example, you know that you can exit the Meterpreter shell with this exit command, background the shell with background command. Here we can see how we can switch between different sessions, and you can get the user ID. I believe get UID command is right here. Here it is, get UID, get the session UID. So if I type that right here, it will tell me the session UID. We also know the command get user ID, and this will tell us which user are we on the target machine. Okay, so these are just some of the core commands, and of course you can experiment with others, but some of them we're going to cover later on. For now on, you can just read through this menu and go to the file system commands. And these file system commands, you can just picture them as commands that we use inside of a terminal. So we can change directories, we can print current working directories, list all of the files on the target system, and let's see how that would work. So if I go down here, and to see in which directory I am, I can type the command print working directory. It will tell me that I am currently in the /desktop directory on the target machine. Now why am I here? Well, because the shell.exe inside of that directory, and once the target executed it, our Meterpreter session will automatically be inside of the directory where the payload is. Okay? If I wanted to list all of the files inside of here, I can type the dir command, and I can also type the ls command. So it supports both Linux command and Windows command. Dir is used to list files inside of a Windows system. So we can see what files we have right here, and maybe we could find something interesting right here. For example, we get this passwords.txt file. And of course I created this on purpose just for this tutorial, but this is something that occurs quite often. Matter of fact, years ago, even I had this file where I've written down all of the passwords that I couldn't remember for different websites. And to read the content of this passwords.txt file, we can use a familiar command for us, which is the cat command. So if I type cat passwords.txt, press enter, this will print out all of the content inside of this file. We can see the router, username and password, the Facebook username and password, and the PayPal email and password. So this is something that you could possibly run on. And you want to see the contents, just type the cat command. Of course, we don't need to be inside of this directory if we don't want to. We can use our regular cd command to go one directory back, and if we type pwd, we're no longer in the /desktop directory. Here we can type dir once again to list out all of the files inside of this directory. If we wanted to choose one of these directories, we can go back to them, but for now on, let's just go back to the desktop directory. Great, if I type dir, here are our desktop files, and if we wanted to, we could also download a file from the target machine. So how can we do that? Well, it is as simple as just typing download and then the file name. In this case, let us say we want to download, for example, passwords.txt. I press enter, and here it is. It will download it for us. Now, I'm not sure where by default the Meterpreter saves these files, but it could be right here on the desktop, and here it is. Here is the passwords.txt. And you can also upload files if you want to. For example, let's say we want to upload this ratbackdoor.txt from one of the previous videos to the target machine. We can see right now we don't have it on the desktop, on the target machine, but if I type upload and then ratbackdoor.txt, press enter, go back to the desktop just to check out, and here is our file. We successfully uploaded another executable to the target system. Then we could use something like a shell to execute that file. Okay, but we're not going to do that right now. Let us exit out of the shell and run the help command once again just to see what else we can do. Inside of the file system commands, we also get the commands on how we can create and remove files. So we can use rmdir to remove a folder. We can use rm to delete the specified file. So for example, we want to delete a file on their desktop. We can do that using the regular rm command. We can also create a directory and create files if we want to. So let's see, for example, if we manage to delete the rat backdoor that we just uploaded. We don't want it there, so let us just delete it real quick. Run the rm command and it is no longer here. And let's say we want to create the test directory and we want to copy passwords.txt in the test directory. Access is denied. Let us just check out right here. We got the test directory, but for some reason we can't seem to copy this file. And this could be due to many different reasons. But the main reason will probably be because we are not an administrator on the target machine. And we're going to check out in some future video how we can become an administrator and system level account just by getting the Meterpreter shell as a regular user. Remember, if I run the getuid, we're just a regular user. We are not the system level account. But more about that later on. For now on, let us run the help command once again. And you can play with these file system commands that we have right here, but they are just regular commands that we can run inside of a Kali Linux terminal. Just this time you're running it on the target machine. Inside of the networking commands, we only have a few of them, so let's just test 2 or 3 of them. For example, this arp command will display the host arp cache. So with this, we should be able to see the IP addresses and their correspondent MAC addresses. These are all of the IP addresses that are inside of our ARP tables on the Windows machine. So we have our Kali Linux IP address because we are currently communicating with our target machine from our Kali Linux IP address. Therefore, it must have our Kali Linux IP address in the ARP tables. We also get the router's IP address, the broadcast IP address, and all of these down here are not that important. If I run the ifconfig command, of course I will be able to see all of the networking interfaces on the target system, as well as the IP address that the target currently has. If I run the command, for example, netstat, this will print out all of the connections that our target machine currently has. So we can see right here the connections, the IP addresses, which protocol are they using in case these are using TCP, and down here we have UDP protocol. If I go up here, we should be able to find our shell.exe that established a connection with the Cal Linux IP address. So we know that 192.168.1.4 is the IP address of my Windows 10 target machine. And here, if I go and find the IP address of Cal Linux machine, and here it is, we can see it is running on port 5555, the connection is established, and the process that is causing this connection is shell.exe, or our payload. Great. Now, if you want to, you can go up here and experiment with the other commands as well, but these are not that interesting or important for us at the moment. What is important, and what we will cover in the next video, are these system commands and user interface commands. We want to see some of the cool stuff such as capturing keystrokes or running a keylogger, running a screenshot on the target desktop, maybe for example recording microphone, recording webcam, all of that we want to check out and see how we can run them. And we will do that in the next video. So experiment with the commands that we covered a little bit. Feel free to run the others as well if you want to check out what do they do. And I will see you in the next lecture. Let's continue with our meterpreter commands. So we only covered navigating through file system and some essential commands between switching sessions inside of a meterpreter, but we didn't really touch on those interesting commands such as running keylogger or snapping a screenshot or recording microphone. But before we get to them, there is one portion of the commands that we must go through first, and those are system commands. Let us run the help menu to check them out. So if I scroll all the way up, right after the networking commands, we should see the system commands. And here there are a few interesting ones. For example, let's start with this execute command right here. So this command allows us to execute any type of the command that we would use inside of a shell. It will most likely run this on a separate thread, so we will be able to execute different commands simultaneously. Let me show you what I mean. So for example, let's say that I want to start a calculator on the target machine. I can type execute calc, and here it will tell me that I need to specify the -F option. Process 9096 is created, and right here I got my calculator opened. Now if I wanted to terminate this process or any other process, inside of the system commands we also get this kill command that says terminate a process. But for this command, we need to know the process ID. So here we got the process ID as soon as we started this process, but let's say we wanted to terminate a different process. How would we get its process ID? Well, remember, we can type the command ps to list out all of the files that are currently running on the target system. And this left column right here is the process ID. If I scroll all the way up, here we can see PID or process ID. And I can scroll all the way down, and at the end, somewhere around here, we should see our calculator being open. Let's go and search it. So search for the calculator application. And if I scroll a little bit up, we should be able to find it somewhere around here. And here it is, calculator.exe. So we can see the process ID is 8412. Let's try to kill this process and see whether our calculator closes. So if I go and copy this process ID, 8412, and down here I type kill and then paste the process ID, here we can see the calculator is now gone. So we can start different programs and terminate different programs if we want to using a meterpreter shell. A few more interesting commands from the system commands would be probably this reboot command that reboots the remote computer. Now, I'm not going to test this because I'm running my shell on the main Windows 10 operating system, so rebooting that machine would be no good since I'm also recording on it. Besides rebooting, we can also shut down the target machine just by specifying the command shutdown, and you can test both of these commands on a virtual machine. And at the end, we also get the system information, so gets information about the remote system such as OS. And that is always useful to know, some of the additional information about the target machine. Here we can see the computer, the OS, the architecture, the system language, and other options as well. But I said that we're going to cover some of the interesting commands right here in this video, and let's get straight into them. So after the system commands, we get these user interface commands. And here we can control mouse, keyboard, record microphones, run screenshots, and a bunch of other cool options that we're going to cover right now. So let's start, for example, with this mouse option. Send mouse events. Let's see how that would work. If I just type mouse inside of the interpreter, it gives us a small usage for this command. So mouse and then the action, we can type click, up, down, right up, right down, double click, and so on and so on. We can also move the mouse if we want to. So let's try this command. If I copy, mouse move, and then paste right here, let us put the mouse right here, and if I press enter, here the mouse moved on its own. Let's do it once again. Did you see it? It moves on its own, so we can control the mouse on the target machine. Now, even though this is cool, it is not really that useful. However, there are other commands that we would find a lot more useful than these, such as, for example, running a keylogger. Let's see how we can run a simple keylogger. So if I scroll all the way up, here we get the commands keyscan start, keyscan stop, and keyscan dump. Let's give them a try. If I copy this command that says start capturing keystrokes, input it inside of my interpreter, it says starting the keystroke sniffer. Now let's go to this page, and this is a PayPal page, and I'm just going to type something random right here. So let's say example@gmail.com, and password will be test1234. If I click on login, of course this account does not exist, but let's go right here and see whether our interpreter shell managed to capture it. To print out the keystrokes that were captured, we can type keyscan_dump. Press enter, and here it is, example shift@gmail.com, and here is the password, test1234. To stop a keylogger, we can type keyscan_stop, and this will stop capturing keystrokes. So this is really useful if you want to capture the messages that they're sending online, or basically whatever they type on their keyboard, you can capture it by typing keyscan_start, and then you can type keyscan_dump to dump all of the keystrokes that they captured in that specific time lapse. Great. Let's check out more options as well. So another interesting one is the one that we already covered, which is the screenshot option. As it says, grab a screenshot of the interactive desktop. If we run it real quick, this will save a screenshot inside of the /home/Mr. Hacker directory. And we can visit it by clicking on this, open folder, and here is the screenshot. So it is the screenshot of our Kali Linux machine because my Kali Linux machine is running on this Windows 10 machine. But what if I wanted to, for example, see what the target is doing, or simply just record the screen at the live time? Well, there is a command called screen share, and it says watch the remote user's desktop in real time. We can type it right here, screen share, and this will start streaming the target's desktop to our Kali Linux machine. Here it is. Now, this command knows to be a little bit buggy, as it does require some of the power in order to run. As we can see right here, it can be buggy sometimes, but nonetheless, we can see the target's desktop. Let us close this real quick, and another command that I wanted to show you that is really cool is recording the target's desktop. How we can do that? If I type the help command, go up here, we can see these commands right here. record mic, record audio from the default microphone for X seconds. We can also stream the webcam and take a snapshot from the specified webcam using these commands right here. But since my Windows 10 machine doesn't have a webcam, I'm not going to be running this. Of course, you can test these commands out if you got the webcam and see if they work. For now on, I'm going to record microphone on our Windows 10 target machine. Now, this command requires a parameter. We can specify the amount of seconds using -D option, and I will specify 10 seconds. If I press here enter, this will start recording and it should capture what I'm speaking at the moment to the microphone. So here the 10 seconds finished and it saved the file inside of the /home/Mr. Hacker, and this is the file name. You can listen it if you want to, but for now on, let us check out what other commands we have at the end of the help menu, and we got these cool commands such as get system and #dump. And believe it or not, these commands could be the most useful out of all of the others that we covered. However, if I try to run the get system command inside of my interpreter shell, operation failed. They will not work. It seems we cannot get system privileges on the target machine. And just to remind you, system privileges are highest privileges on the Windows machine, even higher than the administrator. Once we get system level account, we can say we fully hacked that box. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to try to elevate our privileges in the next video by using post-exploitation modules. For now, we covered basic interpreter commands, and you saw how useful they are despite being so easy to run. We simply got a screenshot by running one command, we recorded a microphone by running one command, but it is time to get into more advanced things and running more advanced modules. See you in the next video.
Hey there. I wanted to take a second at the end of it all, at the end of your learning journey, to just say this one thing, and that is, thank you. I know your time is valuable. We have limited time on this earth, and you decided to spend your time and your money, frankly, with us, doing something that takes a long time to learn. So truly, from the bottom of our hearts, I know it sounds cheesy, but thank you for dedicating your time and effort to this course. I hope you got what you wanted out of it, and congratulate yourself for getting this far, because a lot of people start, a lot of people have hopes of learning, but they give up along the way. But you didn't do that. You worked through the challenges, the problems, and you got here. Now, your learning journey doesn't end here. It keeps going. But I hope this created a foundation for you to go off and learn things on your own, get a promotion, get hired, start a new business. Whatever it may be, again, thank you and best of luck with your learning journey.